Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 10 hours of horror stories. These are all of my favorite stories from the past month. There's some really good ones in here. If you do enjoy them, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,000 likes on this one. Liking the video ensures more people see the content, but it also just lets me know I'm doing a good job. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated. We are very close to my 2025 goal of 125,000 subscribers. We are so close that if you aren't subscribed yet, you might be number 125,000. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, enjoy the no ad content right after the ad break after this intro. There won't be any more ads after that one. None during the stories, none in between the stories, nothing. Just 10 hours of horror stories. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. It's been about 7 months since I signed my year-long lease for this crappy apartment. I don't think I'll be making it another 5 months. I'm not sure if I'll even make it another night. My cheapness might have cost my life. I was going to make this a short cry for help before I remembered that no one would ever believe me, and it would be too late anyway. Hell, I wouldn't believe this if I stumbled across it. I'll just take my time here and pour my heart out. 7 months ago, I made what I now realize was the worst decision of my life. I moved into this dumpy apartment building after finally making the move out of my hometown. I had romanticized the idea of escapism so much. I pictured myself in New York City or something like that, walking down the sidewalk with some overpriced coffee in my hands and my tasteful messenger bag slung over my shoulder. I'd be walking to somewhere idyllic, maybe a get-together with new friends that took an interest in me or something like that. I never made it too far into that daydream. I just wanted to get out of that little rural town. It was one of those towns that was just a road with a bunch of sad old signs along it, blown out buildings with occasional passing silhouettes that were once somebody's. Let's just say I couldn't afford New York City, but I could afford a small city a few hours from that rotting place of a town. It's a city with some high-rises and skyscrapers, but nothing that's going to put it on somebody's road trip. It's a pretty lonely place, honestly. It's old and tired like my hometown, but in a more industrial way. Walkability isn't much of a reality here, unless you want to take your chances with the harsh weather, or the rampant mugging. So there went my sidewalk daydream. Still, I wanted to make the most of the experience. I got an apartment right downtown for a reasonable price and figured life would improve from there on. However, I failed to truly grasp how much of a piece of crap the apartment was until I moved in. I was a little too naive at the time to understand the spectrum of stress caused by a landlord special. The doorknobs would come right off, the fridge never fully shut, the toilet wouldn't flush without some sacred jiggling sequence, and a whole mess of other inconveniences, or hazards. This apartment also had a lot of strange features. The floor plan doesn't make much sense, and anyone with a shred of interior design knowledge, or even just self-respect, would have immediately crossed this place off their list. I was so desperate, though, that I didn't mind when I entered the apartment, and just saw a hallway full of closed doors. I shrugged off how strange it was that each room was contained behind one of those doors, with none of the rooms connecting to one another. The kitchen is its own closed-off room. The living room, too. The only way to get anywhere in the apartment was to take the central hallway. It honestly looks like one of those hallway chase shots in Scooby-Doo or something. For how awful the place is, it's not small. There are a good amount of rooms, and I actually hadn't been able to fill one particular room until recently. When you walk into the place, there's the long hallway and then 9 doors in total. There's 4 on the left side, 4 on the right, and 1 at the very end of the hallway. On the right side, the doors in order are the living room, a closet, then my bedroom, and then the bathroom. On the left side, it starts with a kitchen, then another closet, the dining room, and a second bedroom. The 9th door in the middle is that extra room. I barely had enough stuff just to fill the other rooms, and I lacked any sort of motivation to do anything with the extra room for a while. I have a corner unit, so all the rooms on the right side of the apartment have windows, as well as the extra room. The extra room has these neat casement windows that I like to look out of, but offer little privacy. I had thought to make the extra room a sort of reading area, or a home theater type deal, but I was flat broke. The extra room is strange. It's really big and open. It feels like an apartment of its own. One night, I was in there just looking out the other surrounding high-rises when I noticed a light switch that had been painted over right next to the window. I didn't think much of it. It was clearly just another amenity of my crap-hole apartment. I left it alone. As time went on, I found myself in that extra room most nights just looking out the window. I didn't have the money for any fancy streaming services, nor friends to leech off of, so I just looked out that window most nights. It was peaceful, and at night the city looked bigger and more lively. I loved seeing all the different lights, the blurry shapes of people in their own world watching their TV or making dinner. It didn't take long for me to start picking at that point on that hidden light switch as I watched the world wind down every night. I'd chip away at the paint little by little with my finger while I was lost in my thoughts. It took a few days to make any sort of progress, but eventually I had peeled off enough paint to see the light switch. It was a different color than the new plain white paint that covered everything else. It was bronze, and the switch itself was almost antique looking. It got me wondering how old this building was. A few nights later, the old switch was finally uncovered. It caught the light in an intoxicating way, and I flipped the switch on and off a few times to see if it still worked and what it controlled. Nothing changed. The next night brought a heavy snowstorm. It was beautiful, and you already know I was set up at that window staring out at the world as the brilliant snow fell. At some point, I was reminded of the bronze light switch and I flicked it, not remembering if I'd already tried it the night before. Nothing changed. I absent-mindedly flicked it again and noticed something strange out of the corner of my eye. A light turned on in the building across the street. It was the rightmost room on the top floor of the neighboring high-rise, which was quite a bit taller than my building. At first, I just thought it was something new to look at. My hand still on the switch, I craned my neck up and leaned in to watch the new light. I lost concentration and flicked the switch down, and the room's light turned off. That caught my attention. I looked down at the switch and back up at the now dark pane of glass. I flipped the switch up, and at that exact moment the room's light turned back on. I continued doing this for probably 5 minutes, just flipping the switch on and off and watching as the faraway room's light perfectly matched. The snow began falling even more, and I could still make out the light turning off and on with every flick of the old switch. I was baffled before too long, so baffled that I went right to sleep, convinced I was deprived of logic and reasoning. The next night came and, at first, I was definitely reluctant to mess with that switch or to even go in that room. I tried staring out other windows, but they were cloudy with trapped moisture. I remember thinking I should get a cat or something before I finally caved and walked into the extra room. There was traffic on the street below from some accident that night, and it provided me with enough entertainment to remain distracted from what happened the night before. The standstill row of gray cars could only stimulate me for so long before I was looking at that switch again. I flipped it. Such a harmless action, and so quick, too. Flipping a light switch. Usually done by second nature. What's the harm in it? Why did flipping that switch feel so important? The same room from the night before lit up, It was a yellow, more vintage-looking tone of light. I tried using some beaten-up binoculars from my childhood, but all I got was a somehow fuzzier view of the room. From my vantage, I could only really see the ceiling of that mysterious place. That's gotta be an apartment, right? It looks too big to be a storage closet, too small to be anything commercial. I flipped the switch again, and the light turned off in perfect succession. Is somebody messing with me? Flip. The light came back on. How would they even orchestrate that? I sat there for a long time, repeatedly flipping the switch on and off as if the repetition of this would bring more clarity. I stood there flipping that switch on and off like I was a geriatric old man smacking a television set, hoping for a signal. The traffic jam cleared out and the streets became empty. I sat there, still as I could be, periodically flipping the switch on and off. The light synced every single time. Clearly this light switch, for some reason, was wired to that room in the building across the street. As to why, I had no earthly idea. What an expensive project. And for what? What purpose does it serve? I flipped the switch up and the light came back on. That last flip of the switch activated a sorry light bulb moment within me. What if I found a way into that room? So I waited in the bitter cold, rehearsing my moves. I had counted up from the ground and determined the room which connected to my light switch was on the 31st floor, and again it was the corner unit on the right side of the building when viewing from my apartment. I waited for someone to go in or out of the building. Finally I saw a woman with a giant coat drag her scrappy little dog towards the door. I was hesitant to actually go inside. But then I gathered some courage, walked right up to that door and casually slid through as she opened it. I had planned some elaborate cover story that my friend wouldn't answer his phone and all that, but when it came time, I just acted natural and thanked her as I entered. The walls were green and sickly looking, much like my apartment building. The elevator was questionable at best, and creaked a little too much as I stepped into it. There were 33 floors, so I was glad I had made note of the correct one. I slowly reached up and hit the circular button for the 31st floor, and it flickered on, glowing with a jaundiced yellow. My hands grew clammy as the elevator ascended at a torturously slow pace. I watched the numbers rise. 11, 12, 13. This is a stupid idea, man. This is all in my head. Why am I doing this? 26, 27, 28. Is this even legal? What am I going to do exactly? The elevator finally dinged and bounced to a stop on the 31st floor before I had an actual plan. The doors were reluctant to open, and for a moment my heart sank thinking I had been trapped in there. Those silver doors creaked and warped as they moved out of the way, and exposed me to another green hallway. I stepped out and turned left. I could see all the way down the long dilapidated hall, the green lights humming and buzzing. My alleged culprit was the final door on the right. It was room 3118. I sat outside the door like a maniac, just looking at it. I wondered what to do. I could barely see through the slits on the sides of the door. All I could make out was the lights were on in there. Do I knock? I looked around me and made sure the coast was clear. What the hell do I say? Maybe I'm lost. Maybe it's an honest mistake. If anyone lives in there, I'm sure they're very confused about their lights turning on and off. But why wouldn't they take control of their own lights? Maybe they can't use them, but that doesn't make any sense. Why would I be able to control their lights, but they can't? I knocked on the door and startled myself. It felt almost automatic. Unsure of what to do, I started to shuffle away and make my retreat. Then I decided to stay and wait. I waited for a few seconds. The pause was long and uncomfortable enough for my hand to instinctually rise for another round of knocking. A faint and vague sound, dampened enough to even be of my own mind, but it was the sound of dragging, or a thud of some kind with something rolling afterward. What was that? The sound might have continued, or my mind might have kept wandering. Maybe the neighbors. The walls were thin in this place. I could begin to hear indiscernible conversations somewhere down the hall. I could hear the hissing chatter of a TV show somewhere else. Underneath all that, though, in room 3118, a rolling sound still. Maybe. What is that noise? I left not long after. I was getting freaked out, and I'm sure I would have freaked out anyone living there. When I got back to my place across the street, I felt very paranoid. I felt like I was being watched. I opened the squeaky door to my apartment, and the long, dark hallway of 9 closed doors now made me nauseous with dread. I wanted to leave that apartment behind and run back into my mom's arms or something. I felt like a child. I walked in, though, and I wish I hadn't. I took a scorching hot shower. It made me feel a little better, but I was still so paranoid. I kept hearing, or thought I was hearing, similar thudding and rolling sounds in one of the other rooms. Old pipes, that's all. It took some more courage to leave the bathroom and enter the cold, dark hall. I don't know what door to go through next. The kitchen door, bedroom door, or the extra door. My stomach was in a knot, but I thought I should probably try and eat something. It was around midnight by that point, and I felt hopeless knowing there were so many more hours of dark left. I looked down at my half-eaten peanut butter sandwich, and knew this knot in my stomach wouldn't go away if I didn't have some kind of closure. I wanted to go into the extra room and turn off that switch for the night. I braved the silent hallway again, and opened up the 9th door into that grand room that turned the faintest sound into a booming echo. I walked up to the big window I always looked out of and, with great caution, looked up at room 3118. The light was still on, and there was something up there now. I couldn't tell what it was, but it looked like a big shadow. It wasn't a person, but something boxy looking. Something square or just rigid, really. Furniture? Did someone move something around in there? I didn't know what I was looking at, and I honestly didn't have the mental space to think about it much longer. I flipped off the switch. I flipped it back on. I couldn't deny my interest. I was very invested in this whole ordeal now. The rigid thing started moving. At least, I thought it looked like it was slowly changing position. It moved very smoothly and very, very slowly. It looked like it was rolling or sliding. It rolled from the right side of the window to the left. I flipped the switch here and there to see if it made any sort of difference. Didn't seem to. I watched it roll along for a few minutes from right to left until I jumped at the sight of the neighboring window's light turning on. It was whoever lived in room 3116. I saw a person moving around in there, and it looked like a more elderly man. He looked like he was listening closely to something, as if there were an intruder in his house. I didn't know what to do, but now I felt intrusive watching this man fumble around. I decided to switch the light off in 3118 and try to forget about the whole thing. I wanted to remove myself from this weird nightmare entirely. I decided that the next day I'd try to disconnect the switch and install some curtains. Find a new hobby. That all sounded like something rooted in everyday monotony, and I let the comfort of curtain shopping lull me to sleep. In my sleep that night, I heard the sound of aggressive wind chimes far away. They weren't very melodic wind chimes, sort of just one tone and reverberated. Then I heard an awful banging sound. It was loud and most definitely not a dream. It sounded distant, but it contained a lot of power. It was 3:48 a.m. I tossed and I turned until my bedroom started flashing red. I got out of bed and tried to see what was happening outside from my bedroom window, but I couldn't see through all the gloom trapped in between the glass. I had no choice but to go into the extra room if I wanted to see outside. There was a large fire truck that was blocking off one side of the road, and police were putting up caution tape on the other. Squad cars were rolling in one after the other. A few ambulances were present too, but it seemed like no one was in a big rush. They were all circled around, their hands waving about in a casual, conversational way. At some point, one of them looked up and pointed, and the others followed along. I followed the trajectory of the gestures all the way to the 31st floor. Room 3116 was now missing its pane of glass. The curtains whipped out into the open world, the lights were still on, and I could make out vague details of the interior. Back on the ground, a few paramedics moved out of the way long enough for me to see what I was already preparing to see. The old man from room 3116 was laying there in a confusing mess of fabric, flesh, and bones surrounded by a growing puddle of blood. I was shocked. What the hell is going on? What did I do? Am I losing my mind? Did I inadvertently kill that man? The next few days were a blur. My head was heavy with the endless hum of 1,000 different thoughts, all saying similar things. I felt an immense weight of guilt, even though there was nothing tangible that connected me to the old man's plunge. In my head, there was an ever-growing web of continuity. I uncovered the old switch. I flipped it incessantly, and, in doing that, I created or resumed something. That something looked like a giant rectangle that rolled around and made a man jump to his death. Or maybe it pushed him out by force. But why? None of this makes any sense. Maybe it's all just make-believe. I could have misunderstood what I saw. The rolling rectangle thing. Maybe it was just an illusion. That old man, maybe it's just a coincidence he chose tonight to leap. I know what I saw. I no longer was going into the extra room for any reason. The thought of that big empty space with that switch made me nauseous. I couldn't stand sleeping just a few doors away from it. I wanted to move out and get away. I should have done that. Reality doesn't make room for fiction, though. I couldn't and still can't afford to break the lease. Not by a long shot. That's 3 rent payments and a bundle of paperwork in this godforsaken building. The apartment's obviously outdated, so I thought about making a case for lead paint or something toxic that could maybe get me out of here for free. And quick, but I'm not sure how that'd blow over. I don't even know how to go about doing something like that. I chose the route of avoidance. If I could ignore the extra room, the mystery switch, the dead man's browning blood stain on the road, and the rolling rectangle monster whose whereabouts weren't known, maybe it'd all just fade away with time. A few weeks went by and that strategy was seeming to work. Even in that short time, I was afforded some hindsight of the whole event. How I was jumping to conclusions, being paranoid, and maybe not appreciating my deteriorating vision that was probably making some serious guesswork. Still, there was no explaining away the light switch. That switch is undoubtedly connected to room 3118 across the street for some unknown reason. I must have tested it hundreds of times. I tried to not let that fact dig too deep when I couldn't sleep, or when I'd think I heard the rolling sounds across the apartment late at night. Eventually, I had saved up enough money to treat myself with some more furniture. I wanted to reclaim the extra room and make it mine. I started with a thrifted recliner and some shelves. I was planning on making it a home theater after all. I had plans to bury the big casement windows behind blackout curtains. Earlier tonight, I was moving some new finds into the home theater. The room's echo was just as booming and awful as when it was empty, and I flinched with every screech and scrape the furniture would make when I moved it. As I heaved the new TV stand around, my eyes subconsciously checked on room 3118, a reflex that must have been built into me after all those cold nights. The lights were off as I had left them the last time I flipped the switch. The lights were on in room 3116. Don't freak out. Maybe someone new moved in. I watched longer than I should have. I don't know why I'm so nosy. always trying to get to the bottom of everything. I watched and waited for any sign of movement in room 3116. I never saw a soul in there. At some point, the big coat lady came out of the building with her dog and, for some stupid reason, I felt compelled to go talk to her. I just need to be sure of something. I walked casually down the sidewalk, waiting to run into her again. I was going to ask her if she had a lighter, and then I was going to ask her if she had any information on room 3116. Eventually, she reappeared around the corner with her feisty little dog walking on its hind legs, strangling itself with the leash. I was leaned up on the wall next to the door I had snuck in weeks before, waiting to say my line. "Excuse me," I said. "Do you have a light?" She looked up with confusion. "Like a flashlight?" she asked. I flashed my carton of cigarettes. "Oh, no, honey. I've got asthma. Sorry." "No problem," I muttered back. I tried to come up with anything else I could say, so I could eventually segue into room 3116. Blanking, I simply stared ahead in disappointment. That's when I noticed the faded bloodstain on the sidewalk from the old man. I clicked my tongue. "Terrible what happened," I muttered. The big coat lady turned around and saw what I was staring at, understanding immediately. I know. I'm up on the 13th floor and I heard the sound." She was slowly nodding and now staring at the old puddle of blood herself. "I heard someone talking about how they already moved the new family into that unit he was in. Is that right?" I asked, surprising myself. "Oh, no. I think they're letting it sit like they did with the last one," she said. My brow raised. I tried to not act like an insane person and scare her off. "The last one?" I asked hesitantly. "Yeah, it was just a few months ago. Or maybe it was a year now. But the young couple that lived right next door to him jumped out the window too," she said in a flat way. I could have fainted. I felt dizzy and clammy, but I tried to keep my calm demeanor. "That is... wow. I'm pretty new to the building, so I hadn't heard," I stammered. I resigned from my niceties, and my eyes went out to focus as my mind began jumping to its newest conclusion. Somewhere in my peripheral, I noticed the lady nodding and looking down at her scraggly dog. "Well, it sure is hard out there these days," she said, breaking the silence. She shuffled through the heavy apartment door which slammed behind her, startling me. Torn from my trance, I quickly retreated back to my apartment. Crap. What does this mean? That rolling square thing lives in that room and, what, kills people in it and around it? Do the people kill themselves? Does the thing maybe inject them with something that makes them, I don't know, suicidal? Or maybe they go crazy and just jump? I was thinking like a lunatic, like one of the cracked-out vagrants wandering through the abandoned motels back in my hometown. I tried to slow myself down, but now I'd been given perfect evidence to suit my paranoid suspicions. At first, I was just trying to solve this complex series of events. Then I remembered I was involved. I remembered the switch plays a role in this whole thing. The light switch in my home theater. How far can it move? How far? Could it cross the street and climb the stairs and break in? Maybe it's quiet, or maybe it has some kind of way to silently open my door so I don't notice. So the neighbors don't notice. I found myself back in the home theater with some cheap whiskey in a plastic bottle. I sipped on it and enjoyed the aromantic sting that made me slowly feel braver with every gulp. I looked up at the 31st floor across the street. The lights were still on in room 3116. They're probably just cleaning it out. You need to calm yourself. None of this is your problem. I felt better and braver still with every new swig of the cruel whiskey. At some point, I hovered my hand over the light switch. The dwindling sobriety in me said no. The courageous drunk in me said, "I'm just curious." My sight was beginning to sharpen and blur, and I could tell I was swaying as I just stood in front of those windows. I was drunk enough to where I felt like an observer of a faded memory from the past. I was drunk enough to where any action felt insignificant, and all would be fine because nothing mattered. I flipped the switch, expecting the lights of room 3118 to blink on. The lights in room 3116 turned off instead. I don't know why, but seeing those lights turn off made me duck and hide below the window. I felt like I woke the rolling thing up, and now it could see me. It moved. It moved. Logic and reasoning was now out the window. The lights magically switched rooms, and I can only imagine it's because the square rolling thing now occupied, or will now materialize inside of room 3116. I continued hiding and thinking horrible thoughts to myself. I then did something I would have never done had I not been wasted. I grabbed a hammer and smashed the light switch. I smashed it into a million pieces and then smashed those pieces into dust. I'm sure my neighbors were fuming, but I had been quiet as a church mouse up until tonight. Both room 3118 and 3116 now had no lights on, and had made the drunken assumption that now they were both safe. This all began when I turned the lights on in 3118. Now the lights would stay off forever, and I made sure of it. Clearly, I didn't have the self-control to stop myself from tinkering with this unknown thing. I doubt anyone else who would live here would have much more discipline, so I smashed the switch into a million pieces. It wasn't long before I blacked out. Something woke me up hours later. It was deep into the night. I was still in the home theater and still drunk, but now also hungover. I tried to pull it together enough to figure out what woke me. I had thought it was a loud sound, but maybe it wasn't. The air felt like something loud had just occurred, but that was just a feeling. Maybe one of paranoia. I looked out the window and half expected to see another person, or persons lying smashed on the ground after diving off the 31st floor. But I saw no such horror. Both 3118 and 3116's lights were still off. I rubbed my eyes and looked around the pitch-black room. I felt my blood freeze. There was a light on in my apartment. I could see the thin sliver of yellow illuminating underneath the door of the home theater. It's in. I wanted to run at first, but then I wanted to sit still and just listen. So I sat there, waiting for something. Maybe it was waiting for me to make a move. Then I heard it, muffled, maybe in the kitchen, rolling. Finally, I could hear the sound in finer detail. The wheels sounded heavy, like the sound of a stone tomb opening. The cheap hardwood floor buckled and cracked underneath those giant rolling wheels, which must have moved extremely slow and calculated, as if it was listening for my heartbeat. I was frozen with fear and confused. So confused. What kind of nightmare has my life become? I wanted to try and make a break for it. I thought about running as fast as I could down my awful hallway and ripping that front door open. It was only a few quick strides away. I sat up a little too quickly. Adrenaline was kicking in. A spring in the crappy second-hand recliner I had passed out on popped, causing an insignificant yet audible click throughout the house. Rolling followed. It was very slow. So slow that one's ear could lose the deep droning tone after long enough to background noise. I slowly sat back and the recliner crinkled ever so softly. The thing made a noise so intentionally imperceptible I could hardly make it out. A metallic sliding sound, the sound of a door's latch being methodically opened. It was leaving the kitchen and maybe it was moving on to one of the other doors now. The yellow sliver of light went out, and the apartment was now totally dark. Rolling persisted, and I was barely able to perceive the noise. I spent the next few minutes sliding off my recliner with the precision of prey which I undoubtedly had become. 30 minutes could have passed before I had crawled close enough to see under the door's crack. I carefully positioned my left eye to where I could see out into the black hallway just enough. Something impossibly dark. Darker than the natural blackness of night. It was just sitting in the hall, waiting. It was large and boxy, just like that silhouette in 3118. It looked to almost perfectly fit the dimensions of the hall, leaving me sealed in. I'm dead. Maybe not. Maybe I can call the police or something and distract it. It'd kill them though, right? Then I'd be a murderer. Maybe. Or maybe it would roll away. Maybe it isn't bulletproof. I can't have anyone else's blood on my hands. Maybe I can start a fire somehow, and then the fire department will be able to rescue me from the window. Maybe that's the stupidest thought I've ever had. Too much noise. I can't make any noise. I can't make a sound or it'll come get me. My thoughts were so frantic and visceral, I feared even they would make a sound which could be intercepted by the masterful listener, sitting mere feet away. Another 30 minutes of eternity, and I had silently made my way towards the large windows. I was so cautious and so deliberate in my movements as to not touch the tiniest plastic shard on the ground from when I had drunkenly destroyed the light switch. Maybe I made it angry by doing that. Maybe, in breaking the switch, the thing reverted back to me. Or maybe I exposed myself to it when I smashed that switch. I tried to use my phone and call for help, text for help, email for help. None of it was going through. That rolling demon must have jammed my signal somehow. I ran out of hope. I froze in place. Eventually, I just started to write all of this. I'm still in the home theater, typing this all out on my phone as quietly as I can, even sipping the last of my whiskey with the most delicate swigs one could imagine. This whole thing is rather bleak, and I apologize if you stumble across this. I've scheduled this post to go up in 8 hours. Maybe by then the thing will have left and my final words will get out into the world to be forgotten or laughed at. I'm sure you think I'm insane, or maybe I'm just a liar. And that's okay. I know what happened here tonight. I don't know how or why any of this happened, but I know the rolling thing outside my door is real. I don't know why it's here, what its motivation is, if it's man-made or some impersonation of something we'd engineered. Or maybe it's the very muse of humanity's chase for right angles and industrial design. I now understand how those people in room 3118 and 3116 met their fate on the cracked pavement below. I think it wants me to kill myself. Either that or it's totally content with me killing myself. It's had me trapped in this room for hours now. It could have barged in and flattened me at any point, but it hasn't yet. Funny how this all started in this extra room of mine. Funny how these windows are the ideal design and size for me to throw myself from this hellish place. I don't know anymore. At this point, I'm just trying to buy time and sip more whiskey before the inevitable. I had been distracted in writing this for a few hours, and even began to have hope that when the sun came up, the thing would roll away. All I'd need is a few minutes to get out. I don't think I'm so lucky, though. The sky is beginning to brighten into a deep blue, and once again I hear that steady rolling, so slow and meticulous. It must only be moving a centimeter every 15 minutes. The whiskey is doing its job, and it's becoming harder to type, harder to maintain literacy. I think I'll wrap this up here. I'm sorry, everyone. I can only hope this is seen, and if you did see this, I thank you for keeping me company, in a way. The sun's almost up. I hear rolling and it's close. The view from the window is very nice. It's looking like a nice day. I hope it is a nice day. I've always believed certain places absorb energy, Not just haunted castles or graveyards, but places where a lot of people pass through. Airports, train stations, hotels. Especially hotel rooms. See, I used to work night security at one of the poshest hotels in Dublin City. 5 stars, marble floors, high-end clientele. That kind of place. You'd think nothing dark could touch it, but let me tell you, money doesn't stop the weird stuff from creeping in. It started around 2:17 a.m. I remember because I was mid-yawn, flipping through the camera feeds when the front desk patched a call through to security. A man's voice, panicked, breathless. "My wife's in the bath. I think she's not breathing." I snapped upright. Me and this other guard, Mark, rushed to room 237 on the 8th floor. The hallway was dead quiet, the kind of quiet that feels wrong, like the building itself is holding its breath. We pushed in. The guy was pacing around, soaked from the waist down. The bathroom door was wide open. I'll never unsee that moment. She was in the tub, completely still, water up to her shoulders, eyes open but not seeing. We dragged her out, tried CPR. I was counting compressions under my breath while Mark gave breaths. Her skin was cold, like not just chilly, cold, like touching stone. I knew it was too late, but we had to try. Police arrived within minutes. The moment they stepped in, they told us to stop. One of the officers pulled me aside and said quietly, "She's been gone a while, a couple hours at least." The husband told them they'd argued earlier. He stormed out, came back, saw her in the bath, assumed she was just soaking and went to bed. Said he only got suspicious when she didn't join him. No obvious signs of violence. No water overflow, no witnesses. They couldn't charge him, but between us, staff, cops, even the paramedics, we all felt it, that gut pull, that something's off feeling. He checked out the next morning, quiet, calm, not a single tear. Room 237 was locked off for 3 weeks. Housekeeping deep cleaned every inch. Management said, accidents happen, life moves on. They reopened the room like nothing happened. No priest, no sage, nothing. Just fresh linens and a new bar of soap. The first person to stay in that room after the death was this woman named Liz. She was a regular, corporate client. Stayed at least once a month. She always asked for a high-floor room. She got 237 without knowing anything. Next morning, 6:50 a.m. She's at the front desk with her suitcase and this look like she'd seen hell. I was walking past when she said, loud enough for guests to hear, "That room is haunted. I didn't sleep a second. Something's wrong with it." She said she kept hearing dripping water all night, not just from the bathroom, like it was coming from the walls. At 3 a.m., the taps in the bathtub turned on by themselves. Full blast. She walked in and turned them off, soaked her slippers. Then, 5 minutes later, the shower started. She swore she hadn't touched anything. She said she kept smelling something. Floral, like old roses but rotten, like death wearing perfume. We offered her another room. She refused. Said she was checking out for good. Never came back. After that, room 237 got a reputation. Internally, guests kept requesting room changes after one night. Some didn't even last that long. There was this German businessman who called at 1:03 a.m., whispering like he didn't want someone to hear. "I think someone's in the bathroom." I asked if he saw anything. "No," he said, "but someone is coughing. A wet cough." I went up. Bathroom was empty, but the floor was damp. Towels crumpled in the corner. The toilet had been used, seat up. Water moving like it had just flushed. The guy hadn't gone in all night. He checked out the next morning without breakfast. A honeymoon couple stayed there once. The woman came down at 4:12 a.m. in her pajamas crying. She said she saw a pale woman standing at the foot of the bed, dripping wet, not moving, just staring. Her husband didn't see anything, but he confirmed the room temperature dropped 10 degrees in minutes. I checked the thermostat. It was set to 23 degrees Celsius. The room was at 14. No windows were open. I started dreading that room. Even walking past it gave me this tightness in my chest, like I was being watched. I'd make rounds and literally speed walk past it. Once I was reviewing CCTV around 2:20 a.m., same time the original call had come in, and I saw something weird. The hallway camera outside 237 glitched, just for a second, but when I paused the footage and zoomed in, there was a shadow, not a person, a shape, just outside the door, like someone was standing there pressed against it. I replayed it 100 times. Mark saw it too. It's probably compression error, he said, but his voice shook when he said it. Management refused to shut the room. They said we'd get sued if we told guests. Unless you see something tangible, it's superstition. So we kept assigning the room, but we started calling it the bathtub room behind closed doors. The cleaners hated it. They'd go in pairs. Even when nothing moved, the mirror always fogged up on its own. Once, one of the maids, Rosa, swore she saw the words, "Don't leave me," written in the steam. But when she called her coworker over, it vanished. Guests who stayed more than one night always complained of water sounds. Dripping, running, gurgling, sometimes crying. One guy swore his sheets were damp every morning, like someone had gotten in the bed wet. Then came the worst night, 3:08 a.m. We get a call from room 237. The guest was an old man, solo traveler, very logical, very composed. He said, "Someone knocked on my bathroom door from the inside. Not once, 3 times. I sprinted up. When I opened the door, the room was empty, but the lights in the bathroom were flickering. Not just flickering, buzzing. And the bathtub faucet was trickling, just enough to hear. That's when I noticed it. There was water, not just in the tub. It was on the floor, in a straight line like footprints, leading from the bath to the bed. But no one had walked in. No one had opened the door. I put in my resignation a week later. Mark lasted a month more. He said he heard a woman humming in the elevator when he was alone. Hummed the same tune for 3 floors. When the doors opened, no one was there. Room 237 is still open as far as I know. They just keep painting over the mold and turning the mattress. But something lives there now. Or maybe something never left. Not every hotel room starts off haunted. Some of them become haunted. And I was there when it happened. Paid hitchhiker. $150 per hour. 2-hour nights, Monday through Friday, 8 to 10 p.m. I did the math in my head. About $6,500 a month. Not bad. As that thought sank in, I realized studying music theory had probably been a mistake. Still, I decided to reply to the listing. I answered a few questions, attached my resume, though I wasn't sure what good that would do, and hit send. Almost instantly I got a response. I'd half expected that. I couldn't imagine many people jumping at this position. Thank you for your interest in the hitchhiking position. We're excited to invite you to move forward with the interview process, and we look forward to getting to know you professionally. I typed back quickly. Thanks for reaching out. I'd be glad to move forward with the interview. What dates and times work best for you? The reply came moments later. Friday, followed by a set of coordinates. I plugged them into Google Maps. The destination was a small building on a long road in the middle of a forest. On Street View, the place looked distorted, almost blurred. All I could make out was a sign. No soliciting, no religion, no unscheduled meetings. It was Wednesday then. I tried to convince myself I didn't need the money, that it wasn't worth the risk. But the truth was, I did need the money. Badly. I was drowning in debt, and every last dollar would help. By Friday night, I was in my beat-up car, headed toward the coordinates. When I arrived, I saw the rest of the building the street view had obscured. It was larger than I'd imagined. 2 stories and a basement, the latter revealed by the rows of windows sunk into the foundation. The whole place was gray concrete, punctuated by thin sheet metal doors. I tried the front door. Locked. Knocked. No answer. So I sat on a wooden bench about 15 feet from the entrance and waited. It was 7:30, the forest nearly pitch black, when 2 pairs of headlights appeared on the driveway. From one car stepped a tall man with thinning black hair. From the other, a scrawny kid, maybe 19 at most. The tall one approached first. "Hello, my name is Jeffrey." "Devin," I replied. "This is your partner, James." "Partner?" I asked. I glanced at James. He was gripping his right bicep tightly with his left hand. When he noticed me looking, he released it, raised a hesitant hand in greeting. I waved back with an awkward smile. "Yes," Jeffrey said evenly. "Your partner." After a long silence, he added, "Shall we head inside?" I nodded, and we followed him in. The interior was exactly what I'd pictured. Bare concrete walls, dim light, and a single desk in the middle of the room. Jeffrey took a seat, and James and I sat opposite him. "Can I ask you both a question?" Jeffrey said, pen poised above a sheet of paper. We nodded. "What was the most scared you've ever been?" I hesitated, hoping James would answer first. He didn't. "My house was broken into when I was 16, I said, giving a small, nervous laugh at the end. Jeffrey scribbled something down, then he turned to James. "I don't know," James muttered. Jeffrey studied him for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. Shall we get you both suited up?" We exchanged a glance and answered, "Sure." He led us to a small room with a closet and 2 changing booths, handing me a bag of ragged, tattered clothing. He gestured for me to change. Inside the booth, I slipped into the clothes. They looked filthy but smelled surprisingly clean. When I stepped out, I saw James. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, spotless and elegant. We stared at each other in confusion. Jeffrey just grinned, wide and satisfied. "Perfect," he said. "Devin, follow me, please. We'll need to touch up on your look a bit more." He guided me toward another door leading down to the basement. At the center of the room stood a red vanity table, stocked with makeup. "Sit," Jeffrey instructed. I sat, staring at myself in the mirror. I wondered how on earth I'd ended up here. Jeffrey went to work with brushes and sponges, moving with the ease of experience. When he finished, my reflection looked ragged. My face dirtied, hair greasy, eyes sunken. We went back upstairs. "Your turn," Jeffrey said to James. James descended into the basement as I waited. When he reappeared, his transformation was startling. His hair was neatly combed, his skin glowing, his eyes an unnatural bright blue. Contacts, I guessed. Jeffrey clasped his hands together. "Now, a few rules before you head out." He recited them one by one. "Never enter the black truck, even if it seems like your last hope. If you ever see a man identical to yourself, get into the car, nod to him, and exit immediately. If the radio is set to 99.3, get out of the car, no matter how fast it's moving. Never allow your driver to pick up another hitchhiker." "Everything clear?" We both nodded. "Wonderful. Please, follow me." He led us to his car, opening the front passenger seat and one of the back doors. James hesitated, so I took the front. "We'll head to your site first, James," Jeffrey said. "Okay," James murmured. We drove through darkness and silence until a bench appeared by the roadside, identical to the one I'd waited on earlier. "Your stop," Jeffrey said. James stepped out, sat on the bench, and stuck out his thumb. "Onwards to your site," Jeffrey told me. As we drove, I finally asked what had been nagging at me. "Why did James get the nice makeover? Wouldn't I be better suited to play the businessman? I mean, the kid's a twig." Jeffrey ignored me at first, eyes fixed on the road. Then he smiled, put the car in park, and leaned over to pop open my door. "Remember to tell them to bring you right back to the building," he said. "You didn't tell James that," I pointed out. "Don't worry," Jeffrey replied. "He knows." I figured he'd gone over more rules with James during his makeover. I stepped out and sat on the bench. About 30 minutes passed before I saw headlights. I stuck my thumb out, but the car flew past, not even slowing. 10 minutes later, the woods behind me stirred. At first, just rustling, then twigs snapping, something pacing, circling, the sound of deliberate movement, closer each time I ignored it, and then the black truck arrived. It didn't appear down the road like a normal vehicle. It was there, headlights already blazing, horn already screaming. The air itself seemed to vibrate from the sound. The beams of light blinded me, catching every raindrop, every speck of dust in their glare. I shielded my face as the truck crept toward me. The horn blared again, long, metallic, almost animal in howling pitch. "Get the hell in," a voice shrieked from inside. Not one voice, but dozens, layered over each other, all mismatched in tone but perfectly in unison. Through the windshield, shadows moved violently, like a crowd crammed into a space meant for one driver. Faces slammed against the glass, mouths wide, eyes wide, distorted. I couldn't breathe. My legs felt like they were tied down, every instinct screaming at me to run, but I stayed rooted. The truck edged closer, engine rumbling, horn stabbing through the night again and again. "Get in, get in, get in." The forest behind me fell silent, as if whatever had been lurking stepped back to give the truck room. I sat perfectly still, fingers digging into the bench. I don't know how long it lasted. Time felt suspended, the horn pressing into my skull like a migraine. Finally, the headlights clicked off. The voices stopped. The truck was gone. No sound of an engine retreating, just gone. I was alone again. Another 20 minutes passed before I saw the next car. It crawled along the road at an unnatural pace, 15 miles per hour at most. No sound of an engine, just tires crunching gravel. When it reached me, the driver's window rolled down, and I saw myself. Not just a resemblance. Me. Identical down to the tattered clothes, the smeared makeup, even the way I hunched forward on bad posture. His eyes locked on mine. He didn't smile, didn't wave, just waited. The silence was unbearable. I walked toward the car, my stomach flipped, but I couldn't stop. I opened the passenger door, stepped in, and sat. We didn't speak. He didn't look at me again. He simply tapped the wheel twice with one hand, like a signal. I nodded back, throat tight. The moment I closed the door, he pressed the gas, the car jolting forward with impossible speed. But after no more than 100 feet, he braked, and I knew, get out. I opened the door, stepped into the night, and the car was already gone. No taillights, no trace, just emptiness where it had been. I exhaled shakily, realizing I'd been holding my breath the whole time. Finally, a normal car appeared. The driver leaned out. Where to? Just up the road, I said quickly, desperate to leave. For a moment I panicked. I hadn't checked the radio. My head snapped toward it. 112.7. Safe. Relief washed over me like air after drowning. On the way back, the driver squinted at the roadside. Jesus, what happened to that guy? He muttered. I followed his gaze and my heart collapsed. James. He was sprawled out in the gravel, one arm twitching weakly, blood spreading in a dark halo beneath him. His white shirt, once perfect, was soaked red. His face was pale, slack, but his eyes were still open, still alive. Stop the car, I yelled. The driver slowed, uneasy. I don't know, man. Stop. I threw the door open before the car even halted, stumbling onto the shoulder and running to him. James, it's me. He turned his head with visible effort, his lips trembling like he was trying to form words. A wet cough sprayed crimson down his chin. His hand shook as it reached towards me. I gripped it tight, but his grip was ice cold, already fading. He coughed, body shuddering. Don't let them. His eyes darted toward the trees as if something was watching us. Then back to me, wide and terrified. Promise me. I promise. I said, though I had no idea what he meant. His chest rose once more, then faltered. His body went slack. Nothing. Just the trickle of blood running downhill, soaking into the gravel. Behind me, the driver called out nervously. Hey man, we should go. Seriously, we should go. I pressed James' hand to my chest one last time before laying it down. My own hands were trembling so badly I could barely stand. Tears blurred my vision as I staggered back to the car. I didn't speak for the rest of the ride. When Jeffrey greeted me back at the building with his usual cheer, I could barely contain myself. Did you see James? He asked lightly. He's dead, I snapped, voice cracking. Jeffrey only tilted his head, almost like he was amused. Oh, what a shame. Don't stay the night. That's it? That's all you have to say? I told you not to worry about your partners, Devon. It does no good. I wanted to scream at him, but the words died in my throat. Instead, I turned and left. The drive back home was silent. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, James' last words echoing in my head. The forest road stretched endlessly, a tunnel of black trees pressing in on both sides. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the shoulder, illuminated in my headlights. He was filthy, long, tangled beard, patchy, buzzed scalp, and clothes that looked like they'd been torn to shreds weeks ago. He was already standing with his thumb out, arm stiff like it had been raised for hours. I slowed instinctively. Something about him made my stomach twist. His eyes glinted in the light, too sharp, too deliberate. I pressed on the gas, deciding to pass him. The moment I did, his head snapped toward me. His eyes followed my car perfectly, his body jerking into motion. He ran. I glanced in the mirror and nearly swerved. The man was sprinting after me, barefoot, stumbling, but impossibly fast. His mouth hung open, teeth bared, and his voice carried through the trees. Coward, he bellowed, the word ragged, broken by wheezes. I floored it, but his voice didn't fade. Coward, you'll end like the rest. I couldn't stop shaking. My speedometer climbed, but still, his figure clung to the road in my mirror longer than it should have. Too long. Until finally, after what felt like a mile, he was gone. The forest swallowed him, but his voice lingered in my ears like static. Coward, coward, and like the rest. By the time I got home, my hands still hadn't stopped trembling. I went to bed without changing, face pressed into the pillow, heart pounding. 2 months passed. Jeffrey replaced James again and again, but none lasted longer than a week. Some came back bruised and broken. Others simply didn't come back at all. Jeffrey never flinched. He only smiled, adjusted his notes, and prepared another partner. And I kept returning, night after night. Each ride gnawed away at me. The rules ran laps in my head even when I was home, as if the job followed me there. Tomorrow night, I've decided. I'm going to talk to Jeffrey about quitting. I've already rehearsed how I'll say it. Firm, polite, like it's just a simple resignation. I hope he understands. It had only been 2 weeks since I moved into my new house. I never thought I'd have enough money for a cute little home with a garden like this. But luck was finally on my side, and lately, I'd been earning well. The house wasn't big. 2 small rooms, a tiny kitchen, and an even smaller bathroom, which meant the washing machine had to go in the basement, where I set up a little laundry area. It wasn't much, but it was mine. The neighborhood was quiet, too, with friendly neighbors. Most people around here had families, but even in that short time, I'd gotten along with everyone. I thought nothing could ruin this idyllic little life I had carved out for myself. That is, until the day I went down to the laundry room with a basket of dirty clothes. As I made my way down the stairs, something felt off. There was something hanging from the narrow wall between the shelves. Something I didn't register at first. When I turned on the light and stepped closer, I finally realized what it was. A hand. A human hand was sticking out of the wall, only up to just before the wrist. It dangled lifelessly. A man's hand. It looked as if someone had been sealed inside the wall. Cold sweat broke out all over me. What the hell was this? There was nothing there yesterday. Was this some kind of sick joke? Should I call the police? What was I supposed to do? I panicked silently until the hand suddenly moved, as if it had sensed I was pacing back and forth. It waved at me, flailing, like someone drowning begging to be pulled out. Without thinking, I grabbed it and started pulling. It didn't budge, like it really was part of the wall. The hand started twitching violently, signaling me to stop yanking. "Are you okay?" I asked, not even knowing if I was talking to the wall or the hand. The hand just kept waving, maybe trying to say no. What was I supposed to do? How could I help someone who was somehow trapped inside my wall? Then I had an idea. I ran back upstairs and grabbed a pen and a notepad. I pressed the pen into the hand, then held the paper out in front of it. "Are you okay? How can I help you?" I asked again, louder this time just in case the person inside could hear me. The hand started writing, almost immediately. "Help," it wrote. I was pacing up and down in the basement. What the hell was I supposed to do? I called the fire department, hoping maybe they could help, but they hung up as soon as I told them there was a man's hand sticking out of my wall. I was an idiot. Maybe I should have made something up just to get them to come. Whatever. I'd handle this myself, just like I handled getting this house in the first place. I went back upstairs. I knew there had to be a hammer and chisel somewhere. The house wasn't fully furnished yet, and the kitchen still needed some renovation, so it was hard to find anything. But eventually, I found my tools. I rushed back down to the basement with them, and that's when I got the next surprise. The hand was sticking out more than before. I could now see all the way up to the man's bicep, and a little farther down the wall, just barely poking out, were the tips of another hand's fingers. 2 hands now, both coming out of the wall. I was shocked for a moment, but then quickly grabbed the tools and started chiseling around the first arm. The hands twisted in agony. They writhed like a worm cut in half. It was a horrifying sight. I immediately stopped and handed the paper to the hand again. Are you okay? Did it hurt when I started breaking the wall? I just thought it might help to get you out faster. The hands began writing again, slowly, shakily, the letters barely legible. Yes, please don't. Let's just wait. I didn't know if I should trust him, but I agreed. Who was this man, and how did he end up inside my wall? Some kind of experiment? What the hell was going on? I brought down a chair for myself, sat there waiting, staring at the wall, or more precisely, at the man inside it. That's when I noticed something near the bottom of the wall. A few toes were sticking out. My wall looked like someone was trying to walk out of it, just very, very slowly. What the hell was happening here? I gave up on the idea of calling for help. No one would believe me anyway. I'd deal with this on my own. Whatever it was. What's your name? Who are you? I asked, getting up from the chair. The hand started writing on the paper again. My name's Jack. I don't know how I ended up here. I was just walking home from work. I eyed the hand suspiciously again. This was all too weird. How did Jack get here? And how was he even alive with most of his body trapped inside a wall? But there wasn't much I could do for him. Anything I tried caused him unbearable pain, and I couldn't help him get out any faster. I was starving by then, and I had spent nearly the whole morning down there, so I ran out to grab food from the nearby diner. I rushed faster than I ever had in my life. I didn't want to miss what might happen next with Jack and the wall. All I could think was, please, let everything be the same when I get back. But when I returned, I got another horrifying surprise. His right arm was out all the way to the shoulder. The left arm hung only to the middle of the forearm. His left leg was sticking out up to the knee, like he'd taken a step forward, but it was crooked and jerky, like it had glitched halfway out of the wall. Only the foot of his right leg had emerged. My wall looked utterly grotesque, like something from a disturbing museum exhibit. I ate my lunch down in the basement. I didn't want to miss a single moment, but whenever I was there, Jack barely moved. His hands twitched from time to time, his legs shifted occasionally, but he didn't come any further out of the wall. Jack, are you even human? I asked after a long silence. Jack's hands began writing again. At least by now, he could hold the notepad himself. Of course I'm human. I don't know what the hell happened. I just want to go home, goddammit. I felt a bit sorry for the guy. How the hell could he end up in a situation like this? Did someone do this to him? Or was it something else? Watching the wall was getting pretty dull. Time crawled by slowly. That's when my doorbell rang. Someone was at my door. I hurried upstairs, hoping somehow that it might be connected to Jack. Maybe someone had come up with an explanation. But it was just my neighbor. He invited me to a backyard party for the weekend. He and his wife were hosting a little cookout with a kiddie pool, and they were inviting the other neighbors. As the new guy on the block, I was welcome too. The thought crossed my mind to mention Jack in the basement, but as soon as I was about to say something, I realized it was better to keep my mouth shut. Not exactly the best first impression to say, oh, by the way, I've got a half-naked man coming out of my basement wall. I'd sound like a lunatic, or a killer, or both. So I just accepted the invitation and said I'd bring something as a gift. As soon as the neighbor left, I rushed back downstairs, and thank God I hadn't said a word about Jack. His right arm was still only visible up to the shoulder, but the left was now out to the top of the elbow. His left leg was fully free, and the right hand emerged up to mid-thigh. His hips were beginning to show through the wall, and yes, so was his... I was completely shocked. A naked man was crawling out of my basement wall. What was going on? No matter how hard I tried to stay in the basement all afternoon, there were things that eventually forced me to go upstairs. One of them was a bathroom break, but I tried to take care of everything all at once. After using the toilet, I quickly made myself some dinner, and of course, in my rush, I managed to cut my finger, so I had to deal with that too, but at least it gave me an idea. I brought water and dinner down with me, and embarrassing as it is, I also brought a bucket to, do my business in. I was worried Jack might come through while I wasn't there. I also brought down a pair of pants. They were the same old ones I used when painting the house. Now I figured Jack could wear them, since the lower half was already fully exposed, and staring at a naked man wasn't exactly comfortable. Once I had all that sorted, I followed through on my idea. I had brought the kitchen knife with me, the one I'd used to slice tomatoes for dinner. I wanted to check if Jack was really human. I grabbed his right hand and gently cut into it with the knife. Didn't go deep. If he was just a regular guy, I didn't want to seriously hurt him. But there was no blood. Not a drop came out of his skin. Jack, what the hell are you? I backed away from the body sticking out of my wall. Jack just flailed his arms. He scrawled something on the paper. I'm human. I haven't hurt anyone. I don't deserve this. I didn't know who or what to believe, but one thing was clear. The knife was staying with me, and I wasn't taking my eyes off him. Unfortunately, the bucket turned out to be a bad idea. By evening, I had to use it twice. Because of that, the basement started to stink pretty badly. It wasn't exactly pleasant to sit around in that kind of smell. I ran upstairs, emptied the bucket, and used the toilet again. I did it as fast as I could, but even so, when I came back down, I was shocked. Jack was almost completely out of the wall. Only his shoulders and everything above them. His neck and entire head were still stuck inside. The old paint-stained pants I had put on him had slipped off, because Jack was shorter and slimmer than me. So once again, he stood there completely naked, like some twisted mannequin. The sight always horrified me. Whenever I came downstairs, I quickly pulled the pants back up on him, at least to cover his lower half. And once again, the doubts began to gnaw at me. Jack looked like a completely normal man. True, I still hadn't seen his face, but his body looked like that of an average man in his 30s. Still, the suspicion lingered. Why didn't he bleed? How did he get into my wall? I decided I wouldn't go back upstairs for a while. I was going to stay there, really wait until Jack came out of the wall. The evening dragged on. It got harder and harder to stay awake. I didn't even want to move from my chair. I just stared at the headless body hanging from my wall, until finally sleep overtook me. I woke up with a start, like someone who'd overslept and missed their alarm. But what really shocked me, Jack was gone. There was no body hanging from the wall, and worse, the basement door was wide open. I climbed up from the basement cautiously. I held the knife in front of me, gripping it tightly. Whatever this was, if Jack tried to attack me, I would defend myself. But nothing like that happened. The hallway was empty. The bathroom seemed empty too. It was in the kitchen where the surprise awaited me. A bald man was standing by the window in my half-finished kitchen. He was looking out, his back turned to me. He was wearing the paint-stained pants. It was Jack. "I see you've made it out, Jack," I said to him, still gripping the knife tightly, ready to strike. Jack didn't answer. He just kept staring out the window, looking into my backyard with his back to me. "If you need help, we can call someone. Or, I don't know," I continued, still trying to sound diplomatic. "They told me no one would be here," Jack said suddenly. His voice was calm, kind, and polite. "What do you mean?" I asked, confused. "Sorry," Jack said emotionlessly. "No one can know where I came from." Then, without warning, Jack turned around and grabbed a knife from the kitchen counter. I just stood there stunned because Jack had no face. His head was just a smooth, pale surface. No features, no mouth, no eyes, like a freshly painted wall. I barely managed to dodge when I snapped out of it. Jack charged at me again, but this time, I didn't just stand there. I swung my knife and slashed his arm. It cut in, but it was like he didn't even feel it. There was no blood, not a single drop. Still, Jack didn't hold back either. As my knife was lodged in his arm, he grabbed his own knife and stabbed me in the side. I let out a scream of pain. But this thing, it didn't stop. He ripped the knife out of my side and came at me again. I tried to defend myself. He stabbed into that instead. I screamed again and pushed him away with all my strength. Jack pulled the knife out of my arm and then slashed me across the stomach lengthwise. At that point, I was bleeding from almost everywhere. I realized I had to run, somehow. Jack wasn't human. Shoving him, punching him, stabbing him, it didn't do anything. I tried to get out of the house, but the stabbing made it hard to move. I collapsed between the kitchen counter and the sink. Jack stood over me. That strange, faceless head stared right at me. His body was covered in blood. My blood. I thought it was over. This thing was going to kill me. Then I heard someone knocking at the door. "Neighbor, are you okay? What's all that yelling? Do you need help?" It was a man's voice. The neighbor who had invited me to the garden party. I silently thanked whatever prowess existed that he heard me screaming. But Jack didn't wait. He plunged the knife into me again. I tried to fight back, but the strength behind that blow was inhuman. He stabbed me in the gut. I screamed again, and that's when the neighbor broke down the door. Jack, like a thief caught in the act, ran. Just before I passed out, I saw him crash through the glass door to the backyard and sprint away into the night. Then everything went black. The doctors said I was incredibly lucky. If my neighbor had found me just a little later, or hadn't called the ambulance right away, I would have bled to death right there. I didn't tell the police anything. I said the attacker was wearing a mask, that I couldn't see who it was. It was better this way. They never would have believed me, that a faceless man who climbed out of my basement's wall had stabbed me. I thought a lot about what Jack said while I was recovering. I had plenty of time. It took me over half a year to recover from my injuries. Who told Jack that no one would be at that house? And where did he even come from? I had a lot of questions. But one thing I was sure of, if Jack ever came back, or if someone else ever came into our world through my wall, I wouldn't be so useless next time. I wouldn't be caught off guard. Again. The town I grew up in was strange. That statement typically garners a fair bit of narrative intrigue when I say it in person, but peculiar childhoods seem to be alarmingly common among the contributors that skulk about this particular forum. So allow me to be more specific. My hometown was professionally strange. 5.5 square miles of humble farmland that doubled as a hotbed for the unexplainable and the uncanny. Strangeness was our lifeblood, the beating heart of our economy, attracting tourists from 3 states over with rumors of the closely kept secrets lurking within our one-of-a-kind showroom, an orphanage for the enigmatically aberrant that was simply titled Curbside Emporium. That strangeness used to be the love of my life. Now I'm starting to suspect it'll be my tomb. But hey, it isn't all bad news. At least I'll finally be a part of it. That is what I wanted, right? The way my parents tell the story, Curbside Emporium was my first true passion. Something that really put life behind my eyes. To borrow a lovingly dumb expression from my dad, the mystique of the various oddities seemingly bonked my consciousness into second gear. Makes it sound like I was an exceptionally dull toddler before that day, glazed over and fashionably disinterested, until I glimpsed Miss Sapphire, the world's only sparkling blue tapeworm, and then, voila, I was awakened. Not to veer too far off track, but have you ever heard of the Mutter Museum? It's a lovely little gallery nestled in a quaint section of Philadelphia's downtown, collecting and curating a wonderful assortment of oddities. The lady whose body turned to soap, the world's largest colon, a plaster cast of two conjoined twins, Curbside Emporium, and by extension my hometown, are certainly comparable. The amount of strange things stuffed within a single location, the raw density of it all, inspired a deep thrum of nostalgia within me when I visited the Mutter Museum for my cousin's wedding a few months back. Yes, you can in fact get married there. Why in God's name would you want to? Well, if it reminded me of home, it must have reminded my cousin and his high school sweetheart of home too. And that's probably as good a reason as any to select a venue. Plus, Curbside Emporium doesn't have a reception hall. There's one key difference between the two, however. The Mutter Museum imports its strangeness from all over the globe. My hometown? We've never had a need to outsource like that. Strangeness springs up around us like weeds, whether we like it or not. Let's put it this way. Whatever cosmic radiation stirs within the waters of the Bermuda Triangle, the same radiation seems to stir within the soil of our small, podunk stretch of land. Assuming you believe the anomalous exhibitions aren't a series of well-intentioned hoaxes, of course. As a kid, that thought never crossed my mind. It felt like a lie too cruel to even exist. Family and friends quickly learned that disbelief was akin to blasphemy in my eyes. My parents sidestepped many a screaming match between my older sister and me by prophylactically outlawing Curbside Emporium talk at the dinner table. Begrudgingly, I complied, as long as she didn't disparage those consecrated halls. Then I wouldn't argue she had crap for brains. Tit for tat. To be clear though, she was right to be skeptical. First off, the unassuming layout and hokey decor didn't exactly scream scientific integrity. It was the second tallest building in town, squeezed tightly between the fire station and our local burger joint, marked by a piece of ostentatious neon signage that rose unnecessarily high into the air. I loved pretty much everything about Curbside Emporium. Excluding that sign, it made no earthly sense. The nearest interstate was 10 miles away, and the tallest building in town was the adjacent fire station. Who was the elevation for? Birds? Angels? Distracted, low-flying biplane pilots. Not only that, but the fluorescent green bulbs cost a small fortune and were prone to malfunction. For them all to work at once was nothing short of a miracle. The first R burnt out for what seemed like my entire freshman year of high school, making the sign read Cubside Emporium, which, to be perfectly frank, just sounds like a very odd, very specific porn outlet. Now, I get it was meant to be symbolic, not practical. A signal to visitors that Curbside Emporium was clearly the crown jewel of our otherwise no-name town. Still, the building itself was in a state of perpetual disrepair. Why not siphon money from the sign towards fixing the crumbling foundation of eradicating the carpenter worm larva that chewed up the floorboards every winter? But I digress. Disrepair didn't dampen the magic. Not for me, anyway. Walking through those oversized double doors, those towering slabs of dark oak that divided the dullness of the real world from the brilliant shimmer of dreamlike possibility, never failed to lift my spirits. The lobby set the tone for the showroom to come, with a palpable air of mystery and an abundance of kitschy charm. Shadows flickered in the dim lighting provided by scattered, gold-plated oil lamps and a centrally hung electric candelabra, with telescoping rows of gold teeth that glowed above the swaths of eager patrons. The color scheme leaned heavily on deep reds and dull golds, which made the room look simultaneously regal and cheap. A burgundy-colored carpet that could easily hide a spilled glass of Mariette, or a blood stain within its fibers. Gold tassels on the curtains separating the lobby from the showroom that matched the gold threads, embroidered into the curtain itself. Unlabeled knickknacks devoured every inch of wall space. At first glance, the ornamentation could appear chaotic. The more you looked, however, the more it seemed to fit together like pieces to a puzzle, implying some perverse method to the madness. Feathers dangled off the rim of a dream catcher to fill the U-shaped emptiness framed by the antlers of a taxidermy deer's head below. The borders of scenic painting fit snugly between the legs of an antique artisan's bench, which the owners had bolted upright, extending literally from the wall behind where Mr. Baker operated the ticket counter. Mr. Baker, to my knowledge, is the only confirmed employee of Curbside Emporium, a gaunt, joyless corpse of a man, always sporting a black tuxedo, an off-white button-down, and a golden cummerbund. Tickets cost at least $10, although you're technically permitted, and subtly encouraged, to give over 10. As long as that amount is an even number, Mr. Baker won't accept odd-numbered donations. Most people pay 10 on the dot, but I've seen bills as large as 100 deposited into the enormous gold cash register by Mr. Baker's skeletal, liver-spotted hands. Why would you pay over 10? Well, the simple answer is that it's good karma to support local business. There are more convoluted answers, of course. Baseless conspiracies spurred on by the message written in gold lettering above the curtain that leads to the showroom. The more of yourself that you give, the more of yourself that you'll see. Once you push through the thick crimson fabric and enter the cavernous showroom, the Gilded Age aesthetic disappears completely. Instead, the presentation is very plain and down to brass tacks, with wood panel flooring, eggshell-colored walls, and natural light provided through a trio of large windows along the wall furthest from the curtain. To me, this sharp contrast has always felt logical. The lobby establishes mystique via its flamboyant interior design. The showroom, in comparison, needs no crutch. The exhibitions speak for themselves. I've already mentioned my favorite, Miss Sapphire. Don't get me wrong, I'm no tapeworm enthusiast. The creature's bluish, crystalline exterior did little to mitigate the bubbling nausea I experienced when I imagined all 32 inches of it squishing around some poor cow's intestines. No, I was enraptured by the idea of it being one of a kind. That idiosyncratic quality really struck a chord within me. It made the creature seem powerful, and oddly important. There's only one extra long, blue-tinged tapeworm, and hey, you're looking right at it. Bow your head and pay your respects to the first and last of its kind. Not to mention the way they displayed Miss Sapphire's helped romanticize the creature. Its segmented body, held gracefully in the air by lines of nearly invisible string, with a watercolor illustration of a starry night attached to the inside of its glass box, acting as a scenic backdrop, which I think was meant to evoke the image of a traditional Chinese dragon flying over the countryside, rather than a parasite swimming through filth. And that's just a sample. There's the blackened bones of a man and a boy, which, presumably, fell from the sky and landed in our town back in the 80s, although no one actually witnessed a descent. No missing person reports could explain them. No commercial and or private planes were traveling overhead early that morning. a young woman, Erica, discovered the skeletons as she was walking her dog. As dawn broke, she saw them lying side by side on Curbside Emporium's front lawn, holding hands, vacant sockets peering up at the on-scene. Onlookers assumed they were father and son, based on the size difference, their clasped hands, and their narrow hips. Once the sheriff had been sufficiently convinced that they represented something anomalous rather than something acutely murderous, the strange bodies were added to the collection, and since Erica was the first to lay eyes on them, Mr. Baker granted her the distinct honor of naming them. She went with the first thing that came to mind, cheerfully admitting her lack of creativity. Thus she christened the bones Atticus and Finch, having just finished To Kill a Mockingbird for high school English. Of course, Atticus and Jem would have technically been more appropriate, given that the remains were canonically related, a father and his son, but she claimed those names didn't feel right. No one pushed back against the decision. She found them, so the responsibility of naming them was hers and hers alone. That's the rule. You get a plaque engraved with your name posted below the exhibition, too. There's a framed black and white photograph showing a farmer listed simply as Jim, leaning on a downturned pitchfork planted in the ground like a flag, beside a small, circular patch of earth blurred with motion, as if spinning. He named the phenomena flush dirt, on account of the soil's toilet-like churning. Supposedly, his boots sank into it like quicksand when he stumbled upon the anomaly. Only lasted for a day or two before the ground's physical properties spontaneously reverted to normal. There's Philip and his wooden flute that, for a brief time, when played, supposedly emitted noises that sounded like human speech in an unknown language, rather than its normal whistling. More than a little disturbed, Philip happily gifted the instrument to Curbside Emporium, but refused to play along with the tradition, offering no name for the anomaly. According to the mythos, when Mr. Baker prompted him a fourth time, unwilling to take the thing off his hands without a name, Philip replied, "Listen, I don't want to." From then on, the flute became known as "Listen, I Don't Want To," which had an oddly appropriate ring to it, given the backstory. Every bit of it was magic. Every story, every relic, every inch of that place spoke to me. So when I was finally old enough to wander about town without supervision, my mission became clear. I was going to find something anomalous. I was going to have a plaque with my name carved on it. I was going to earn my place in the showroom. In the end, I succeeded in achieving those goals, but only partially. I discovered something wildly inexplicable, a story worthy of Curbside Emporium. I don't believe I'll be getting my plaque, though. Not in the way I imagined it, at least. When I first conceived of my so-called expeditions, they were not such a lonely affair. Sometimes I had more than a dozen kids following my lead, digging holes, overturning rocks, looking towards the sky for the first glimpses of more heaven-rejected bones, hoping to catch wind of an oddity. For them, though, it was a fad, something to be discarded once a new, shinier hobby came along. Years passed and the team shrank. The number of kids I considered friends dwindled into the single digits. By the time I turned 10, it was just me and Riley, and he only came because I was so insistent. Eventually, even Riley had become fed up with the pursuit, but unlike the others, we remained friends, despite our diverging interests. Honestly, my parents were more worried about my social situation than I was. They didn't want to witness their son tread the path of the outcast, consumed by what they considered a fruitless passion. Sure, I missed the banter, missed the sense of belonging, too. The rejection was more than a little painful. There was an upside to the solitude, though, something I didn't mention to my parents. If I were the only person on an expedition, that meant I didn't have to share the credit when I inevitably found something. More plaque space for my name, More glory for me. I could tell my fanaticism scared them. It was in the way their faces contorted when I gushed about Curbside Emporium, all shifting eyes and half smiles, like they didn't want to support the hobby, but they didn't want to strike me down either. Unspoken prayers that the fire would go out just as long as they didn't give it any more oxygen. I certainly didn't soothe their concern when I returned from one of my first solo expeditions with a discovery in my backpack, beaming with pride. I can't believe it. I honestly can't believe it, but I think I found something. The first of its kind. Do you have Mr. Baker's number? I need to donate it right away before it gets rotten. I'm going to name him Volcano Bug, I think. The blunt but forceful odor of decay exploded from my backpack as I unzipped it and unveiled my discovery. Reluctantly, I allowed my father to examine the dead critter, holding it upside down by the tip of its tail and spinning it. Enough, Dad, we gotta call him. We gotta call him quick, I pleaded. It wasn't obvious from the specimen alone. The shrill anxiety creeping into my voice likely gave me away. Needless to say, we didn't phone Mr. Baker regarding the salamander corpse perfectly coated in Sharpie ink. Later that evening, when my tears had dried, I admitted to drawing over the creature's scales posthumously, desperate to find an anomaly at any cost. The only thing that saved me from a much more significant punishment was that they believed me, or mostly believed me, when I claimed I hadn't killed the lizard specifically to fuel the lie, which was true, by the way. I'd stumbled upon the body face down, stuck in a small crevice between the sidewalk and the nearby dirt. From there, the scheme crystallized quickly. I feverishly went to work, watching myself scrape the marker over its brittle flesh like my mind was outside my body, lost within some terrible fugue state, a soul possessed. So when I finally found my anomaly, as opposed to fabricating one, I knew I had to be absolutely, irrevocably sure of its strangeness before I told anyone else, especially my parents. That discovery would come 4 years later. I was trekking along the eastern edge of town, engulfed in the song Zero by the Smashing Pumpkins, blaring from my new wraparound headphones, a gift I'd received for my 14th birthday the week prior. Technically speaking, I shouldn't have been searching there. The strangeness of my hometown did not immunize it from life's harsher realities. We, like many of Pennsylvania's small communities, struggled with heroin abuse, and the poor souls who succumbed to the drug's siren call insulated themselves in our town's eastern perimeter, injecting within the safety of its rundown infrastructure. My parents forbade me from wandering around that area, especially since I was alone most of the time. Naturally, I still searched the eastern side of town periodically, ignoring the agreed-upon restriction without a second thought. How could I resist? To know that there was a part of town unexplored, potentially harboring an anomaly? That would have driven me up the wall. I couldn't limit my search. That said, I didn't want them to worry, so I pretended to honor their request. When I found it, it wasn't what I expected. It couldn't be seen, couldn't be heard. No, my beautiful anomaly was something you felt. The air was cool, but it seethed within the hidden electricity of an impending storm. Though the sky was bright and cloudless, the soles of my feet ached from traversing the crumbling sidewalk. With its uneven cracks and jagged slopes, the nearest town was a quarter-mile down the road, an empty ranchero, with mostly boarded-up windows that served as a map marker. Once I reached that dusty ghost of a home, even I knew it was time to turn around. I was gazing up at the sky, that perfectly empty blue abyss, when I felt it. All of a sudden, my heartbeat turned rabid. Wild, boundless fear gnawed at the base of my skull. Sweat dripped from my torso by the bucketful, pouring from me at a rate that seemed liable to send me to the hospital. Critically dehydrated, starved kidneys screaming for water. It was all so automatic. I leapt backwards, sneaker catching on a crack in the terrain, nearly causing me to tumble into the broken ground butt first. My mind attempted to catch up with my body, scanning the horizon, eyes hunting for whatever threat had sent my nervous system into manic overdrive. A flock of blackbirds cawed somewhere above me. Wind blustered over my skin, turning my sweat icy. Electricity writhed within the atmosphere, making the hairs on my arm stand at attention. But there was still no visible signs of an imminent storm. No visible signs of anything, actually. The entire scene was motionless, bland, and docile. It didn't make sense. It didn't match what I felt. Where was the danger? What in God's name had I just become attuned to? That's when it hit me. Pangs of excitement thumped within my chest. Whatever this is, it could be my anomaly, I thought. So, against my instincts, I crept forward, tiptoed over the weeds springing from the shattered sidewalk slowly, carefully. My fear rose accordingly. Every step inspired another ounce of terror. But, for the life of me, I couldn't determine why. One more step and my hands trembled. 2 more steps and my vision softened, blurring, dimming. 3 more and I'd reached my limit. I physically couldn't force myself further. Once again, I scanned my surroundings. It must be right here. If I can't push myself forward, this is it. It's gotta be right in front of me. I peered down. At first, all I saw was a normal, thoroughly unremarkable square of sidewalk. But that's just it. The concrete was normal, uncracked, clean, no invading shrubbery, no cigarette butts, no brown crystal shards that once formed a beer bottle. It was perfectly normal, so much so that it was distinctly out of place. I squatted down, sat on my haunches, and inspected it closer. Watched the thing like I was waiting for it to flinch, and thus would be required, by the laws of the cosmos, to divulge its arcane secrets. After 10 minutes, my calves started to burn, so I sat down and crossed my legs, still observing the potential anomaly with a retrospectively embarrassing level of intensity, never once letting my eyes wander. Hours passed, the perfect sidewalk refused to flinch, and I still couldn't step on it without experiencing immediate, mind-melting panic. Trust me, I tried. As the sun dipped down, threatening night, I considered leaving, but the story of Jim and his flush dirt flashed through my mind, and I recalled that his phenomena had spontaneously disappeared after a day or so. That fact kept me tightly glued to the ground. I wouldn't allow it to slip through my fingers. The thought of missing my opportunity made me feel decidedly ill. I just needed to figure out what I was looking at, or, at the very least, determine how to document it. As if the universe heard my prayers, a line of black ants emerged from the dirt and began silently traversing the blemish-free concrete, seemingly unbothered by whatever was holding me back. I watched them with bated breath. They started their march at the left-hand corner, closest to me, continuing diagonally across the sidewalk. Suddenly, the one leading the charge pivoted course, although there was nothing blocking their path. The turn was awkward, unnatural. The insect reared on its hind 2 legs and spun its body 90 degrees to the right. When the ants trailing behind the first reached that same spot, they pivoted too, identically. I sprung to my feet, biting my nails, starstruck by what was transpiring. The strange pivots continued, all sharp and unprompted, each mirrored by the insect that followed. After a few minutes, a black shape began to materialize. This half circle with 2 stout, pegged protrusions, outlined by the procession of living dots. More soldiers crawled from the grass, and more of the image emerged. Eventually, the last of the line dragged itself from the earth and onto the concrete. To my absolute astonishment, they seemed to have the perfect number of volunteers. When the last ant pivoted, the first was there to connect them all together. The shape was complete. The march stayed strong, and the pivots continued, so the shape never lost its form. An oval with 3 closely clustered pegs on top and 2 more distantly spaced pegs on the bottom. A 5-toed cog twisting within the belly of some divine machine. The whoosh of a passing trunk sundered my hypnosis, and I came crashing back to reality. Just seeing it wouldn't be enough. I needed proof. I bolted towards home. I figured I could spare the few seconds required to keep my parents off my back when I didn't come home that night. I swung open the screen door and screamed. "Staying at Riley's tonight." Didn't stay for their response. Both cars were parked in the driveway. One of them must have heard me. Plus, they'd been pestering me to spend more time with friends anyway. Doubt they would have told me no. As the orange glow of twilight began to dim, I sprinted to Riley's. He was the only person I knew who owned a camera, and the only person who still had a faint, lingering interest in Curbside Emporium. I was confident I could convince him to lie to his parents, tell them he was sleeping at my house. With a seemingly heavy heart, he trudged from his stoop to grab his digital camera, agreeing to accompany me across town in the dead of night. Because of me, he'd never return home. Because of my obsession, he'd never sleep in his own bed again. I used to feel ashamed about my involvement in his disappearance, though as of late, I don't know that I have regrets. Don't know that I have any regrets at all. "A shape made of ants?" Riley asked, voice dripping with sarcasm. Grass crunched beneath our boots. The moonless night provided meager illumination. Still, I could tell Riley was smirking like an idiot. "Listen, it'll make more sense when you see it," I replied, but he cut me off. "Was the shape a middle finger? That would scare me too." I sighed, but threw a sheepish grin. "Wow, yeah, how'd you know?" I chuckled and gave him a gentle push. "Ow, dude, watch it. Collarbone," he remarked theatrically. "God, man, that was 2 years ago. When am I finally going to be let off the hook?" "Never. The fracture may be healed, but my mental scars, Lord have mercy, they ache," he said, adopting a southern twang for the last 2 words. Riley was tall, athletically gifted, and as far as I could tell, fairly handsome. He had all the ingredients to develop social standing. Because of that, I wasn't too surprised when he started phasing himself out of my expeditions. A tiny bit hurt, yes, but not shocked. Riley was a good friend. He wanted to keep me around in spite of my desperately uncool interests. So he browbeat me into attempting some more mainstream hobbies. To that end, his family took me snowboarding in the Poconos one winter. I was a mess on the slopes. Crashed into Riley and sent him chest first into the trunk of a tree, turning his collarbone to rubble. Shattered the bone into 8 distinct pieces. From then on, we agreed to keep our hobbies separate while remaining friends. Common ground be damned. Maybe if you weren't so menopausal, the bone wouldn't have completely disintegrated. Thing's brittle as heck. I mean, 8 screws, really? You needed 8 screws to hold that toothpick together? He pushed me back, laughing. For a moment, I forgot about everything. Curbside Emporium, the relentless pursuit of strangeness to call my own, the ants and the shape in the sidewalk. For once, I wasn't trapped in the endless labyrinth of obsession. I just felt warm, unabashedly, transcendently warm. Which made what Riley said next hurt that much more. Yeah, well, at least I didn't spend all my free time walking around town by myself, searching for make-believe like a loser. Based on his inflection, I don't think he intended the statement to be so pointed. A slip of the tongue. Regardless, the damage was done. I said nothing in response. We were close to our destination. I put my head down and just kept walking. For all his positive traits, Riley had one major flaw. He was stubborn to a fault, and prone to doubling down. Oh, come on, man. Don't be a baby. You have to know that it's fake. No scientist is verifying that crap. Whoever owns the place doesn't let anyone test the stuff. Like a real museum. It's all just, I don't know, smoke and mirrors, sleight of hand. It's a trick. Dejection curdled in my gut like decades-old milk, transforming into the emotion I'd never felt before. Rage. You'll see, I whispered. Then I ran ahead. Out of the grass and onto the sidewalk. We were only a block away. The most vulnerable piece of myself needed to beat him there. Confirm it was real, which would mean that it was all real, and Riley would have no choice but to eat his words. My sneakers squished across the uneven concrete. Crisp night air inflated my lungs by the gulpful. Static electricity sizzled over my exposed skin. As I felt the faintest echoes of fear, I began to slow my pace, sprinting to jogging to just plodding forward while breathing heavy. The fear rose, seething, setting my blood on fire. Eventually, abruptly, I hit an impasse, physically incapable of pressing forward, and there it was. A perfectly normal slab of concrete, a lonely raft adrift in a sea of decay. But there wasn't a single ant to be seen. I felt myself deflate. I could practically hear my confidence hissing like a tea kettle as it leaked through my pores, rising into the night. Never to be seen again. Before I could sink too deep in the mires of self-loathing, something startled me. From about 50 feet away, Riley was shouting, but the message made no sense. Hey, who is that? Quickly I spun around, did a full 360-degree rotation. There was the boarded-up house at the end of the road, the field we'd been walking through to arrive at the eastern edge of town, the flickering street lamps, and nothing else. Not a soul to be seen anywhere. Are you all right? He bellowed. Seriously, who is that, standing behind you? A little delirious, I shrugged, chuckled, cupped my hands over my mouth and shouted back at him. Genuinely. I paused for a moment, panting. I have no idea what you're talking about. He started barreling towards me, shoulders angled like a quarterback. All I really felt in that moment was disorientation. That changed once Riley was close enough that I could appreciate his expression under the sickly glow of the street lamps. His eyes were wide. His skin had turned table salt white. The muscles in his face looked taut, almost spastic. Riley was terrified. Moreover, he could see something, someone on the sidewalk behind me, someone who made him worry for my safety, someone who looked dangerous. Right as it all began sinking in, there was a shift in Riley's demeanor. In the blink of an eye, he'd stopped charging, sprinting with abandon one moment, walking gingerly the next. His panic disappeared, leaving his face unsettlingly blank. My head swiveled between the perfect sidewalk and my friend, side to side, back and forth, trying to understand what he was witnessing and what it was doing to him. He was about to pass right by me when I put my hand on his breastbone and held him there. His heart rate was slow, downright languid, but it was incredibly forceful. Each beat practically detonated inside his chest, pulses reverberating up my arm every few seconds. What's happening, Riley? I pleaded. His eyes were open, but only slightly. He's been waiting for me, he stated. Words failed me, felt like my throat was caving in on itself. The five-toed man says it's my time. I kept my hand on his chest, clasped his wrist in my other hand, and gently began tugging him away. Riley, this was a mistake. We need to go. Briefly, it seemed like I was making headway, although his eyes remained fixed on that perfect bit of sidewalk. His legs were moving with mine, away from whatever was luring him closer. Then I heard the last thing he ever said to me. Don't worry. It'll be your time soon enough. He gripped his digital camera tightly, like it was a stone, and in one smooth motion, sent it crashing into my head. I collapsed, falling from the sidewalk onto the road, groaning, vision swimming, sticky warmth trickled down my temple. When my eyes focused, all I could see was the night sky, moonless and grim. Riley grabbed my hands and dragged me off the street back onto the sidewalk, laying me at the foot of the anomaly, the five-toed man, like an offering. The word wait quietly spilled from my lips, but it fell on deaf ears. I saw the silhouette of my best friend arc the blood-stained camera over his shoulder. I didn't feel an impact. The world just faded away. When I came to, it was morning. The woman who owned our town's pharmacy was kneeling beside me, asking what happened, asking if I was all right. Her truck idling nearby. Memories of the night before trickled in painfully, a cheese grater rubbing against my concussed brain. "Where's Riley?" I muttered. Before the ambulance arrived, I was able to get myself upright. I stumbled to where I thought that perfect bit of sidewalk was, but to my horror there was nothing. All the concrete was equally dilapidated. Whatever had been there before was gone. Later that week, I found myself in a police station being interrogated about Riley's disappearance. "What drugs were you on?" I stared at the officer, eyes wide with disbelief. "We weren't on anything. I haven't even had beer before, let alone drugs." He clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Really? Y'all were sober? Sober on the east side? Taking pictures of yourself in the middle of the night?" My heart fell into my stomach like an anvil. "What do you mean pictures?" He pulled 4 high-quality printouts from a manila envelope and threw them in front of me. They were all almost identical. We were standing on the sidewalk, arms around each other's shoulders, looking into the lens, only visible from the waist up due to the way the shots were angled. Looking at the empty air above our shoulders made me squirm. In each picture, Riley's face was concealed behind what appeared to be motion blur. My face, on the other hand, was cleanly visible. I was smiling, blood streaks glinting against the camera's flash. Who could take thousands of pictures like these sober? My voice trailed off. Finally, he asked the question that's plagued my broken psyche for decades. "Who's behind the camera taking the photos? Who else was with you that night?" To the officer's frustration, to my parents' utter disappointment, and to Riley's parents' absolute indignation, I didn't have an answer. I didn't have a name to give. I still don't. So I said nothing. Riley was pronounced legally dead 2 years later. The town assumed he got caught up in the drug trade somehow, kidnapped and killed because he owed the wrong person money. I knew that wasn't true, but I couldn't provide a better truth, so that became his story. But I think I found that better truth. It was inside Curbside Emporium all along. Like I mentioned at the beginning, I attended my cousin's wedding in Philadelphia a few months back. I hadn't planned on attending. As soon as I turned 18, I left Pennsylvania with no intention of returning. Out of the blue, though, my cousin called me, practically begged me to attend, claiming the family missed me, so I relented. Sure didn't feel like they missed me at the wedding, though. Everyone leering in my direction with that all-too-familiar look of thinly veiled disgust. Even my cousin seemed surprised to see me, which was a little bizarre. Only got more bizarre when I thanked him for convincing me to come at the reception. He denied ever calling me in the first place. From there, though, it was already too late. The seal was broken. My trajectory felt inevitable, no matter how much I wanted to resist. Yesterday I handed Mr. Baker a $100 bill, pulled back the curtain and walked into the showroom. It wasn't so bad, not nearly as bad as I imagined it would be, I guess. In fact, the nostalgia was sort of sedating. Took my time wandering around. It was all exactly as I left it. I even grinned when I passed by Miss Sapphire. Eventually I found myself in front of Atticus and Finch. Those blackened, anomalous bones that seemingly fell from the sky in the 80s. It was never my favorite exhibit, so I had no intention of lingering, but a faint shimmer caught my eye. I tried to ignore it, but I still ended up standing in front of the glass, squinting at the shimmer. Don't know how long I just stood there, eyes glazed over and catatonic. I'd never noticed the shimmer before. It certainly couldn't have been new. How could I never have noticed it before? I rubbed my eyes, mashed them around in their sockets until their soft jelly hurt. Even slapped myself across the face once. No matter what I did though, the shimmer didn't change. The light was reflecting off something buried in Finch, the smaller of the pair, a gleaming drop of silver jutting slightly from his collarbone. There was no denying it. It was a screw. My neck creaked forward. I was standing in such a way that my reflection overlapped with the other, larger skeleton, Atticus. We seemed to be a perfect fit. I haven't slept since. I know that I'll return to the east side of town. Eventually I will, because it feels like it's about my time. The five-toed man is going to make something out of me. Something important. I never got my name on a plaque, but I suppose in a way this is better. Honestly, I'm just happy to know that I'll be with Riley again. We'll fall through the atmosphere, together, land in front of Curbside Emporium, together, and maybe if I'm lucky, if Riley's forgiven me, we'll look up into the sky together, and I'll feel that perfect warmth again. This is something I should probably be speaking about with a therapist. I know, I would, or I have been, but that's not really an option anymore. In fact, I couldn't tell you how many times I've told this story to various medical professionals. I'm 30 now, 20 years since it happened. I just wanted to stop. I was a pretty average kid, I think. A little weird, but every kid is a little weird. I had an older sister, and we fought like two cats. I had a couple good friends, most of whom lived on my street or one street over, and we would meet after school and play until it was time for dinner. My life was fairly ideal. I played soccer, I think. Honestly, I have a lot of trouble remembering much of my childhood. But I remember that I got a Nintendo DS for my 10th birthday, and we had a big party in the backyard. Practically the whole neighborhood showed up. My birthday was just before school got out for the summer, so the air buzzed with excitement, and the evening was warm and felt more alive than other nights. The grown-ups started a fire in our little fire pit, and they sat around it and drank beer until we ran around. I was allowed to stay up past when I usually went to bed. And the other kids chased fireflies with me and roasted marshmallows until late. I remember going to bed happy, excited for summer, and exhausted. I fell asleep quickly. The peel and stick glow in the dark, stars and moons shining on the ceiling above my head. Waking up the day after my birthday, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. I hadn't had a nightmare. It wasn't that. I had slept better than I could really remember ever sleeping. It was late, I realized. That must be it. My mom usually woke me up around 8 if it wasn't a school day. She said it was a good habit to be in the routine of waking up early and starting your day on the right foot. By the light streaming in from my windows and the slightly muggy heat in the room, I figured it was already 10 a.m. or so. I smiled, sliding out of bed. It must have been one final birthday treat, letting me sleep in. She had let me sleep in the day before, too, of course, although on my birthday itself, I had wanted to get up as early as possible. "Mom?" I called out into the hallway, poking my head out the door. No answer. I frowned. It was Saturday, so my dad was definitely already at work. But my mom wouldn't be. My sister wouldn't be home either. She had left the night before to spend the night at her friend's house. She was 13 now, and allowed to have sleepovers, for which I was eternally jealous. I decided she must be out front in the garden. I put on a shirt and left my room. I smelled coffee, but there was none left in the pot. There were dishes in the sink, too, with remnants of eggs stuck to a pan. It wasn't necessarily alarming, but it was strange. Even on days I slept in, there was always breakfast left over for me. I opened the front door, opening my mouth to call out to my mom, but I instantly froze. Halfway up our walkway was the mailman. He was on the ground, sprawled out awkwardly on the cement. Fresh blood pooled beneath him in a gruesome splatter. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move. His limbs were bent at horrible angles. His face pointed away from me. It almost looked like something, some omnipotent force, had lifted him into the air and then slammed him back down. The package he must have been delivering lay a few feet away, the cardboard dented and soaked in red. I didn't need any confirmation he was dead. It wasn't a question. I had never seen a dead person before. Sometimes my parents had watched horror movies, but that hardly counted. I backed into the house and closed the door behind me. My mind was racing too fast, and my heart felt like it might burst out of my chest. Everything in my body was reeling, so much so that all I could do was move slowly, in a false sense of calm. "Mom?" I called out again, into the silent house, my voice breaking. "Mom, are you home? Something happened outside. Mom?" No one answered. The house felt way too quiet. All I could hear was the blood rushing in my ears. I had to brace myself against the wall as I made my way to my parents' room, because I was almost shaking too hard to hold myself up. "Mom?" I pushed open her bedroom door. It creaked, the sound almost deafening against the silence that blanketed the room. Our old gray cat, Gumbo, weaseled her way through the crack and slipped out into the hallway, brushing against my leg on her way. I saw a lump in the bed. For a moment I thought it was just pillows, but then I realized it couldn't have been. The bed was made and the pillows were accounted for, leaning against the headboard. "Mom, are you asleep?" It came out as a whisper, even though it wasn't like I had been trying to wake her up. I wanted her awake badly. I think I just somehow already knew. Something was hanging in the air, the heaviness, like the whole world had been blanketed in a thing that was empty and hot and dead. A desert popped into my head, a place that was so far away from everything and completely devoid of anything, devoid of life. When I pulled back the covers, the shock washed over me like an electric zap. Every one of my veins and bones and muscles felt 20 degrees hotter than they should have been. There was blood everywhere. I could barely see any section of the sheets that wasn't soaked in it. It looked like the cherry juice we sometimes made from the tree in our backyard, squashing the berries with our hands and laughing as the sticky syrup trickled down our wrists. Her eyes were open. Her mouth was open too, wide open, like she was about to scream. I gagged, stumbling backwards and almost falling down. My legs felt like they wouldn't work anymore. I was in a daze as I stumbled back to the kitchen. The eggs on the pan seemed like they were mocking me now. I knew my parents had told me what to do in an emergency, but all of that was gone from me now. This didn't feel like an emergency. It felt like a horrible nightmare. I pinched myself on the arm just in case. The neighbors. That was it. I was supposed to call my neighbors. The number was on a sticky note next to the phone. My fingers shook as I dialed the number. They picked up after 3 rings that felt like they took 1 year each. I heard a sort of cackling sound, like someone was moving the phone around. Hello? Hi. I cleared my throat, trying to get rid of the lump firmly lodged in the back of my tongue. This is Jackson from next door. I heard some sort of giggle, a choked one, like they were trying to hold it back, and then some hushed whispering. Hi, Jackson, the voice said. I assumed it was the mother, Mrs. Winston. Is everything all right? Can I help you with something? Something happened. My mom. Oh, honey, Mrs. Winston said, her tone gentle, but something about it felt deeply off. My stomach twisted. Why don't you head over here, We'll figure out what's going on together. Okay. I remember hanging up before she said anything else. Something about her voice was unnerving me. Still, I didn't know where else to go. I slipped out the back door so I wouldn't have to walk past the mailman, Gumbo, watching me go. I knocked on the neighbor's door. No answer. I knocked again. Still nothing. I stepped into the flower beds, peeling in through the windows. Someone was lying on the couch, their head tilted back like they were staring at the ceiling. For a moment, that was what I thought was happening, until I saw that their chest was opened up like a patient on a surgery table, all guts and organs and blood. So much blood. It was Mr. Winston, in his sweater vest and brown dad shorts. Dead like the mailman, dead like my mom. Something came over me, and I burst through their front door. It was unlocked, which I hadn't really expected, so I went tumbling into the room, landing on my stomach, my face slamming into the floor, face to face with Mrs. Winston, who lay dead in front of the phone. Her eyes were open too. There was a fly on one of them, crawling across the white, pulsing every few seconds to rub its hands together. I had started to cry. It was finally hitting me that this was real, not some dream, and I desperately wanted my mom. I scrambled to my feet, nearly throwing up when I realized my face was covered in her blood. I swiped at it with my hands, trying to wipe it away as quickly as possible. Then, instinctively, I licked my lips. Horrified, I braced myself for the coppery taste of the blood on my tongue, but it never came. It was sweet. I hesitated, trembling incessantly, before cautiously raising one of my red fingers to my lips. Sweet. Memories flooded my mind. Memories of baking with my grandmother, the sweet syrup we would sometimes pour into the mixing bowls. It was corn syrup. I ran to my father's work, which was on the other side of town. By the time I got there, I was close to passing out and drenched in sweat, but it had made it a little easier to get here with the road completely devoid of cars. There were some, parked on the side of the road or every now and then in the middle of it, but none of them had people in them. Some of them had blood, thick and red and gooey blood. The nice receptionist that was always at the front desk, and always gave me candy when my dad brought me in, had her head against the computer. Her hair was matted with red liquid, as if someone had ripped out entire chunks of her scalp. Before I could think too hard about it, I wiped my finger across the side of her head and licked it. It was sweet too. It felt like my brain was going to break, like I was standing on the edge of something completely incomprehensible. I shook the woman. She flopped like a rag doll. I sobbed, shoving her, and she slumped to the ground, her head knocking against the tiles. "Wake up," I screamed at her. "I know you're not dead." She didn't move an inch, just stared, unblinking, her mouth hanging half open. I ran into the room my dad usually worked in, scanning it for his workspace. I couldn't remember where it was, just that it was around halfway back, and close to the wall. In every cubicle someone was dead, Sometimes they look halfway peaceful, as if they'd been caught by surprise, but most of them were eviscerated in one way or another, entrails hanging out, bones showing, blood sprayed against the walls, even some with faces ripped clean off. It was like something unseeable had swept through the town on a rampage. But all of their blood was made of corn syrup. In a brief moment, I even touched one of the organs. Something that looked like a strange, deflated balloon, and it jiggled, but more like plastic than a human body. At one point I swore I heard a giggle behind me. I whipped around, but no one was there. I found my dad at the water cooler, sitting against the wall. Cone, paper cup, still gripped loosely in his hand. He stared straight ahead, blood leaking from his eyes, nose, and mouth, like he'd exploded from the inside. "Dad?" I whispered, grabbing his shoulder. "This isn't funny. Please stop." There was a strange look on his face that I could just barely make out through the red, almost like a smile someone would only make if they were trying very hard not to. I walked back home down the middle of the road, balancing on the yellow lines to have something to focus on, because I was fairly certain if I stopped walking, I wouldn't start again. When I got there, I climbed into bed and I closed my eyes. I didn't know what else to do. Eventually, after what must have been hours and hours of lying there, I drifted off into a restless sleep. I woke up to someone shaking my shoulder. I screamed, scrambling away from them, immediately wide awake and terrified. "Whoa!" My mom backed away smiling. "Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to scare you." I was breathing hard. I looked her over, clutching my chest. She was completely fine. She looked it, at least. She stood there in a white blouse and blue jeans, her hair tied up like always, her eyes bright and happy. What day is it?" Her smile faded, and she frowned a little. It was then that I noticed the smell of bacon wafting in from the kitchen. "It's Sunday, bud, remember?" 2 days after my birthday, so yesterday had been real. "What happened yesterday?" She placed the back of her hand on my forehead, tutting softly. "Did one of those neighborhood kids you play with get you sick, honey? Do you feel okay?" I dropped it because I didn't know what to say. I convinced myself maybe I really was sick. Maybe it had been some kind of feverish hallucination. And I was so relieved to see her, I didn't want to think about any of it anymore. I went to eat breakfast, sitting at the table between my dad and my sister, and everything was normal. But when I left the house later that day, I saw it. On the walkway leading up to our house, there was something pink on the pavement, a faint pink stain, like something sweet and red and sticky had been recently scrubbed away. Like I said, it's been 30 years. I've been feeling like I had almost recovered from that incident. I had asked everyone I knew countless times about that day, but none of them seemed to have any idea what I was talking about. But still, I had almost let it go, and it had never happened again. Not until today. Today I walked into my therapist's office. It seemed strangely quiet. There was usually music playing, something soothing and soft, and there were people in the waiting room and at the front desk typing on a keyboard. But today, nothing. No one. Silence. I let myself into Dr. Sheldon's office, perplexed, which is when I found her dead on the carpet, her blood sprayed across all the walls, even dripping from the ceiling. It was crazy, I know that, but I immediately tasted it. Sweet. I rolled her over and her eyes were open, a strange smile on her face. This time I did something I didn't think to do as a kid. I checked her pulse. She's alive. I don't know what to do. I can't believe they're doing this to me again. Do they think this is funny? There's a reason we're scared of the dark. The familiar discomfort when you're driving alone at night, even if you don't see anyone on the road around you. It's instinct, a warning built into your bones. Because there are things out there, beings we can't explain. They don't show up on camera, they don't care about your pepper spray. They follow rules. Ancient ones. Rituals, maybe. I don't know where they come from or who made them, but I've learned this much. If you follow the rules, they'll leave you alone. I just never thought I'd experience something like that behind the wheel of a damn cab. People think being a rideshare driver is simple, and they're right for the most part. You drive. You talk if they want to talk, you drop them off, you get paid. No real boss breathing down your neck, no office politics, no deadlines. Just the road, your car, and a playlist long enough to keep you entertained between rides. That's why I started doing it in the first place. After I left my old job, I didn't want to deal with people anymore. Not really. I'd been a mechanic for 20 years, ran my own shop until my knees gave out and my business went to crap. The rideshare apps came at the right time. I didn't have to smile if I didn't want to. I didn't have to fix anybody's problems. Just get them where they're going. During the day, it's easy. College kids heading to class, nurses pulling doubles, grocery store runs for people without cars. Honest, quiet work. Sometimes I'd even enjoy the small talk. I liked hearing about their lives. Felt like I was doing something good. Even if it was just 5 stars and a quiet thanks. But at night, things change. The air gets heavy. The people get strange. I remember when I first heard about the rules of the road after sundown. Not guidelines, not suggestions. Rules. They show up on the app the second the sun begins to set. And if you break one, well, let's just say you don't want to find out what happens. I'm sure this is very confusing to hear for the first time, so let me explain. Every night shift starts the same. Right after sunset, the app buzzes and emits a strange sound. Not a standard chirp a notification makes. Something dull and stringy, like a warning siren before a storm. On a much smaller scale, of course. The screen goes black just before a message appears in blocky text. Night shift protocol. Active between sunset and sunrise. 1. Do not look at passengers directly. Use the rearview mirror if you must. 2. Do not accept payment greater than the cab fare. Never take gifts. 3. Only process one ride at a time. Never allow multiple passengers in your car. 4. Make sure your final passenger is dropped off before sunrise. I review them every time, even though I've got them memorized. I don't know if the app updates them or if something darker is watching to make sure I read them. Either way, I never skip that screen. At least I don't anymore. I made the mistake of ignoring the rules once, and that was one time too many. I never really was a superstitious man. Back when I started doing nights, I laughed. Rules like these felt like a joke. Some edgy tech campaign or something. The kind of stuff that gets passed around on Halloween to show they're being hip and festive. But the thing is, these rules, they're the real deal. The consequences are even more real. I learned that the hard way. It started with something small, just a guy who insisted on paying double. He said he appreciated my service, said I looked tired and he wanted to bless me. He pulled out a crisp 100 and set it gently on the center console. I told him no. He insisted. I told him again. He smiled and slipped it into the cup holder. It's yours either way, man. I didn't touch it. Just left it there until he was gone. I mean, what's the harm? The guy looked unremarkable after all. A middle-aged gentleman with slicked back, salt and pepper hair. Reading glasses, t-shirt, and a vest. Gave me easygoing surfer vibes. Then I looked up in the mirror. He was still there. I heard him leave, heard the door shut behind him, and saw him disappear into the dark, but he was there, grinning. His eyes were all black. He mouthed something, but the words didn't match the movement, like a broken puppet trying to whisper a prayer. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I reached back, heart pounding. The seat was empty. He was nowhere to be found. Except for the mirror, he stayed there for the rest of the drive, just smiling, chatting away. I parked my cab in the farthest corner of my apartment's lot, locked the doors, and went inside. That $100 bill stayed exactly where it was, untouched, humming with some quiet, invisible pressure. I could feel its presence everywhere I went. Something was trying to make me go back for it. Spend it, maybe. I wasn't sure. But I needed help to make it go away. I contacted support through the app. There's no helpline, no human name, just a form with one question. Describe your incident. I typed everything. The passenger, the tip, the mirror. I waited. Felt so silly. 24 hours later, I got a reply. Protocol breach acknowledged. Remedial steps required before shift may resume. Burn the foreign currency. Avoid seafood for 2 full days. Thanks for contacting technical support. That was it. No apology, no explanation, just instructions. I picked up the $100 bill like it was a loaded firearm and was surprised by the weight of it. I went out to the alley behind my complex and set it on fire in a soup can. The flames hissed green for a moment, then evaporated. It didn't smell like money burning. It smelled like salt and old fish. I skipped sushi that week. Thankfully, I am not much of a fish guy. By the 3rd night, the app let me log in again, and like nothing ever happened, the rides returned. It has been pretty smooth sailing ever since. Not every shift is terrifying, some are just weird. Like the woman in the bright yellow dress who got in without saying a word and only whispered her destination. The bog. Or the man who didn't blink, stared straight ahead, and screamed every time we passed a fire hydrant. The weirdest ride I ever gave was from last November. It was around 3:12 a.m., the dead stretch of time where the world feels empty. I was parked near the outskirts of town, engine idling, watching a moth dive repeatedly into the windshield. A ping came through. There was no address, just coordinates. I almost declined. Nobody lives way out there. It's all farmland and old sheds. But I was behind on rent, and I was pretty good at following the rules at this point. The profile picture was blank. Name just said M. Fine, I accepted. As I approached the pickup spot, my headlights hit something standing in the middle of the road. A man. No, a figure. Very still, dressed in old-fashioned clothes. Black hat, long coat, hands folded in front of him like he was at a funeral. I stopped. He didn't move. I glanced at the app. The pin was directly on him. Against my better judgment, I rolled down the window a few inches. Hey, you M? The figure nodded once. I unlocked the doors and pulled up the rules panel on the app in my phone. Same rules as always. No change. I read over the first one for good measure. Do not look at passengers directly. Use the rearview mirror if you must. Right. He opened the back door and slid in. Didn't speak, just sat there, the seat creaking under his weight. I pulled away from the shoulder and merged back onto the main road. The silence was suffocating. I snuck a glance into the rearview mirror. At first I saw nothing. Then the mirror fogged up, as if someone had breathed on it from the inside. I wiped away the condensation with my thumb and nearly jumped in my seat at what was revealed beneath. The figure in the back seat wasn't looking at me. It was holding something. A large postcard pressed flat against its face like a mask. Long fingers curled around the edges, fingers with nails so long and yellow they looked rotted. Just the sight of them sent a cold wave down my spine. I leaned forward just slightly, enough to make out the writing. 2 words scrawled across the card in what looked like red ink. Or blood. I couldn't tell. Just drive, it said. I didn't ask questions. I drove. For 40 minutes, we cruised past silent fields, dead gas stations, and stretches of road I swear I'd never seen on any map. I didn't get a destination update. No timer, just me, the road, and whatever was sitting behind me. The silence felt thicker than usual. The only sound was the low hum of the engine and the occasional creak of the frame, like the car itself felt uneasy. I kept checking the rear view, but the mirror kept fogging up, over and over. I wiped it clean with the side of my hand, each time revealing the same thing. He was closer. At first he was sitting upright, stiff, almost mannequin-like. Next time he was leaning slightly forward, then his knees were nearly touching the back of my seat. His hat was old and stained, the brim tipped just low enough to hide most of his face. Torn in one corner, frayed like it had been dragged through gravel. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could feel them, like heat on the back of my neck. A cold sweat was forming along my forehead. I didn't know what to do. No name, no timer, no destination. That had never happened before. I gripped the wheel tighter and kept driving, heart pounding louder than the tires on the asphalt. What do I do if he doesn't leave? What if he just sits there until the sun comes up? Something bad would happen. I didn't know what exactly, but I knew the rules. This wasn't just another creepy fare. At exactly 4 a.m., he tapped the window twice. I pulled over. Before I could say a word, the door creaked open and slammed shut. I checked the mirror. Fog gone. Seat empty. Except for something left behind. There was a small envelope with one of those fancy wax seals. Inside was a bundle of tattered cash wrapped in a classy red bow. Not a cent over the fare. Thank God. I set it aside and sat there for a while just breathing. The car was finally quiet. Still. That night feels like it happened ages ago. I'm more seasoned now. Passengers without destinations? Common occurrence these days. Took me a while to realize they're not chasing a place. They're chasing a feeling, a reaction. They're insatiable like that. But I've learned a lot since then. I know better than to feed their desires. You give them the cold shoulder long enough and eventually, they leave. These days, I'm more composed. Like a prison warden ferrying rowdy inmates. I even bought a pistol. It sits in the glove department, mostly idle. But if someone in the back gets bold, starts creeping too close, a little flash of the barrel is usually enough. They growl, they curse. Slam the door behind them. Cab fare left on the seat. Not a cent overpaid. I don't bother being gentle. It's not like they can tip me. But tonight I am feeling a bit more anxious than usual. It isn't because of the job. Nope. Supernatural cab passengers are a walk in the park compared to what I have in store tomorrow. My son's getting married. I haven't been part of his life. Not really. That was my fault. I kept my distance after the divorce, told myself he'd be better off without me hovering around. No awkward visits, no clumsy father-son talks. Just space. But when the invitation came, I cried. I just sat on the couch clutching that envelope and cried like I hadn't in years. There's no way I was missing it. I've missed too much already. I should be resting right now, getting ready for the big day, but I needed to calm my nerves. For some odd reason, this job does it for me. Midnight hits, the app dings. First ride of the night. I take a deep breath and swipe to accept. Gotta focus. Just get through the shift. Then it's straight to the hotel. Change into the suit and head to the ceremony. The guy who gets in looks normal. Collared shirt, dark jeans, clean cut. He slides into the back seat without a word at first. I start driving. A few blocks in, he speaks up. Big night? I nod. Yeah. My son's getting married tomorrow. Oh, that's great. What's his name? I hesitate. James. He repeats it real slow. James. Strong name. What time's the wedding? 2, I say, eyes fixed on the road. He grins. That's wonderful. You must be proud. I give a tight smile but don't answer. Something about the way he's asking all this makes me uneasy. It's not the questions. People make small talk all the time. It's the way he leans in when he speaks, like he already knows the answers, like he's confirming something. We pull up to his drop-off. He thanks me, steps out, just stands there on the curb, staring through the rear window. I look straight ahead and pretend not to notice. After a few seconds, he disappears into the dark. I sit there in silence, hands still on the wheel. That was strange, even stranger than usual. Then it hits me. The rules. I forgot to check the rules tonight. I pulled up the app and swiped to the rules section. Crap. There's a new rule. Don't talk to the passengers about your personal life. I stare at the screen like maybe I'm reading it wrong, like maybe it's always been there and I just never noticed. But I know better. The rule wasn't there yesterday. My heart starts pounding. I pull over, open the app, and send a message to support. Something simple. There's a new rule. I broke it. How bad is this? What should I do? No reply. Silence ensued. Last time I broke the rules, it took 24 hours to respond. And I don't have 24 hours. Eventually, I pull back onto the road. I figure I'll do a couple more drop-offs, keep things simple. Maybe if I don't mess up again, everything will smooth over. The next few passengers seem normal enough. Quiet, but there's this weird vibe, a kind of smugness. A few of them chuckle under their breath. One guy keeps glancing at me in the rear view like I'm the punchline to some inside joke. Another girl won't stop smiling. Just this too wide grin like she knows some deep, dark secret about me. It starts to wear on me. By the third ride like that, my stomach's turning. And then it gets worse. My next pickup is a woman standing alone on the corner in full wedding attire. A long white dress, veil, bouquet. It looks clean. New. Not like a Halloween thing. This looks real. Expensive. She doesn't speak when she gets in, just hums softly. Then she starts singing, "Here Comes the Bride," over and over, whispered, off-key, like she's only half remembering the melody. The hair on my arms stand up. I drive in silence, try not to react. She keeps singing all the way to her destination, and just before she opens the door, she leans forward and whispers, "So, when's the wedding?" I say nothing. She tilts her head like a confused bird. Then she gets out and drifts off into the dark, dragging the bottom of the dress behind her. I'm breathing hard now, knuckles white on the wheel. Next ride, a guy in a wrinkled button-up shirt, tie hanging loose. He climbs in already shouting. He was a mechanic, and you know what? He was useless. Sat on his butt for 20 years and expects me to be grateful. I keep driving. He doesn't stop. My fiancé wants me to invite him. Can you believe that? To my own wedding? She doesn't know the guy. Hell, I don't even know the guy. He starts banging his fist on the seat in rhythm, like he's working himself up to something. I glance in the rear view. Big mistake. His eyes are wide, wild, red around the edges. There's something shiny in his lap. For a second, I think it's a phone. It's not. Without warning, he raises a pistol, sticks it under his chin, and pulls the trigger. A deafening pop. The windshield doesn't shatter, but I hear the spray hit the back window. He slumps sideways. The door opens on its own like someone was helping him out. I hear his body land on the sidewalk with a thump, and the door slams shut behind him. I don't stop. I don't check. I just keep driving. Like I said, I'm a seasoned driver now. Sad to say, this isn't the first time one of these loons popped themselves in the back seat to try and get me to turn around. I have bigger issues to worry about. The rule break hung heavy in my head, and I still haven't heard from support. The next passenger looked relatively normal. Clean cut, mid-20s, button-down shirt tucked into dark jeans. He smiled as he climbed into the back seat. Polite nod, no words. The last few rides had been unsettling to say the least, but this guy felt different. Not better, just different. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. Something in his silence felt smug, like he already knew me, like we'd done this before. We drove for 15 minutes without a word, then I pulled up to the hotel. He didn't move. I shifted into park and turned slightly, still not looking directly at him, just trying the mirror. This is the address. You are good to go. He stared at me, no change in expression, no acknowledgement, and then I heard it, a knock on the driver's side window. Dad? I nearly jumped out of my skin. I turned and there he was, James, my son, in his dress shirt and slacks, standing outside the hotel looking confused and a little nervous, the same hotel he and the groomsmen were staying at tonight. How could I forget? I forced a smile. Oh, hey son, just dropping something off. You nervous for tomorrow? He squinted at me like something was off. Yeah, can we talk? My stomach tightened. I had to get this guy out of the car. Sure, just let me finish this ride. I'll come inside after, okay? His eyes drifted past me to the back seat. Troy? He said. I froze. The figure in the back seat leaned forward, resting his elbows casually on the front headrest. His smile widened. Hey man, can you believe this? I ran into your pops and figured we'd do a quick beer run before the big day. Hop in. My blood went cold. No, that isn't Troy, I thought to myself. But I couldn't tell James that. I don't know what would happen if I did. This was bad. Really bad. No, James said, shaking his head in disbelief. Troy, you were just inside. You were with the guys. How did you get out here so fast? The figure didn't break character. He laughed like it was a shared joke between friends. James looked between us, clearly unnerved. Dad, who is that? I didn't wait for the thing in the back to answer. This couldn't go on any longer. I slammed the car into drive and tore out of the parking lot, tires screeching, engine roaring. In the mirror, James was yelling something, running after us. I couldn't hear him. You're gonna miss the wedding, the thing said, voice perfectly calm. That's not very fatherly of you. Shut up, I snapped. You're not getting in my head. Oh, come on, it cooed. Don't be like that. Your son talks about you all the time. To me, to everyone. I kept my eyes on the road, jaw clenched so tight I could feel it in my temples. Although he doesn't say good things. You are not a good father, Ben. Shut up, I hissed, tears bubbling in the corner of my eyes. You missed birthdays, missed milestones. What are you even doing now? Trying to show up at the last second and pretend it means something? I gripped the wheel harder. I wanted to slam the brakes, throw open the door and drag this thing out by whatever skin it had stolen. Oh, don't be like that, Ben. I have something that'll cheer you up, it whispered. Just keep driving, all the way until the sun comes up. I have something to show you. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. My phone buzzed on the seat beside me. James. Again. I didn't answer. The only sound in the car was the hum of the tires and that thing breathing behind me. Waiting. I wasn't sure what to do now. The passenger gave me a drop-off and refused to get out. That hasn't really happened before. There's no way for me to force it out either. Not without looking directly at it. If I couldn't get this guy to leave before the sun came up, I was screwed. It was useless. I pull over hard, tires kicking up dust on the shoulder of the road. The thing in the back doesn't flinch, just smiles like it's been waiting for this moment all night. I open the glove box and take out my Glock 45. Oh, it says. That didn't take long. You already getting tired of me, Ben? I don't answer. I close my eyes and take a few deep breaths. Oh, Ben, you don't have to do this. You're going to miss out on all the fun I have in store. I don't even turn around. I raise the gun behind me, steady my breathing, and pull the trigger. The shot is deafening in the confined space. I don't look. I just sit there, ears ringing, heart thudding. I wait for movement, for another voice, but there's nothing. I finally peek into the rearview mirror once again. It's slumped over in the seat, still smiling but quiet now, unmoving. I knew that wasn't going to kill this thing, but it still felt good. I just needed to shut it up for a minute. If it wasn't going to leave, so be it. I had to come to terms with that fact. I wasn't going to make it to the wedding. I was going to abandon my son. Again. This time for good. The least I could do was say sorry. Tell him I loved him. I just wish I could have done it sooner. Damn it, I wish I had more time. I pull out my phone, hands shaking. I try to call James back, but it goes straight to voicemail. I speak through the lump in my throat. Hey, it's Dad. I wanted to say I'm sorry. For everything. I should have been there for you. I should have been better. The thing in the back seat was sitting upright now, dusting off its blood-soaked shirt and slicking back the loose hair where the bullet exited. I started to sob into the phone. But I'm proud of you, James. I really am. Despite all my mistakes, you've done everything right, and I'm really, really happy I get to be at your wedding. The mimic was coughing now, pounding its chest with a closed fist. I heard a loud metallic clang as the bullet bounced off one of its teeth on the way out of its throat. I stifle a sob and take a deep breath before continuing. I love you so much, James. I'll see you soon, buddy. I hung up, tears running down my face, fogging up the screen. I sat there in silence for a few minutes. I watched as an orange glow began to rise from the horizon. It was almost sunrise. I closed my eyes and gripped the steering wheel in grim anticipation. This was it. I wasn't sure what happened if I broke this rule, but I knew there was no coming back from it. Tech support wouldn't be able to help me out of this one. Then I hear clapping. Soft. Slow. I look up. In the rear view, I see the thing clapping and wearing a wide smile. Only this time it doesn't look as smug. It appears sincere. Genuine. Nice job, Ben, it says. Really touching. It drops a handful of bills into the seat beside it and steps out of the vehicle. It ducks its head inside to give one final farewell. Congrats on your son's wedding. Then it was gone, just before the sunrise. I'm not sure why it decided to leave. All the night passengers want something. A reaction, a release. Most of the time it's something mean-spirited. They crave anger, heartbreak, desperation. Maybe this one was benevolent. Maybe it needed to experience something heartfelt, something real. God knows I needed it too. Just glad it's all over. I didn't take any more rides for the rest of the night. I went home, scrubbed the blood off the back seat even though there wasn't any, changed the air freshener even though it still smelled new, took a long hot shower, put on the suit I hadn't worn in years. When I looked in the mirror, I almost didn't recognize myself. I didn't look any different, but I felt different. I wasn't ashamed of the man that looked back at me. I was going to be a new person. I knew it was too late to be a good dad. I've been away too long to fix that. But he would always be my son, and he needed to know that I was never going to abandon him again. I got in the car, not for work, just to drive. To the wedding. And for the first time in a long time, I felt something that almost scared me more than a lifetime of ferrying supernatural passengers. Hope. The phone was in the glove compartment of my car. I hadn't opened it in ages. I never kept anything important in there, but now that I was finally cleaning out my ride, I found it. It looked exactly like mine, not just the same model. The screen crack was in the same place as on mine. The case matched perfectly, and even that fingerprint sensor was just as unreliable. This phone was identical to mine, except mine was in my pocket. So whose phone was this? I unlocked it. Same passcode as mine, same apps. Even the social media accounts were logged in, as me. Only one thing was different. A new app on the home screen labeled, "For Oliver." That message was clearly meant for me, and I don't know why, but it made the whole thing feel even creepier. What was even stranger, when I opened the app, it didn't show anything except a countdown timer. 34 hours, 11 minutes, and 55 seconds. It kept ticking down, but what the hell was it counting toward? I didn't know what to make of it. I just tossed it back into the glove compartment. I didn't have time for this. I had a date tomorrow, finally, after so long. I had to get ready. The date went well. We had dinner at a restaurant, then took a walk, and since I figured it was the polite thing to do, I offered to drive her home. But the moment we got into the car, I heard a strange sound, like someone crying softly in the background. The girl looked at me and said she thought it was coming from the glove compartment. I could see it on her face that she thought something was off. I opened the glove box quickly. The phone was there, the copy. It was vibrating and the app labeled "For Oliver" was lighting up. Its ringtone? A choked, agonizing sound like a woman sobbing in pain. Before I could say a word, she jumped out of the car and hurried off. Perfect. Now, thanks to this phone, I probably look like some lunatic. I figured it was best not to chase after her. First date, after all. Didn't want her calling the cops on me for harassment or whatever. The phone wouldn't stop. The crying looped again and again until I finally unlocked it. As soon as I did, the app launched on its own, the one addressed to me, and finally it went silent. The app looked like a photo gallery, but each album was locked with a timer, every single one counting down, except for the first. That one simply said, "Unlocked." I stared at the screen confused. What the hell is this? Then, though, I wish I hadn't. I opened the album. At first, there were just 3 images of a building, then a door, then an empty room, then another door, and finally the inside of that room too. The last few photos froze me in place. A bound woman lay on the floor, mutilated. Her head was missing. Various objects were stabbed into her torso. The floor and walls were soaked in blood. Total massacre. Grotesque. Surreal. like I'd stumbled into the middle of a horror movie. Without thinking, I jumped out of the car and hurled the phone as far as I could. I never wanted to see it again. I just went home. That was enough for one night. It was Saturday, so I slept in. Finally, some much-needed rest. Though those images still haunted me. What kind of sick thing was this anyway? Groggy and half asleep, I stumbled into the kitchen to make breakfast and coffee, but my heart skipped a beat the moment I saw the table. A phone was lying in the middle of the kitchen table, but it couldn't be mine. Mine was still in my hand. It was that copy again. Same appearance, same every little detail. And yes, that cursed app was still on it, full of folders. One album had already been unlocked. The next, still locked for another 13 hours, 14 minutes, and 48 seconds. I had zero interest in seeing whatever horror it was counting down to. I grabbed the phone, opened the window, and was this close to throwing it out from my 5th floor apartment. Surely it wouldn't find its way back from there. But then, one thought made me stop. The phone was logged in everywhere, to all my accounts. Even my banking app was open. If someone found it and looked through it, I'd be screwed. I figured the safest move was to wipe everything, so I reset it to factory settings. Finally, everything was gone. Or so I thought. The rest of my day passed quietly. I went grocery shopping, cooked, then played some video games. A typical Saturday routine. I was just putting away the leftovers when my heart nearly gave out. Someone was screaming, agonized, tortured wailing. I had no idea where the sound was coming from until I saw it again. That phone, lying on the kitchen counter. It was flashing, buzzing, and the app was activated again. This time it was a man's screams coming through, and it wouldn't stop until I opened the gallery. Once again it started with a house, an old, crumbling building, but not the same one as before. I didn't care. I wasn't going to look. I wasn't going to let this thing force me to witness another horror. I closed the gallery, set the phone down, and stood up. But it sprang back to life, beeping, buzzing, shrieking, and the screaming grew even louder this time. Panicked, I snatched it up again. Same app. Was this for real? Did I actually have to look at the images, or it wouldn't stop? I gave in. I looked. This time it was a man, naked, gutted. His face had been peeled off. All his fingers were missing. Chills crawled down my spine, not just from what I was seeing, but from the terrifying thought that someone intended these photos specifically for me. At least the screaming stopped. I simply couldn't fall asleep. Those images haunted me. What the hell was this? What kind of sick nightmare was I in? By nightfall, I'd had enough. I grabbed the phone, smashed it to pieces with a hammer, and dropped it in a glass of water. It's not going to screw with me anymore. But when I opened my eyes the next morning, there it was, lying on my nightstand, perfectly intact, right next to my real phone. Same model, same look, exactly like mine. I didn't have much planned for Sunday. I just wanted to rest. I had just started my daily routine when I heard a voice. A man's voice. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was desperate. Pleading. Suffering. Wailing. It was that phone again. Sitting on the little table beside my bed, screaming. I tried to turn down the volume, but nothing worked. The only thing I could do was open the app. Another album had unlocked. The new image set started with a building, and I recognized it. That place was near my workplace. A burned-out, abandoned apartment block no one had touched in years. I scrolled further, and there he was, a man tied to a chair. His tongue had been cut out, his eyes gouged. A screwdriver was jammed down his throat. It was a horrific sight, but what really shocked me? That man was my boss. Sunday afternoon, I had to calm down. I was completely panicked. I dropped by Robert's place. He's an old friend. I needed to talk to someone about the phone and the pictures, but when I tried to show him, the app wouldn't open. We tried everything. He looked at it by himself. I unlocked it and handed it to him. We looked together. I even tried showing it to him through a mirror. But the moment Robert could see the screen, the app just didn't work. I didn't dare throw the phone away. It had just come back. Or worse, it had opened for someone else and I'd get blamed for all of it. I even tried calling my boss. He didn't pick up. I don't think I've ever felt this kind of gut-wrenching anxiety in my life. Robert works night shifts as a sysadmin, so he had to leave for work. I drove home alone. Nothing weird happened on the way back. I reached the elevator at the same time as my downstairs neighbor, a kind middle-aged woman and her dog. They were just coming back from an evening walk. We chatted a bit in the elevator, and then a woman's voice echoed out. Wet, choking, guttural, like someone trying to scream while drowning. It was loud. The phone in my pocket buzzed and flashed. The woman didn't say anything else, just got off on her floor. I wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. I was so embarrassed. When I got home, I quickly scrolled through the pictures. Didn't even want to look. Just another victim. A tortured woman. Before going to bed, I scrolled a bit on my real phone. As for the copy, I threw it in the toilet and flushed it. I'd had enough. Lying in bed, I kept reading the news, and that's when I saw the article. A brutal murder happened right here in the city. The building looked familiar. It was the first photo from the phone, the first murder scene. The next day was Monday. Work was hell. Bob, my boss, didn't show up. No one knew where he was. And me? I felt like death. Nausea, dizziness, cold sweats, and the crushing feeling that everyone around me somehow knew what I knew. That I'd seen what happened to Bob. I kept thinking about going to the police, handing in the phone. But what then? They'd blame me for everything. They'd think I was crazy, especially if I couldn't even show them the pictures. That afternoon I went home, said I was sick. I just couldn't stay at the office, but one thought kept echoing in my head. I'll go to the next location. I'll see what's there. That same afternoon I bought pepper spray and a stun gun. I had to be ready. I needed to find some kind of clue, figure out who's behind this, or what the hell this phone even is. The app said the next album would unlock after that evening. 6 hours, 42 minutes, and 22 seconds. I was already on my way. The photos showed a factory building. I didn't recognize it, but Google's reverse image search helped. It was an abandoned industrial site on the edge of town. I was speeding toward it like a man on a mission. I'd made up my mind. I wasn't going to let this destroy me, and I had a plan. When I arrived, I saw it immediately. A light on in one of the upstairs offices of the factory. Someone was in there. That was the sign. I pulled out my phone and called the police. Told them a murder was happening. If anything happened to me, at least they'd know where to look. Getting inside was easy. One of the chain doors had already been busted open. In the courtyard, a gray van had parked. This was it. The killer was here. This could finally be over. My hands were slick with sweat, but I counted on the element of surprise. I couldn't take seeing another corpse on that cursed phone. I stood outside the door. Light leaked from underneath it. Strange sounds drifted out. A mix of gurgling, groaning, and whispering. I readied the stun gun and kicked the door open. The room looked empty, but in the far corner something was hidden beneath a large tarp. A standing lamp cast harsh light across it. I ran over and yanked the tarp down. The sight paralyzed me. 2 women lay on the floor tied together. Their bodies were mutilated, their insides torn out. They'd been gutted like animals. And next to them, a man crouched low, eating the organs straight off the ground raw. I couldn't move. My mind went blank. The man looked up slowly, and I saw my own face staring back at me. Bloodied, twisted, but it was me. I was the one crouching there. I was the one eating them. Me. I couldn't move. He stood up, kept staring at me, and then he smiled. A grotesque, smug grin, so proud, so cruel. "It'll be a lot easier like this," he said, blood dripping from his mouth. Then he turned and bolted through the back door, fast as a cheetah. Gone. And I just stood there frozen in place, my feet glued to the floor. Through the window, the red and blue flash of police lights began to flicker in. They had arrived. But my double was already gone. I'm sure at least some people will relate to this. My childhood was odd. At the time, I couldn't see that there was anything wrong with it. I couldn't understand it when things happened that weren't normal. I went to school, had friends, and played games like any other kid. I had loving parents and an annoying sister, just like many other kids my age did. My grandparents, aunts, and uncles would often visit. I didn't like when my grandmother came. She was a strict woman and, honestly, she scared me. I can remember vividly one summer she came over. She looked my sister and I up and down, then turned to my father and asked, "What about the other one? I thought you said get it over with and end this farce." He pulled her aside and told my sister and I to go play outside. She left that night and never came to visit again. There were so many things that I never learned should be questioned. I never comprehended that they were something I should question. Most of them felt small at the time. We had a picture of our family tree in our hallway, a long line of sibling pairs as far back as anyone remembered, and yet by each of them was space for a third. My mother would bring in extra groceries every trip, and sometimes set an extra plate at dinner, then quietly put it away again. But there was one rule that we were never to break. We weren't allowed to speak at home. Rather, we weren't allowed to raise our voices above a whisper. Whether in anger, laughter, or even by accident, loudness in general was treated as taboo as soon as we set foot on the driveway. On the few occasions we raised our voices, our father's anger always fell hardest on me. My sister cried, but she was spared. I didn't understand why my mother never comforted either of us until much later, and it cost me far more than I would have been willing to trade. I really want to emphasize that this was always the norm to me. I didn't understand what it meant. I didn't know I should be worried or scared. Despite this, like I mentioned earlier, I did have a good childhood. My parents truly loved us both, and it was rare that we got into trouble. I had a lot of friends at school, and I'd often spend the majority of my day at one of their houses, playing PS2 or taking advantage of their trampoline, which I had always been envious of. My dad didn't like it. Anytime I wanted to get permission for a play date or a sleepover, I would ask my mom. This would be followed by tense, coarse whispers between the two of them in their room. Sometimes they'd let me, other times not. Hindsight truly is a taunting thing. I can't tell you how many nights I've spent lying awake wishing my dad had won those hushed arguments. I wish to myself as I toss and turn that I hadn't been born to my parents, that I hadn't been born at all. But even more vicious than hindsight is the past itself. It stands with absolute resoluteness. It is unchangeable and unforgettable, a wound that never heals until the day the afflicted passes away. Siblings are supposed to be mean to each other when they're young. It's part of how they grow up, how they learn social skills. So when my friend suggested that we scare my sister during a sleepover, I was immediately on board. I wasn't allowed to have friends over at our house, but I told them I could record it all and show them the next day. I was beyond excited to have something to rub in my sister's face. She was the eldest, and I wanted to get the upper hand on her for once. As any little girl would, she screamed when she saw the rubber snake under her pillow. It wasn't a long scream. She covered her mouth with her hands almost as soon as it left her lips. But it was enough. There was a moment of silence right after she screamed that felt never-ending. Then my parents ran into the room. They saw her, mouth still covered and eyes wide with terror. Then the toy snake on her bed. My father cursed under his breath before scooping up my sister into his arms. My mother looked like she was going to cry. Her eyes darted down even before the noises began. Scratching. Something was scratching the wooden floor underneath our feet. Light at first. Soft. Almost as if it was asking to be let in politely. Then louder. Louder and louder until it was violently clawing away at the wood like tissue paper. The boards bent first, bowing upward as if the house itself were breathing. Then they split, splinters flying, and something began to crawl through. When my father saw what had emerged from below our feet, he set my sister down and stepped away. All he said was, "I'm sorry." He didn't sound angry. He didn't sound afraid, just tired, like he'd been waiting for this, as if he had expected it. It was small. We had raccoons in our backyard that my sister and I would try to catch. At that moment, that's the only size comparison that I could think of. It crawled on its hands and knees, bloated and red as if its skin was being pulled taut over too much of its own body. A putrid, fleshy cord dangled over its shoulders, coiling around its neck before disappearing into its own swollen belly. How could something so sickly, so small, be so strong? Its eyes locked onto my sister and I jumped between the two. My mother cried out, "No!" Before either of my parents could move, the rotten child seized my ankle and hurled me across the room as if I were a toy soldier. I hit the wall and my mom came to pick me up, both shielding and restraining me. But even if I had broken free, it wouldn't have mattered. In seconds it had her. My sister's nails scraped across the floorboards. Her muffled cry cut short as the thing dragged her into the hole below. I heard her scream again, but this time it wasn't her hands that silenced it. The sound of flesh being torn from sinew, ligaments snapping, bones breaking. Then her voice called again. "Mom, Dad." It pulled itself back up from the darkness. The sight of it now forced me to vomit on the floor. It was bigger, but wrong. Its arms and legs were uneven, its hands a clutter of mismatched fingers, as though it had been playing with bones the way a child plays with toys, jamming them into place, trying to look like my sister. Patches of her brown hair sprouted from swollen red skin, clumps of it slick with blood. Her white teeth were crammed into its gray gums, sharp and uneven, like butcher knives buried in raw meat. But worst of all were the eyes. They were her eyes. I could still see the fear they held only moments ago, the betrayal and terror she had experienced. My father scooped my sister up in his arms and carried her out of the room. I could hear the monstrous, joyful cries as she tried to use her new, stolen voice. The rest of my childhood was spent pretending the monster had always been my sister, pretending that her laugh was hers, that her smile was hers. I was punished more harshly for mistreating her than I ever was for breaking the rule of silence. I moved out when I turned 16 and continued my game of pretend. I pretended my childhood never happened, that I was a normal man with a normal past and a normal family. Only one thing brings me comfort now. No matter how much my parents beg and plead and yell and berate, I will never have children. This ends with me, and it ends with her. I know how it sounds. I know I sound crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not. About 2 years ago, I was at a bar with my friends. I don't tend to go out and drink. I don't like clubs or raves or big events with loud music. I like people and socializing, but generally in a more relaxed environment like a house party or something. However, I was convinced to go out by one of my close friends, Andrew. He was cheated on by his girlfriend about a week prior, and he lived by the philosophy of, to get over someone, you must get under someone new. I never understood that mentality, but since he was there for my last breakup, I thought I'd be there for his. I spent most of the night sipping on cheap whiskey I overpaid for, in the back watching my friend talk to this girl he's been trying to impress with his dance moves that seem to imitate the dance of a bird looking for a mate. Strangely enough, it seemed to be working. I wasn't really looking to find a girl myself. After my last relationship ended, I kinda swore off dating. Not really because it ended poorly. We are still friends vaguely. Just too much to deal with emotionally at this point in my life. I feel like I needed to be by myself for a while longer to figure out who I am and what I truly want. Until that night when what I truly wanted actually bumped into me, spilling her drink all over me. I looked up and I saw her. She was panicking and apologizing about spilling her gin and tonic all over me, but I was just trying to catch my breath after she stole it with her eyes. I mean, this girl was gorgeous. Not supermodel status or anything, but just something about her. She felt like the girl next door you'd have a crush on in elementary school, when you first started to discover that girls don't have cooties, and if they did, it was worth getting. I remember this night vividly like it happened yesterday. It was all so surreal. After the general apologies that were shared, her for making my white button-up with rose designs all over it soaked, and me for, well, I don't know what I apologized for. I just felt like I should say sorry for breathing the same air as her. She finally asked me my name. Desmond. Hey Desmond, my name's Mary. We proceeded to talk all night. She was wonderful. She was a psychology major on her final year of her bachelor course, planning on getting her PhD and minoring in philosophy. She loved hiking, dogs, smoking weed, kids' cartoons. Her favorite thing to do, she said, was taking walks at night. She said it was just the perfect time to do so. Everyone's asleep, so it makes the world yours and just yours. She was funny in a witty pun way. We talked so long my friend's dance moves finally got the girl he'd been talking to all night. He came up to tell me he was leaving, and he'd give me a ride home if I wanted, but I told him no thanks. I'll just walk home. I'm enjoying my time. Mary and I went on a walk that night until the sun came up. I swear I was already in love. We shared phone numbers and set up a coffee date in a couple days. Months went by and everything was going perfectly. Since I worked weekends and she went to school weekdays, the only time we could hang out was at nights. We watched movies at the theater, went on walks, cooked dinner at my place. We never went over to her apartment. She said she lived in one of those 4-bedroom with 4 random people places, where everyone shares a common room and kitchen but pays for their individual room as rent. At nights, they would throw parties that were filled with drunk college kids, or they would be up late in the common room studying with each other, so it was always my place we'd go to. She always had issues with her roommates, so I wasn't ever gonna push to go over there, 'cause frankly, based on her stories, I wouldn't like them much either. After about a year of dating, little over a year ago, she randomly knocked on my door. She was supposed to be studying for her midterms with her roommates, so wasn't expecting her, but I gladly let her in. She was crying something fierce. I quickly sat her down, asked her what happened while making her favorite caramel tea we get at a local tea shop. She explained to me that her and her roommates got into a massive fight, and she had to get out of there. She talked about how she hated living with them, but she couldn't afford to move out. I, without skipping a beat, asked her to move with me. My lease was ending, and I was already looking at this 2-bedroom outside of town that isn't too far away from her college and my work. We talked about it all night until she finally agreed with me that she would. Her biggest fear, she didn't have much money to help with the lease, which wasn't an issue to me, seeing as I was planning on moving there with or without her. After she moved in, the first 3 months was amazing. Everything went smoothly. She was happy, I was happy. We were learning to live with each other and grow with each other. I knew I was gonna marry her until things started getting weird. In the last 9 months, looking back in hindsight, there were dozens of instances that just felt off or out of nowhere. For example, she has met my parents, which my mom loved her, but I never met hers. When I asked her about it, she started to tear up and explained to me that they died when she was in middle school. She was on a field trip in school, and when she got back, her parents weren't there to pick her up. After waiting a while, she said a cop came up to her and told her that her parents died in a car wreck. Apparently, on their way to pick her up, a semi T-boned them running a red, and they died on impact. She lived with her grandma until she was 17, and sadly her grandma got cancer and passed away right before her 18th birthday. I felt it to be strange that after a year and a half she's just now telling me, but I just assumed it was a touchy subject and left it there. Another strange thing I noticed is she didn't really have friends, nor was interested in making them. I never heard any stories about them other than a classmate saying something funny or dumb in class. I tried to set up a double date with Andrew and Christy, the girl he met at the bar, but she usually had an excuse of being too tired from school or not the right time. It always felt like the only person she hung out with was me. In the last 2 months, she started to become distant. It wouldn't be anything major. She just talked less, focused less on conversation. She didn't want to go on walks that much. She stayed late at school to study. She missed dinners more frequently, and most of the time I wouldn't see her until I woke up in the morning, and she was in bed next to me. I was planning on talking to her about this haze she was in, but I was praying that it was something harmless, like her finals just eating up her time, or stress of graduating afterwards and seeking employment. Our relationship was pretty solid, so I don't think it was her cheating on me or breaking up with me. However, I started to get worried the more and more she came home late, or how much she slept in the day. She slowly stopped eating more than some fruits and snacks. I was worried she was getting sick, so I begged her to see a doctor and get a checkup. After a couple weeks of her saying she was fine, but clearly wasn't, she gave in and told me to make an appointment. The appointment was set for last week, August 1st. It was set for 9:30 a.m., which doesn't seem early, but for 2 night owls, it was a rough wake up. I got up to the alarm and went to roll over to wake her up, and she wasn't there. I figured she just didn't sleep well and woke up early, so I got up to get dressed and headed into the living room. No sign of her. I started to call out her name to be met with the silence of an empty apartment. I walked outside to see if she was out there, or took our car somewhere, and our car was still there. I started to freak a little. I wanted to call her, but when I went to my phone, her name wasn't in my contacts. It confused me because how could I accidentally delete a contact? I quickly dialed her number manually, only to be met with, "This line has been disconnected or out of service." I started to tear up. At this point, I assumed she ran away or something. It was the only logical excuse I had, but Why go through the effort of deleting my contact in my phone just to disconnect hers? Why would she just leave? Nothing in our relationship was going badly, and I thought after all we'd been through together, I at the very minimum deserved a note or a conversation. Hell, an email, just something. My brain went full force. So I called Andrew. He picked up, still hungover from the night before. I could tell because he was still slightly slurring his speech. "What's up, bro? Why you calling so early? You know I was at a party last night." "Bro, she left. Disconnected her phone. Deleted her contact in my phone. She left, man. She just left." "Who left?" "Mary. Who else?" "Calm down, man. First off, who's Mary?" "Are you screwing with me right now? This is not the time to mess with me." "Dude, I don't know who Mary is. I'm not messing with you." My heart sank on that sentence. I was so confused. My mind racing 1,000,000 miles a second, and none of it was making sense. "What do you mean you don't know Mary? She's my girlfriend. The one I live with. The girl at the bar. We've been dating for 2 years." "Dude, you haven't dated anyone since Jessica. Are you okay? Did you take any drugs last night? Do I need to go over there?" I just hung up the phone. I just couldn't in that moment. I needed to go look for her. The first place that came to mind was the college. I sped over there as fast as I could and ran into the lobby of the main building. "Hi, can I help you with anything?" Yeah," I said in the calmest demeanor I could muster. "I'm looking for my girlfriend. I was seeing if she had any classes today or something." "What class would she be in, and what's her name?" "Mary Fulbright, and I think the earliest class would be psychology with Professor Jackson." She started to clack on her keyboard for what felt like an eternity. "Well, psychology class won't start until noon, and Professor Jackson won't be here until 10, but I don't see any Mary Fulbrights on the attendance register." "What do you mean? She's on her master's right now. She's been going to this college for 5 years now. How could she not be on the registration?" "I don't know, sir, but I don't see her here. You can ask Professor Jackson when he arrives if you want to go to his room. It's room 312 in Building C." I sprinted out there and found the building and the room. I sat there trying to slow my shaking down. I could barely breathe. A mixture of fear and confusion was raging through my body to the point where it was the only thing I could notice. I barely caught Professor Jackson as he walked by me. I rushed to him. "Hey, I'm sorry to bother you. The receptionist lady told me you'd be here soon. I was asking about my girlfriend, wondering if you'd know anyone who takes your first class. Mary Fulbright?" "Who?" He responds, caught off guard and confused. "Mary. She's getting her master's. You've been her teacher for 2 years." "I'm sorry, I don't know Mary. Do you have a picture of her?" I grabbed my phone and opened the gallery. I started looking through the images, and all of her pictures were gone. Any selfie she sent that I screenshotted just wasn't there. Then I noticed something strange. We went to a national park last weekend. I requested the day off. We had a stranger take a picture of us in front of a statue at the hub. Her idea. I love that picture, but she wasn't in it. I was just standing there smiling by myself. I almost dropped my phone. At this point, I was breaking. I looked up at the professor and apologized and excused myself before I was about to fall apart. I sprinted outside, my breath out of control. Nothing felt real. I scrolled through my entire phone and nothing. Any pictures we were in together, it was just me. Some I was even doing a weird hand placement like I was relaxing my arm on an invisible person. Nothing of just her. I called my mom in a panic, just trying to get something to ground me. She's met her dozens of times. She has to know. It rang and rang and rang and finally Hey sweetie, what's up? You okay? Hey Mom, do you know Mary Fulbright? No, am I supposed to? Oh, okay, thanks. Anyways, I'll talk to you later. Love you. I quickly hung up the phone. I spent the last week looking for any evidence of her existing. It felt like my mind was fractured and nothing was real. Maybe Andrew was made up. Maybe my job was made up. Maybe this is like Shutter Island and I'm in a mental hospital. I felt like I should be in one. Hell, I was about to check myself in if it wasn't for me going back home and looking at a picture. All the pictures of her weren't there anymore, like they never were there in the first place. Our lease only had my signature. All her schoolwork and clothes aren't on the desk or closet anymore. I was defeated until I looked at my desk after sitting on the couch, shell-shocked like I just lived through D-Day, trying to figure out why my memory of her was so vivid, so detailed, until I saw a picture. She wasn't in it, but it was a picture of me on the couch. She loved that picture of me. The thing was, she was the one who took it. If she didn't take it, who did? It was the only evidence I had to show that she was real, that I wasn't crazy. I've been researching ever since. People's disappearances, people's stories, seeing if there's anyone with something like mine. That's why I'm writing this post. I found a couple of stories online. No connection to Mary, but the people were saying the same thing. Their significant other disappearing out of the blue. Their fear of going insane. Some lost their minds. Others moved on. I found a small group still looking, still believing. I have a ticket to Peru. That's where one of them, someone who is going through something similar, his name is Tom, is at. He said that there's a lead of someone who might know what's going on. A shaman or something. I don't know. I don't care. I will find you, Mary. That's why I'm posting this on Reddit. Mary, if you are reading this by chance, I know you exist. I'm looking for you. I'll find you, I swear. I'm not crazy. I will find you. Forgive me. I'm so tired. My skin is crawling all over. As I lay here, laptop on my chest, I can't find the energy to do anything but write. So write I will. I signed the lease in late May after acquiring my new job. It was an austere brick building with a dingy tile-floored lobby, lit by yellow bulbs that maintenance never seemed to replace. A single palm plant sat beside an ancient elevator system, which screeched like 100 nails on chalkboards each time it opened. A perpetual puddle decorated the corner by the double glass doors. From pipe leakage or rain, I did not know. Rent was cheap. It was perfect. Move-in only took half a day. I don't own much. The mattress was the most arduous task. A heavy rain began just as I was sliding it out of the van. I hadn't thought to bring a plastic cover. I was considering the potential damage of dragging fabric across wet asphalt when a man cleared his throat behind me. Looks like you could use some help. I turned to see an incredibly tall and broad man. He was dressed in a stretched white tank top and paint-stained cargo shorts. Maybe late 40s. Older than me, I guessed anyhow, based on his thin graying hair, which was aggressively slicked back with some kind of product. He had shiny black eyes and a wiry mustache styled into mutton chops, giving him the appearance of a retired pro wrestler. His teeth were very white. The mustache bobbed almost cartoonishly as he spoke. The name's Rick. Doorman, security, mailman, everything man. Whatever you need, I'm your guy. This is how I came to know my jailer. Dan, I said by way of introduction. Help would be nice. Together we hauled the mattress into the elevator, sandwiching it between us. I always found it quaint that hotels and old apartments kindly omit floor 13 when labeling their halls. The thing is, they can't do a thing to change the architecture itself. Counting from the ground up, I would still be making my home on the veritable 13th floor. I pressed the button for floor 14. 14? Rick gasped. He peered around the mattress to stare at me, his voice low. You know what they say about floor 14 tenants, don't you? No. I rocked onto my back heel, putting some space between us. What do they say? Rick barked a laugh. Absolutely nothing. You thought you were special? I laughed along because that's what you do when someone's trying to break the ice. I didn't find it very funny. Once we'd gotten the mattress back out of the elevator, I thanked him again and he left me to it. I approached my room alone. The brown tile hallway had a smell to it, sweet and heady. One of my neighbors had an affinity for incense or fragrant cooking, I presumed. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was always there. I would soon discover. The smell never left. I unlocked the door. Inside, the scent was less overpowering. After leaning the mattress against the wall, I took a moment to just sit on the floor of the common room between overturned furniture and stacks of cardboard boxes. I was strangely exhausted. For whatever reason, I stretched out flat on that cool, uncarpeted floor, staring at the ceiling. There was no light fixture. I hadn't noticed that detail in the virtual photo tour. They never tell you anything. I thought about my mother scolding me from the couch when I told her I was leaving for the city. It's not fair, Daniel, she'd said. How can I take care of you when you're so far away? Really, she was the one who needed care more than I did. If anything, I'd felt guilty leaving her behind several states away. But one day I'd taken a walk around our small town, under an overcast sky, looking at those same few strips of concrete and dead grass and empty shop fronts. Realized that it was slowly withering my soul. I had to get out. After unpacking, I was unbelievably tired. As soon as I hit the pillow that evening, I was out like a light. My dreams were strange, full of syringes and bright lights and masked strangers with glassy eyes. In the middle of the night, I was hit with a wave of nausea. My head throbbed. My chest felt as if it were being compressed in a vice. I stumbled to the bathroom and knelt, coughing and retching over the bowl. Something in my throat dislodged itself and slid out of me, smooth and slippery and round. It was an eye. It bobbed there in the water, spinning slowly. My first instinct was to flush it away in horror, but it was so odd, so completely unbelievable, that I found myself fishing it out with a glass from the kitchen and setting it aside on the edge of the tub. I studied it for a moment. Its surface was clean and pearly white aside from a thin strand of muscle, tailing from the place where it would normally attach to the socket. The iris was a beautiful shade of dark brown, almost black, with flecks of amber. Its pupil was wide and empty, staring at nothing. At some point I must have hobbled to bed again, because I woke up on my mattress in the morning. What had jolted me awake was the shrill buzz of my apartment doorbell. It kept going until I dragged myself to the door. Through the peephole, I recognized the thick mustache and shiny eyes of Rick, the everything man. I undid the deadbolt and Rick let himself in. "Morning, Dan," he chirped. He was holding a tray full of styrofoam to-go boxes. He handed me one labeled with my apartment number. "Breakfast," he explained, "courtesy of management." I thanked him. He pushed past me and began poking around at the AC unit. I figured he was just doing a routine inspection, so I let him carry on while I hung back the living room, awkwardly holding my box. I popped it open while I waited. Inside, I found a plastic fork and a large cinnamon roll topped with green sprinkles. I hadn't eaten anything yet. The almost sickly sweet smell of the frosting was intoxicating. Wordlessly, Rick surveyed the kitchen. I heard him open the fridge, which I had not yet stocked. I heard the faucet squeak on, then off again. Seemingly satisfied, he moved on to the bathroom. I heard the shower turn on and off again, then the faucet, and finally the flush of the toilet. By the time he returned, I'd eaten the entire pastry. Rick gave me a once-over like he was inspecting me too. He gave a shiny, straight-toothed grin. "You passed," he said. Something in that smile unsettled me, but I brushed it off. Mostly because I simply did not understand it at the time. In retrospect, I think it was a kind of hunger. Rick left without another word. I heard him whistling down the hall, keys jingling. As I stood contemplating the interaction, my phone rang. I rushed to my desk. I work in tech support. I am rarely required in the office. Most of my work is done from my PC or over the phone. It's not exciting, but it pays well. Plus, I don't have to leave the house unless I want to. For a homebody like me, this was a perk. My client had just joined the call when I heard a scraping sound coming from the bathroom. It was only at this moment that I remembered my midnight illness. Surely what I'd seen had been a bad dream, the byproduct of a nasty bout of food poisoning. The scraping reached my ears once more. Then a crash. I politely put my client on hold and ran to the bathroom. The glass cup had slipped off the tub and shattered. I knelt down to pick up the glass, dreading what else I'd find lying on the tiles. There it was, staring up at me from among the shards. An eyeball. The pastry churned in my stomach, threatening to come up. I gagged. That thing had come from inside of me. Was this a sort of rare health condition? I combed my mind for any sort of explanation and came up short. Logic was running thin. The fact remained. Something very foreign had taken place within my own body. The eye writhed like a tadpole. I panicked. I grabbed a dustpan and swept it and the glass into the trash without ceremony. I sat there for a few seconds considering my options. The thought of it squirming in there, alive of its own accord, was too much to bear. I grabbed a wad of toilet paper and fished the eye out of the can. Through the thin paper, I could feel it wiggling beneath the pads of my fingers, like some kind of mutated roach. I booked it to the kitchen, dropped the vile thing down the drain, and ran the garbage disposal until it had been sufficiently pulped. After that, I ran the water for another minute or two until I was satisfied that any trace of flesh had gone. I sank down against the counter. A cold film of sweat coated my forehead and neck. I didn't know what to do from there. My body felt heavy, tired beyond belief. The thought of leaving the apartment suddenly seemed as impossible as lifting a semi-truck. I canceled my work call and went back to bed. An hour later, I got another call. It was Rick. "Dan the man," he said, peppy as ever. "Come downstairs when you've got a minute. Management wants to see you." The office was nicer than the rest of the building. It was a pristine, freezing cold room in the basement of the complex. The walls were pale green, the floor and ceiling a minimal, tiled white. It felt and smelled like a doctor's office. I sat on a hard, upholstered green chair facing an empty desk. On top of this desk rested a placard labeled "Resident Management" in embossed lettering. Beyond the desk was a wide, opaque white window. As I waited, a shadow appeared behind this window. The person's silhouette was made fuzzy by the tinted glass. A smooth feminine voice crackled down from some hidden loudspeaker in the room, speaking my unit number. "That's correct," I said. "Why did you want to see me?" "It has come to our attention that you breached our agreement today." "What do you mean?" The person behind the glass gave an impatient sigh. "When you signed with us, you agreed that no damage would come to the contents of your apartment." I was stunned. "With all due respect, I just moved in yesterday. I've barely had a chance to unpack." The speaker remained silent, so I pressed further. What damage could I have possibly done? All contents must remain undisturbed, the voice said. Emphasis on the all. She sounded more irritated than anything. This especially includes organic materials. Did you gloss over that paragraph within your lease? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. My head spun. Though I hated the implications, they could only be referring to the thing I just disposed of in my kitchen sink. I heard a pen click, then the sound of scribbling on paper. Beneath the window, a slot creaked open. A rubber-gloved hand poked through, shoving a stack of papers onto the desk. Please review the document, said the voice. We operate on a 3-strike system here. You are on your first infraction. 2 more, and we will be left with no choice but termination. I have circled the relevant section. I opened my mouth but couldn't find the words. I just took the packet and began to read. It was my lease. Each page contained my initials in the corner, as well as that of the property manager. I located the circled paragraph. Tenant must not destroy or otherwise inflict damage upon any and all contents of the apartment, including blinds, window panes, countertops, walls, ceilings or floors, doors, miscellaneous accommodations, and especially organic materials. Organic materials include but are not limited to body of tenant, c. tissue, fluid, bone, hair, and additionally bodily expulsions. Preservation of the apartment ecosystem is of paramount importance to the success of this community and its objective. Failure to comply will be addressed by management on a strike system. Upon the 3rd strike, management reserves the right to terminate the offending tenant. This section was new. It had to be. But there were my initials neatly printed in my handwriting. I flipped to the final page to find my full name printed in bold, and my signature scrawled on the line below. This can't be legal, I said. I never agreed to this. You said that you'd say that. Her flat, matter-of-fact tone made my blood boil. Can you explain what the hell is going on before I get a lawyer? I said, standing so abruptly that my chair tipped over. She laughed at this. I'm afraid that won't be possible. A musical chime sounded over the speaker. From a white, nearly invisible door to my left emerged 2 people in pale green hazmat suits. Thick visors shielded their faces from my view as they grappled my arms with surprising strength. I struggled, screamed in protest. I felt a piercing pain in my neck, and the world was cloaked in cotton. Everything felt light. I was gliding out of the room, being lifted on some kind of dolly. I craned my head to see who was pushing me. A familiar wide grin and wiry mustache slid into view, distorted and alien. Hey, champ, Rick said. Let's get you back to your unit. Since that first day, I have been living in a state of total fear and isolation. I don't know what this place is, but I know that it is making me very ill. All the while, they're watching my progress from somewhere beyond those dingy walls. If I follow the rules, things are easier. I don't leave. I get my groceries delivered and take all of my appointments online. I have tried to run. Rick always finds me before I make it through those double doors and out into the sunlight. He is the sentry of this ancient building I have come to despise. He is always smiling, even as he wrestles me to the ground, even as he drags me back to my own unit door with its peeling paint and rusted metal numbers. I don't think he's even human. I've grown accustomed to the smell of the body as it falls apart. It's not just eyes now. Pieces of vertebrae and swatches of sinew clutter my fridge in pitchers and plastic containers. Strange butterfly clusters of ears cling to the lamps and windows in shuddering sheets of flesh. Strips of gums and teeth crawl like inchworms across my countertops. Furthermore, something is wrong with my skin. Every night, I feel it fluttering and pulsing, as if it too wants to replicate exponentially, to multiply, to escape. I'm pretty sure I'm breaking protocol just by writing this account. If anyone finds this, know that I am alive, but I am rotting all the same. I don't know how much longer I have. Last night, an entire hand crawled from my throat. The apartment buzzer just rang. I already know who it is. Derek first got the skeleton a couple of years ago. One night while I was brushing my teeth, I gazed out the window. In the light of my motion sensor light, I saw Derek reaching into the trunk of his car. Out he pulled a large cardboard box with the Spirit Halloween logo on it. I had never seen a bigger smile, even bigger than the one at his wedding. The next morning, while also brushing my teeth, I saw a 12-foot skeleton sitting in Derek's front lawn. It stood across the street, with its hand in a waving position. Over the next few years, I saw that skeleton in his yard for a majority of the time. Every time a new holiday would come around on the calendar, the skeleton would be put into a new outfit. Uncle Sam hat for 4th of July, Santa hat for Christmas, and just plain old skeleton for Halloween. Derek really loved the skeleton. I would see him quickly rush it inside anytime it was slightly too windy or rainy. Even during the town's tornado warning scare last year, before retreating to his basement, he collected the skeleton outside. But in October of last year, we got an HOA. I don't even know who wanted it, to be honest. They just showed up one day and made me cut my azaleas because they did not fit my house's color scheme. From the start, nobody really liked them, like all HOAs. One of those people was obviously Derek. One day, while walking past his house, I saw Derek cleaning up the skeleton a bit, so I threw him a wave. Instead of waving back, he came up to me on the sidewalk to talk to me. "Hey man, I was just wondering if you had my back if I decided to stand up to the HOA. I just read through the rules and they said that I would not be allowed to display Jerry outside of October. I'm planning on keeping him up as a protest." "Jerry? Are you talking about the skeleton?" "Oh, yeah, sorry. Forgot that's an inside joke between me and me. So if the HOA shows up and tells me to take it down, could you speak on my behalf in the HOA meeting?" I felt a little bit pressured. Saying no felt a little bit rude with how much Derek loved Jerry and all. But since the skeleton has always been a joy to see, and since I also hated the HOA, I told him yes. He repeatedly thanked me with his hands together, so when November 1st rolled around, I was prepared to see Jerry disappear, but I wasn't prepared for it to happen on November 1st. I was on my porch, sipping warm black coffee from my Jack Skellington mug. Jerry stood with his fist up, ready to fight any HOA members. Across the street, Justin was stapling Christmas lights to his roof while standing on a ladder. He had headphones in, bobbing his head to what was probably Mariah Carey. In Justin's yard was an army of Christmas inflatables. Santas, reindeer, Grinches, and many others flooded his yard. This made me mildly annoyed. As I was shaking my head behind Justin's back, a white SUV pulled in front of Derek's house. The door opened and out popped a middle-aged woman wearing a sweater vest. It was the HOA president. Pretty sure her name was Jasmine or something like that. So Jasmine marched up Derek's path and knocked on his glass screen door. While waiting for an answer, she checked her Apple Watch for the time. She probably read a time around 8 a.m. After a short wait, Derek opened the door wearing a robe. Derek opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Jasmine spoke up. "Yeah, hello Derek. I was just wondering if you were aware of what day it was," she said demeaningly, like she was speaking to a child who had to be taught a lesson. "Oh, yeah. Pretty sure it's Saturday." Not that kind of day. The other kind, she said as she grabbed her nose and shook her head side to side. Oh, sorry. It would be November 1st. Have a good Halloween last night? No, my kids got all hyper and wouldn't sleep. But to why I'm here. What is that? She said as she pointed at the 12-foot skeleton behind her. That's Jerry, he said while chuckling. No, it's not. It is a violation of the HOA guidelines. No Halloween decorations up outside of October. Take it down immediately, please. No, I'm not going to do that. Derek's cheerful, goofy tone ended. He spoke with a sternness I had not heard from him before. Okay, well, if you are not, then I will. And I will be forced to put it in the dumpster and fine you. She crossed her arms. If you do that, I will literally call the cops on you. That is theft. Well, let's just see whose side they are on. Once Jasmine finished saying that, she turned around and walked for the skeleton. As she did, Derek pulled out his iPhone and dialed a number and held it to his ear. He then went inside with the phone. Jasmine got up behind Jerry and put her hands on the pelvis and pushed. Jerry came tumbling over on the grass. When he hit the ground, his skull popped off and rolled to the sidewalk. Jasmine walked to it and picked it up. As her back was turned, Jerry stood himself up. Jasmine walked over to her SUV and opened the trunk. As Jasmine was waiting for the trunk to open, Jerry, still headless, walked to her and lightly tapped her on the shoulder. What do you want? She couldn't finish her sentence. She stood looking directly up at Jerry. Jerry gently pulled his skull out of her hands. Jasmine stood, mouth agape, stunned, unable to move. I have to say, when I saw this, I too was rather frightened, but I stayed sitting on my porch to watch what would happen next. Jerry would then grab Jasmine by the neck and lift her off the ground. Jasmine reached for Jerry's bony hands to free herself. She kicked her legs to assist the escape, but Jerry must have had a lot of invisible muscle, for she did not come close to escaping. Jerry then changed his grip on her from her neck to her ankle. She swayed back and forth upside down. Have you guys ever watched The Avengers? If you have, then you are familiar with the scene where the Hulk grabs Loki and repeatedly slams Loki on the ground. That is what Jerry would do to Jasmine, over and over on the pavement of the road. Jerry would slam Jasmine with all of his force. Jasmine didn't make a single sound after the first swing. After a dozen or so swings, Jasmine was dead. Most of her upper body was deformed, and her sweater vest was now soaked in blood. I sat in silence, in disbelief of what just happened. I always wonder what Derek's reaction to that was. Was it like when a parent finds out their kid is a bully in school? Was it like when a parent's child goes to prison? Or was he proud of what he saw? I really have no clue. Jerry looked up from Jasmine's body and changed his focus across the street. He breathed heavily, then started to walk towards Justin. I could hear Justin faintly singing some Christmas song. I thought of how good those headphones were, to where he couldn't hear a 12-foot skeleton approach him from behind. I thought about asking him what brand they were. Too bad I wouldn't get the chance. Once Jerry made it to the ladder, he grabbed the top of it and threw it over. I heard Justin let out a yell before I heard him and the ladder make a thump sound. I wasn't actually able to see what happened next. Most of it was blocked by Justin's minivan, but based on the movement of Jerry, Justin was being stomped to death. Justin called out for help, but it was difficult to hear over the roar of inflatables. I saw Justin's wife quickly glance out of the curtains, but after seeing what was out there, she promptly shut them. Jerry gave a few more good stomps before stopping. He then turned his attention to the inflatables in the front yard. He tore through all of them, popping Santa and killing Rudolph, tearing through the Grinch and unplugging Frosty. Standing in a pile of now dead Christmas cheer, he changed his attention to me. I could tell he was looking at my Jack Skellington mug, so I said aloud in a shaky voice, Sorry, it's actually a Halloween movie. If you have some problem with Christmas, this is not the place. He marched towards me anyway, across the street, through my yard and up to my porch. I tried to quickly stand up and run, but before I could do the running part, Jerry grabbed me by the neck and pulled me out from the porch. He started to punch me in the stomach a few times, knocking the air out of me. As he did, I saw a police cruiser down the road, probably the one called by Derek. I hoped that Jerry didn't kill me before the cruiser got there. The time it took for the cruiser to drive those few blocks felt like forever. When it finally did get to my block, I saw them nod their heads and drive away, while saying to themselves, "Nope, not today." I was on my own, repeatedly getting punched by a 12-foot skeleton. I remembered this was how Houdini died. If Houdini couldn't survive this, how could I? Then for a second, Jerry stopped punching me. For a second, I thought he was letting me go. But then I was lifted over his head and flung across the street. I flew over Justin's car and landed on the fallen ladder. After hitting the ground, it took me a second to understand what was around me. But after a few deep breaths that went away, the first thing I saw was Justin's body. Oh yeah, he was stomped to death. The first thing I heard was music coming from two places. The first was from Justin's headphones in the grass. They were playing Jingle Bell Rock. The second was from a caroling minivan coming down the road towards me. I saw Jerry walking towards me before he could pick me up again. I snatched Justin's headphones. Oh, they're Beats brand. Jerry then picked me up by the skull. He placed my head in between his two massive hands. He started to squeeze. I could feel the pressure in my head building up, my eyes starting to pop out of socket. But before my head could be crushed like a jack-o'-lantern on November 1st, I slid the headphones over Jerry's ears. He immediately dropped me. Jerry fell backwards on top of a popped Santa. He started to shake, his bones clacking together like a xylophone. The minivan was 1 block away. I quickly think of something cool to say while I would end Jerry's life. It had to be something sort of relevant to Christmas or Halloween. Then I thought of something. This is what you have to understand, Jerry. Christmas, that's in 54 days. But Halloween, that's in 364. So whether you like it or not, it's Merry Frickin' Christmas. As I finished the coolest thing I ever said, I pulled my foot back and launched it forward and planted it in Jerry's chin. His head launched off like a firework, flying off into the street and perfectly underneath the front wheel of the caroling minivan. Without any difficulties, Jerry's skull was crushed. The family stopped singing Jingle Bells to ask what they had just hit. I looked down. The skeleton had stopped shaking and laid still and on the ground. I kicked at his ribs. He didn't move. I walked across the street and knocked on Derek's door to tell him what happened. When he opened, he already had tears in his eyes. He didn't even cry at his wedding, I thought. Before I could say anything, Derek ran across the street and held Jerry in his arms. I went inside my own house and called the police. Not sure who will go to prison for this one. Case still hasn't happened yet. Probably a bit hard to make sense of it all. Me and Derek have talked and we have no clue what caused Jerry to all of a sudden come alive like that. But now, if you were to drive around your neighborhood, you will not see any 12-foot skeletons named Jerry. Instead, you will see a flagpole in Derek's front yard, forever flying a skull and crossbones, with a small plaque at the bottom that reads, "In memory of the one and only Jerry." "4 years ago, I was diagnosed with end-stage liver failure. When I was younger, I drank more alcohol than water. I learned that selfishness hurt me more than anyone else ever could. Over time, I slowed down, not because I wanted to, but because partying in your 30s with college kids, as Freddie put it, just isn't a good look. The yacht parties my dad kept throwing didn't help either. Honestly, I wish I had a gambling addiction instead. At least then there was a chance of winning something. All I got was loss of time, health, and any humanity I thought I had left. My liver was so damaged that there was no chance it could heal on its own. Apparently, my eyes were so yellow it looked like I used pee as eye drops, as Freddy joked. I was losing weight rapidly too. I was immensely relieved when I found out my dad had signed me up for Heineke's Life Vault package when I was a toddler. All they needed was a blood sample. It's supposedly far superior to other organ printing hospitals, but also significantly more expensive. I guess second chances are only for those who can afford them. My doctor explained that while traditional transplants always carry a risk of rejection, Heineke's printed organs supposedly have a 100% success rate. They also promised the healthiest possible version of each organ. I called in for a transplant and was scheduled immediately. When I arrived a few weeks later, the facility felt more like a luxury hotel than a hospital, aside from the ever-present sterile smell in the stagnant air. The waiting room was quiet and cozy. I waited only a few minutes before a young Asian girl entered. She had short black hair and wore high-end designer clothing. She dropped into the chair like she was visiting a friend's house. She kept rubbing her left eye, which was covered by a surgical eye patch. I kept some distance between us in case whatever she had was contagious. Eventually, a nurse approached me. "Hello, welcome to Heinekie. May I have your name?" "Adam Jones." Of course, this is an alias. Given the nature of this event, sharing my real name would be unwise. "Alright, Mr. James. You're on the Life Vault plan. Please follow me so we can get you changed into your hospital gown." The click of her heels echoed through the empty hall with each step. With the awkward silence, I couldn't help but admire the polished dark wood floor, and the walls painted a warm tan. The sterile scent only grew stronger as we walked. The nurse led me to a small changing room. I swapped my expensive, rumpled suit I'd slept in for a few days for a surprisingly soft gown. The gown didn't come with slippers, leaving my bare feet to press against the cold floor. Each step felt like walking on ice. When I looked into the mirror, it was hard to recognize myself. My eyes were piss yellow, my face and stomach thin. My hair that I'd kept clean and short was greasy and disheveled. I hardly had the energy to get out of bed most days. Forget showering or shaving. I was hopeful that this surgery would give me the motivation I needed to get my life back. "Would you like us to have this cleaned for you?" She held it out with both hands as if the suit was radioactive. "Sure," I said. I couldn't blame her. It was filthy, and I had been too exhausted to change. "Of course. Please follow me to your room." She sealed the suit in a clear garment bag and led the way. Halfway down the hall, we were stopped at an intersection by two male nurses pulling a cart carrying a large red container about the size of a coffin. The shorter of the two men paused for a moment to look at his clipboard. As he scanned the page, a soft thud came from the container. He looked fearfully at the other nurse, who swiftly grabbed the handle of the cart and pulled it down the hallway, walking as fast as he could without running. The shorter nurse scrambled to follow him, throwing a nervous glance at me. I gazed down the hall they had come from and noticed a door labeled "Spare Room." It was the only one with a badge scanner. I could see a red light glowing from under the door. Curiosity tugged at me. "What's in there?" I asked. The nurse looked briefly toward the door, clearly shaken by what just transpired. "Oh," she laughed nervously. "That's just the spare room. We store emergency equipment and replacement supplies there. Now, please follow me. We've almost reached your room." As we walked, I couldn't stop thinking about that room. I glanced back. The red light was gone. But my interest wasn't. When we reached my room, I noticed it had the same ID scanner as the spare room door from earlier. The nurse swiped the card hanging from her neck, and the door clicked open. When I entered the room, I was genuinely surprised. I've stayed in hotel rooms far less luxurious than this. The bed was all white, the room dimly lit and stylishly modern. Gray leather couches, a dark marble coffee table, a door to my own restroom, a huge flat-screen TV, and even a sleek mini-fridge humming quietly in the corner. This is where you'll stay while you're being treated. The duration depends on how your body responds. You're free to leave the building, but we strongly recommend you don't, especially before and after the surgery. Please make yourself at home. I'll go call your surgeon. Naturally, I checked the fridge first. It was stocked with soft foods, applesauce, pudding, protein shakes, and an assortment of jelly. I took a cherry jelly cup and a plastic spoon, sat on the couch, and took my first bite of real food in days. You know you're at rock bottom when jelly is the most nutritious thing you've eaten in a week. The translucent jelly glowed an unnatural red under the warmth of the overhead light. It brought back the memory of the light seeping from beneath the spare room door. I decided to go take a look around the hospital, but when I made my way over to the door and turned the handle, it didn't budge. It was locked. A short while later, a man in a white coat knocked and entered, leaving the door open. "Good evening, Mr. Jones. I'm Dr. Matthew Ross, and I'll be performing your surgery. But first I need to explain your situation. Your body shows clear signs of decompensated cirrhosis. But luckily there's still plenty of time to prepare. Your new liver will be ready soon. Until then, please do not eat anything for the next 8 hours to avoid complications. Your surgery is scheduled for 10 p.m. Also, please don't leave this room. We'll need to be able to reach you in case of an emergency. Do you have any questions?" "Yes. Why is my door locked?" Dr. Ross pulled a key card from his coat pocket. "This is my access card. It gives staff access to any door within their clearance level. We keep certain doors locked to prevent patients from wandering while undergoing treatment. Surgery can be stressful, and sometimes patients get disoriented and start walking around. Our building is huge, full of winding halls and identical rooms. If someone has a medical emergency and they're not in the right room, we might not be able to reach them in time. Of course, you're free to use the restroom that is attached to your room, and you can leave the facility at any time. Just let us know so someone can escort you safely. Any other questions?" "Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, I do have another one. Where exactly does the liver come from, and why is it supposed to be better than the organs from other hospitals?" I didn't actually care for the answers. I just needed a distraction. "The liver is actually grown from your own blood. When you were a child, your parents enrolled you in our plan. Unlike most hospitals that freeze blood and grow organs only when needed in a womb-like environment, we grow all vital organs immediately after receiving the sample. Maintaining them is extremely expensive, but there are benefits. Your body accepts the organ as if it's always been there." "What do you mean by accepting? Does the body try to refuse organs?" I asked while slowly walking over to the empty jelly cup. The doctor paused. "Yes, traditional organ transplant rejections are fairly common. The immune system doesn't recognize the organ and attacks it. Ours don't have that risk, which is what sets us apart from other organ printing companies." "But if they can freeze blood, why don't you guys just freeze organs too? That way you can thaw them when needed." I took the jelly cup's aluminum seal off the table. The surgeon smiled and said, "That is a great idea. Blood cells frozen for many years could lead to DNA damage. So other companies run that risk. To reduce this risk, they split the blood into multiple vials, since it doesn't take much blood to start the organ growing process. However, organs are much larger and a lot more complex. Freezing and thawing will almost always result in the organ being damaged severely. Preserving it in a false body apparatus keeps the organ growing and healthy without the need of freezing." I was still a bit confused, but I think I got the gist. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. One last thing if you don't mind. While I was in the bathroom, the faucet wasn't working. Could you please take a look at it? The doctor hesitated. Sure, but I'm not exactly handy. If there's a problem, I'll call for assistance. He set his clipboard on the table and walked into the restroom. The moment he left my view, I moved quickly and quietly to the door, stuffing the aluminum cover over the slot where the door lock would go into. It seems to be working fine. I quickly went back to where I was standing, Dr. Ross's voice becoming louder as he left the bathroom. If you have any more issues with the faucet, just press on the remote near your bedside and a nurse will be with you right away. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your help, Dr. Ross. I tried for a polite smile, but it came off as condescending. His own smile faltered a bit. You're very welcome. I'm glad I could help. I'll get everything ready for the procedure. Please enjoy your stay. He left and I was alone again. Bored of endless scrolling through streaming services, I sat in silence, waiting for the coast to clear. Eventually, I decided it was safe to leave. I had to know what the source of that red light was, and what made that noise from inside the container. I got up and turned the door handle slowly, careful to not make noise. The hallways were just as empty as before, but without the nurse's rhythmic steps. I wandered through the repeating hallways. The only indication that I wasn't going in circles were the room number signs. While I was walking around trying to find the red room, a nurse walking backwards with an empty cart bumped into me. They were the nurses from before. I instantly noticed his ID card clipped onto his pants pocket. I could barely make out the name, Reginald. Oh, I'm so sorry. He paused, his eyes fixed on my face, like he couldn't quite understand what he was seeing. It felt like he was scanning every inch of me. The taller nurse gave him a sharp nudge with the cart and let out a cough. The short nurse blinked in succession, then forced a smile. I'm so sorry, sir. Please return to your room and wait for your treatment. I know I'm not much to look at. I'm stricken with jaundice, skinny and sick, but you'd think a nurse would be used to it. The short nurse whispered something to the tall one, who nodded and took the carts while the other walked off in the direction they'd come from. Curious, I followed him, keeping my distance. He kept glancing over his shoulder, failing at being inconspicuous. He picked up his pace. After a final turn, he reached the spare room, pulled out a keycard, scanned it, then entered a code into the keypad. He slipped inside. Going in with him would be risky, so I thought if I hid and waited, I could try to steal his badge discreetly. So I hid behind a corner, watching the door and waiting. Only a few moments later the red light returned, and immediately after the nurse walked out, sighing a breath of relief, but quickly looked up. A jolt of panic hit me. Had he seen me? I desperately looked for a hiding place, so I crouched behind a large plant in an alcove. I was surprised that I was small enough to fit. His footsteps were quick. They drew closer, growing louder until they suddenly slowed. I held my breath, praying he didn't notice me. His footsteps stopped entirely, but after a few moments he muttered, "Get it together, man." Then his footsteps continued, completely unaware that I was there. I knew that if I was found, they'd tighten up security. Then I'd have no chance of knowing what was in that room, and I'd be mortified that I'd been found crouched half naked behind a plant like a lunatic. After a minute of silence, I sprinted to the door. Miraculously, the nurse left his card in the scanner. I looked over my shoulder to make sure no one was around, and reached for the door handle. But the closer my hand got to the metal handle, the colder the air felt around my fingers became. I hesitated for a moment, doubts crawling down my body like spiders, but curiosity pushed through, and I gently opened the door. The room was very dark and freezing. Each breath let out visible fog. It was mostly empty except for a blue-lit screen glowing softly on a podium in the center. Above me, rows upon rows of large glass chambers hung like meat hooks in butcher shops. I approached the screen. It asked for a patient's name or ID. I entered my name. Result found. I selected my profile. Name, Adam Jones. Age, 35. Sex, male. More data such as blood type, medical history, etc. were listed. On the right side of the screen was a large green button. Spare. I immediately pressed it. A second profile appeared. Spare 737-061-7265. Age 33. Organs available. All green listed except one. Liver unavailable. I felt something churn deep inside. Then I saw another button. Retrieve in bright yellow. And I, of course, pressed it. The glass chambers overhead started moving on tracks, clanking and shifting until one hovered above the center platform. Beneath it, a circular platform lit up while the chamber slowly descended, like a claw machine lowering a fragile prize. Then the glass chamber stopped. I looked closely into it. A pair of white eyes stared back at me. I froze. Terror became a dark, oozing liquid, clinging to me. The figure had long brown hair, and wore a breathing mask with a tube covering most of his face. Wires coiled around his muscular frame suspended in fluid. Curled in a fetal position, its gaze followed me no matter where I moved. Not alert, just instinctive. Infantile. Whoever this was, I had to help him. I pounded on the glass. Nothing. It was stronger than I expected. There had to be a way to open it. Hey, can you understand me? I asked the man desperately, but he stayed silent. I stared at him hoping that he would show some sort of awareness, but the longer I looked, the more familiar he became. The hair color, the eyes, the face shape. I noticed 2 small moles on the man's curled hands. I quickly turned my wrist to look for my own 2 moles. For a moment, I could not even fathom it. It was me. I jerked my head back to the terminal. The yellow button was now red. Drain and extract. Before I could press it, I heard voices approaching. I ducked into a shadowed corner. The 2 nurses stormed in, wheeling in the cart along with them with the large red container from before. You idiot! How do you forget to pull your ID from the scanner? The tall one hissed. I know, but it was that guy's fault. He got into my head. When I left the room, I swear I thought I saw him again at the end of the hallway, so quickly I ran to catch him, but no one was there. The 2 froze when their eyes locked onto the tank. You forgot to put back the spare? I did, I swear. There must have been a glitch or something. I couldn't tell if he was stuttering from the cold or from anxiety. The tall nurse crossed his arms and took a deep breath. You forgot your keycard and blamed it on a hallucination? Then you didn't return the spare, and you expect me to believe there was a glitch? He finished, nearly shouting. Yes, I know how this looks, but please don't tell Carla. She'll kill me. I swear this won't happen again, he said, pleadingly. The tall one's anger dissipated, melting into sympathy. Fine. The system automatically tells her when spares are retrieved, but not by whom. I'll say I retrieved the spare 3 times. I'll make up a dumb reason. But you tell her about bumping into the patient and the keycard. The short nurse nodded rapidly, eyes full of tears. The tall man pressed a button, returning the man in the chamber to its place. The tall man sighed. All right, which one is next? He said, his breath turning to fog in the freezing room. The shorter nurse wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and pulled out a clipboard from the cart. The short nurse cleared his throat. Tammy Warren. ID number is... Female, 24. Severe eye damage. Another one? There have been so many eye replacements recently. Is there disease or something to worry about? The tall man spoke as he typed on the screen. It looks like one eye is already unavailable. Is the patient sick? The capsules moved again. No, I looked into it. Almost 90% of the eyes we remove from patients have the same strange residue on them. It's caused by this new hallucinogenic on the market. eye candy. Apparently, because new organs are more accessible than ever, people have started experimenting with it. It causes extremely vivid hallucinations, but almost always destroys the eyes. The worst part is, the people who get a transplant after wrecking their vision almost always relapse. But unlike necessary organs, eyes don't need to be put into the spares to acclimate. He finished speaking when a new capsule lowered. It contained a young Asian girl, her hair black and shiny, swirling around her like a cocoon. The taller man shook his head. Those damn junkies. You'd think having a second chance would stop them from self-destruction. What if something happened to the meat fridges? Has the thought never crossed their minds? They're taking their organs for granted. He spat. After a few moments of silent scribbling on the clipboard, the taller nurse spoke again. "Alright, get the cart ready. I'll drain and extract." He tapped on the screen again. This time the whole room lit up deep red, like a photographer's darkroom. My stomach dropped. They'll see me. The chamber drained of liquid. The girl descended slowly until her frail, naked body met the floor. She laid there, motionless, as the chamber glass slid to the side, granting access to their meat fridge. The short nurse gave a button at the side of the cart a long press, lowering it until the top reached his ankle. "Alright," he said. "Like usual. I'll get the hands and you get the legs," the taller man ordered. The shorter man stretched his back and bent down to pick up the girl's legs and drop them. "Damn, sorry. She's slippery." The taller man took a deep, steadying breath and patiently held on to her arms, used to his partner's incompetence. The shorter nurse grabbed a towel from the cart and wiped her legs dry. "Sorry," he muttered again. The two men slowly picked her up and placed her gently onto the red container. There wasn't even the faintest trace of resistance in the girl. She was more corpse than human. Just looking at her turned my stomach. I had to get out of there, and fast. The tall man walked back over to the computer and pressed the screen again. "Alright, which room?" "Room 411, the short nurse said, as the empty chamber ascended back into the rafters. The two nurses left, pulling the cart behind them. The silence in the room was palpable. I rushed over to the screen and pulled up my clone's profile one last time. My index finger quickly moved to the right side, but I hovered there, shaking, above the retrieve button. They'd know it was retrieved a fourth time. Why risk it? What if I needed another organ like Tammy? Yeah, I know how bad that sounds. I mean, I could get another organ grown, but what if it's my heart and they couldn't grow it fast enough? Or what if my body rejects it? I slowly looked up at the capsules, listening for even the slightest murmur for help, but the room was a silent graveyard. I could see faint eyes watching me from all around. A few had one eye. Even fewer had both. These weren't real people, I told myself. They were storage. If I opened the capsules, they'd probably just collapse helplessly too. I held my hand reluctantly over the X icon and closed my eyes and pressed down. Maybe someone else will help them. Walking out of that room, I'd convinced myself I couldn't, that I wouldn't even know how. Now, 4 years later, I know that was BS. I even knew it then, but I still walked away. I'm hoping that by writing this and telling the word, that someone will see this and do what I couldn't. I couldn't help them, and I can't help now. I can't go back. I can't face those lifeless eyes that I left behind. I still remember those eyes as I reach for another bottle. When my grandfather passed, I inherited his cabin by the lake. It wasn't much. 1 story, drafty in winter, built back when insulation meant more wood. But it was quiet, peaceful at least, that's what I thought. I moved in last fall. The air smelled like wet pine and the lake behind the house looked like black glass at night. I'd stand on the back porch with a beer, listening to crickets and the occasional splash from fish breaking the surface. For the first month it was perfect. No neighbors for a mile, no traffic, no city noise. Then I started hearing it. The first night it was around 2 a.m. I'd fallen asleep on the couch and woke up to what sounded like someone slowly dragging a shovel through the mud outside. Long, wet scrapes. Pauses between them, like they were listening for something. I sat up, held my breath, and it stopped. The next morning I checked the shore. There was a line in the mud, about 4 inches deep, starting from the tree line and ending at the water's edge. No footprints, just that strange trench. After that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching the cabin at night. I kept the curtains closed, but every so often I'd hear that same dragging sound outside, always starting in the woods and heading toward the water, always stopping when I got too close to the windows. One night in December, I caught it. I woke to the sound again, this time closer, right outside the porch. I crept to the back door and pulled aside the curtain just enough to peek. There was something standing in the frost-covered yard, backlit by the moon. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with limbs too long for its body. Its skin hung in loose folds like it had been stretched over the wrong frame. It was holding something in one hand. A stick, maybe. No, not a stick. It was a long, pale spine. The sound I'd heard was it dragging the tip of it through the frozen dirt. Its head? God, its head. It didn't have a face, not in the way we do, just a long vertical slit, opening and closing like gills, flexing in the cold air. I must have made some noise because its head snapped toward me, that slit opening wide enough to show rows of needle-thin teeth inside. Then it turned and walked into the lake, not into the shallows, straight in, until the water swallowed it whole. I tried to convince myself I was dreaming, but over the next week I found more of those trenches in the mud, always leading to the water, always starting closer to the cabin. Last night, it changed. I woke to the sound again, dragging, slow, but this time it didn't stop. It moved around the cabin, circling it. Once, twice, then it stopped at the front door. The porch creaked. And then I heard it tapping, something sharp rapping on the wood in slow, steady beats. 3 taps, pause, 3 taps like it was waiting. I didn't open the door. I waited with a kitchen knife in my hand until dawn. When I finally got the nerve to check outside, the porch was covered in frost except for where it had stood. The boards there were slick with something that wasn't ice. It was thick, almost gelatinous, and smelled faintly like blood. It's almost midnight now. The cabin feels smaller somehow. The lake's black surface is perfectly still, and somewhere out there, I can hear it dragging that spine again, this time coming from the shoreline toward me. I think it's getting bolder. I double-checked every lock in the cabin, front door, back door, windows, even the crawl space hatch under the kitchen. Every latch slid into place with a soft click that felt far too quiet against the sound outside. The dragging had stopped. That was worse. I stood in the living room, knife in one hand, flashlight in the other, listening. The only sound was my own breathing, quick, uneven. Then from somewhere behind the cabin I heard it, a slow, deliberate creak of wood under weight. The back porch. I forced myself to keep still, every muscle in my body rigid. The sound came again, closer this time, and then there was a new one, the faint rasp of nails, or claws, tracing the length of the siding. It was walking the perimeter. The scratching moved from the back to the side, dragging low near the foundation, then high up by the windows, testing the walls, measuring me. I thought about turning on the outside floodlight. Then I thought about the possibility of seeing it. My hands shook so bad I nearly dropped the flashlight. When it reached the front of the cabin, it stopped. Silence again. I kept my eyes on the door, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then, the tapping. 3 slow knocks, each one heavier than the last, making the door shudder in its frame. Pause. 3 more. It did that for nearly a minute. Then the sound changed. A wet, rhythmic thud against the wood, like it was pressing something heavy into the door and dragging it down. I imagined that pale spine, slick with whatever was on the porch boards the night before, leaving streaks down the grain. I backed away toward the bedroom, still facing the door. My plan was to lock myself in, maybe wedge the dresser against it, but before I could move more than a few steps, the cabin groaned. Not from the door, from above. My stomach dropped. The roof. I could hear it moving, each step bending the old beams just enough to make them moan. It was slow, deliberate, pacing the length of the house like a predator above a cage. Dust drifted down from the ceiling fan as it stopped directly over me. That's when I heard it breathe. It wasn't the kind of breath you take through lungs. It was a deep, vibrating pull of air that made the walls hum, like the cabin itself was being inhaled, and mixed into it was a faint, wet clicking, like teeth snapping together in some private rhythm. I didn't move, didn't blink. My legs felt hollow, barely able to hold me up. Then something fell from the ceiling. It landed right in front of me. A piece of wood, no bigger than my thumb, splintered and dark with moisture. I looked up, and for the briefest second, I saw it between the slats. That slit where its face should be, teeth flexing inside, wet with strands of something that clung like spider silk. It slid out of view again. That was it. I bolted for the bedroom and locked the door. I shoved the dresser in front of it, then sat on the floor with my back against the wall. Knife pointed at the door like I'd be able to do anything if it came in. It paced the roof for what felt like hours. Every so often it would stop and I'd hear that long, deep inhale again. Only this time, I realized it wasn't drawing in the cabin. It was smelling me. At some point, the pacing stopped entirely. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I strained to hear anything. Footsteps, scratching, the drag of the spine, but there was nothing. I thought maybe it had left. Then the bedroom window behind me began to bulge. The glass didn't crack, it didn't shatter. It pushed inward like something was pressing against it from outside. The bulge grew, stretching until I could see the faintest outline of that slit, teeth just barely visible behind the thin distortion of the glass. It didn't strike. It didn't try to break in. It just stayed there, breathing against the window until the pane was fogged over from the inside. And then, so slowly I almost missed it, the fog began to pull back, like it was drawing my air out with it. When the sun finally rose, the window was clear, the roof was empty, the porch was bare, but in the frost at the end of the driveway, I found a single mark, a trench in the dirt, starting at the road and ending at my front steps. It's almost midnight again now, and I can hear it coming back. I'd been awake all day. No naps, no dozing on the couch. I wanted to be alert for tonight. Didn't matter. When darkness settled over the lake, the exhaustion hit me like a drug. My eyelids felt weighted, my head thick and heavy. It wasn't just lack of sleep. It felt imposed, like the air was laced with something pulling me under. I fought it by pacing the cabin, flashlight sweeping every corner. The walls creaked in the cold, but beneath that, I could hear the lake, a soft, constant lap, lap, lap of water on the shore, and over it faintly, that dragging sound again. I killed every light inside. If it wanted to see me, it would have to look through the dark. I stationed myself in the kitchen, where I could see both the front and back doors. The dragging came closer, circling the cabin, then it stopped. I didn't hear it for almost 5 minutes. Then the sound came again, inside the walls. The noise was subtle at first, like something brushing along the insulation. Then it got heavier, shifting, moving from the kitchen wall toward the living room. The boards shivered with each scrape, like it was wedging itself through spaces too small for anything human. I backed up, keeping the knife raised. The sound reached the corner where the chimney met the wall and stopped. A soft, hollow thunk came from the fireplace. I'd never used it. The flue had been closed since I moved in. Now the metal lever clinked once, twice, before the cover inside began to bulge downward. Bits of soot fell into the empty hearth. Something was forcing the flue open from the wrong direction. The cover gave with a sharp metallic ping, swinging down hard enough to rattle the fire tools on their hooks. For a moment, there was only darkness inside. Then a hand slid into view. It was too long, too thin. The skin was that same loose, folded hide I'd seen before, but it shifted unnaturally, like something was swimming just beneath it. The fingers bent in ways they shouldn't as they searched along the brick, tapping and probing. They reached the edge of the hearth and stopped. The tips turned upward toward me, slowly, deliberately. I stepped back. The fingers curled into a beckoning motion. I don't remember deciding to run, but suddenly I was in the bedroom, shoving the dresser harder against the door than before. My breath came in quick bursts, and each one felt stolen from me. For a few minutes I heard nothing. Then, faint, nearly inaudible, came a tapping from the other side of the bedroom wall. It started near the floor, rose higher, then higher still, until it was right over my head. That's when I remembered the attic. The cabin didn't have a proper attic, just a low crawl space above the ceiling, accessible from a panel in the hallway. I could hear the sound moving across it now, the boards flexing with each crawl. The panel creaked. It didn't fall open. Instead, I saw one corner pressed downward slightly, like something was testing it. A single hairline crack appeared in the wood, then another. Dust fell in thin streams. And in the dust were little wet spots, like condensation from breath. I held the knife so tight my hand went numb. I was ready for the panel to drop, ready for it to pour through, but it didn't. Instead, the sound moved back across the ceiling toward the living room, and then came the worst part. Silence. I sat there for nearly an hour before I worked up the courage to check. I slid the dresser away in small jerks, every creak loud enough to make my chest ache. When I stepped into the hall, the panel was flush again. No sign it had moved. The living room was empty. The kitchen was empty. Even the hearth looked untouched. I started to think maybe it had given up. Then I saw the front door. The deadbolt was still locked. The chain was still in place, but the entire door frame was subtly warped, bowed inward like it had been under immense pressure from the outside. And in the center of the door, pressed into the wood, was the shape of a handprint. Too large, too thin, with fingers that tapered into points. It hadn't been trying to get in through one way. It had been testing all of them. I'm writing this now as the sun comes up, but I don't know how much longer I can stay here. It's learning the cabin, learning me. Last night it tried the roof, the walls, the fireplace, the attic, and the door. Tonight it might not try at all. Tonight it might succeed. I didn't sleep at all today. Not that it matters anymore. I nailed the windows shut, wedge-locked the doors, stuffed blankets in the fireplace and duct-taped them in place. Even put a chair under the attic panel so I'd hear it fall. The cabin feels like a coffin I've built for myself. The lake is wrong tonight. It's too small, like the water itself is holding its breath. Even the crickets have gone silent. The air feels thicker, almost humid, but cold enough to make my teeth ache. I'm sitting at the kitchen table with the knife and flashlight in front of me. I keep telling myself I'm ready, that if it comes, I'll know where to hit. But there's no plan here, no strategy, just waiting. The first sound isn't dragging, it's knocking. Not at the door, from inside the walls. It's moving fast, circling me in tight loops, the sound bouncing from one corner of the cabin to the next. The boards are trembling, dust falling in little showers. Then the knocks stop. From somewhere above, the roof bows inward, creaking under weight. I glance at the attic panel, still closed, still pinned under the chair. Something drips onto the kitchen table. I look up. The ceiling above me is damp, water stains spreading outward in a slow bloom. But it's not water. It's that same gelatinous, faintly bloody stuff I found on the porch weeks ago. Another drop lands on my hand. It's warm. The attic panel doesn't open. It bursts, knocking the chair aside, wood splintering as something unfolds itself through the gap. I see limbs first. Too many to count in the moment, sliding down the wall, folding over the counter, bracing against the floor. And then the head. That slit where its face should be flexes wide, and I hear it. Not a roar, not a hiss, but a deep inhalation that makes the lights flicker. The air feels thinner instantly, my chest tightening as it pulls at something deeper than breath. I run. I don't remember making the choice, but suddenly I'm at the back door, kicking the chair away from the handle, fumbling with the locks. Behind me, the thing's limbs slap against the floor in uneven rhythms, scraping, reaching. I slam the door open and bolt into the night. The cold bites through me immediately, the air wet and sharp. The lake's black surface stares back at me, and for a second, I consider running for the tree line instead. But there's movement between the pines. Too tall, too thin. More than one. The water is my only option. I make it halfway down the slope before something hits the porch behind me. The sound is heavy, final, like it's dropped from the roof to give chase. I don't look back. I can hear it though, that wet spine dragging through the grass as it runs. The shoreline is slick. I nearly fall as I hit the shallows, but I don't stop. I dive into the freezing water, kicking hard until the cabin is a shadow against the hill. I turn then, just to see if it followed. It's standing at the shore, perfectly still, watching. The slit in its head opens wide, teeth flashing in the moonlight, and then it does something I haven't heard before. It laughs. Not a human laugh, not even close. But the rhythm is there, the rise and fall, like it's mocking me for thinking the lake could save me. Then it steps forward into the water. I don't remember swimming to the far side. I don't remember climbing out. I remember waking up at dawn on the gravel road barefoot, shivering so hard I couldn't speak. The sheriff drove me into town. I didn't tell him what happened. I just said someone broke in. He offered to send someone to check the property, but I told him to let it go. Because I know what they'll find. Nothing. I'm writing this from a motel 20 miles away, but I can't stop looking at the bathroom door. It's shut, but every now and then, I hear a faint dripping sound behind it. If you are anywhere near the lake east of Miller's Crossing, if you hear dragging in the night, don't look out the window. It doesn't matter how well you lock the doors. It's already inside. When I was a kid, from around the ages of 2 to 10, I always watched the same show after school, Dandy's Wondrous Adventures. It was a show that I had kept tabs on ever since I was a baby. It had been with me since the beginning, and for good reason. Even as an adult, I can point out the many lessons the show taught me as a boy. How to tie my shoes, how to properly eat, how to keep up conversations, etc. It was a much-needed show for a kid of my upbringing. My dad had died before I was born in a botched robbery. and my mother worked as a surgeon, meaning she was gone most of the day, coming back home around 9 to 10 at night. So, most of my youthful lessons were taught by the show. Every episode entered the same. Dandy, an anthropomorphic dandelion, and his sisters, Rosie, Daisy, and Blue Bonnie, would run up a hill, click their heels, which were leaves, face the viewer, and ask how their day had gone. They'd wait for about 5 seconds and would respond. If the episode was oriented around something happy, they'd all smile and say, "That's terrific." If it was oriented around something not happy, they'd all share a small look of unanimous dissatisfaction and say, "Well, ain't that a shame?" Every time I came home from school, I'd divulge into the characters on how my day went. I always would be disappointed when my response didn't match theirs, and it never did. I tallied the times I matched their responses with mine, and I was down by 47 marks to my 0. Regardless, it was nice to see whatever my favorite cast of characters had in store for me that day. However, this static stream of constant enjoyment changed one afternoon. It was a rainy April day, and I had just gotten home after the torrent of watery sheets had ended its assault on me. I had no homework for the day, and after finishing all my chores, I galloped upstairs to turn on my TV and pay a visit to my friends. Once again, the episode entered the same way, with Dandy and his sisters dancing up the hill, stopping and asking me how my day had gone. My day had gone pretty poorly. At school, I had a teacher named Miss Carroll. I was the quiet, nerdy type in elementary school, so Miss Carroll saw me as easy pickings. She'd berate me day in and day out about how weird I was, how I had no friends, and how I was a loser. Anytime I tried to report her, no one believed me. Usually I didn't respond, but today hurt a lot worse. One of my classmates told her about my dad and used the newfound information as ammunition against me. She never hit me, but it felt like she did. It hurt. I confided with Dandy on the issue, how much I hated her, how rude she was, and my anger towards her for being such a jerk. In my endless tirade about how much I deplored her, it had slipped my mind that Dandy hadn't said anything. It had gone well over 5 seconds, but they didn't speak. No interruptions, no exclamations, nothing. Silence. Even the music had ceased. Once my rant had subsided, I turned to look at the TV. Their expressions were not the usual ones they wore. They didn't look happy or mildly sad. No, they looked mad. All of them wore this expression of intense grimace, like someone had just told them off, or stole something and gotten caught doing it. Dandy looked the angriest. "How rude," he said, his speech sounding as if his teeth were clenched. Blue Bonnie stepped up to the screen, her arms crossed, staring dead at me like a hawk. "People like that are just so bad, right?" she proclaimed. "You said it," they all announced. Slowly their expressions of disdain faded. Dandy spoke up again. "Well, it's a good thing we're talking about bullies today, huh?" They all shook their heads in approval. The episode transitioned to a school area, where they all gathered in what I would guess was the cafeteria. It was rosily colored, with hints of bright pink, yellow, green, and red across all of the furniture in the room, ranging from tables to art. Common colors for a kids' show. Rosie pointed at another flower. He wasn't a part of the usual cast, but they all regarded him with some level of knowledge. "That's Miss Wilkins. She's the worst," Rosie exclaimed. "She's the school bully here, and worst of all, she's a teacher. Everyone is scared of her," Daisy said. Dandy took his place in the center of the screen. "To get a bully off of you, sometimes you have to teach them a good lesson. Give them a reason to think twice before messing with you. Right, guys?" They all unanimously uttered an before turning all at once to the screen. Blue Bonnie looked at everyone else. "But won't you get in trouble for something like that?" she said. They all looked at her before turning back to face me. "To get a bully off of you? It's worth it." Their expression then changed to one of a kinder look, smiling warmly at me before returning to the hill. They all joined in unison to wish me good luck for tomorrow, as they always did, before the credits rolled. I was stunned. It was like the universe had aligned at that exact moment to help me with my problem, but it was the wrong solution. As much as I despised her, it wasn't worth it to get in a whole load of trouble for fighting a teacher. What good would it do to help my problem anyway? I'd have to do some serious damage to her for the bullying to cease. A simple hit to the nose would just make my problems worse. It honestly felt like the advice they'd had given me was, for the first time, bad. By that moment, the constant pitter-patter of rain had lulled me into a drowsy mess, so I decided to take a quick nap and recuperate. My head touched the soft, comforting surface of my pillow, and I slipped away into my dreams. Around 7:30, I awoke to one hell of a wake-up call. "Wake up!" It was violent, aggressive, booming, as though a prison warden was waking up an inmate. There was no friendliness in the command, no leeway, just rage. I popped out of my bed like a meerkat that had sensed an impending threat, but when I did, I saw that the TV had been turned on, and there he was, Dandy. However, strangely enough, his sisters weren't there. The background was dark, nearly pitch black, with only the moon present in the frame. The grass that was usually bright had turned sickly, adorning a new, yellowish color. "So you won't listen," Dandy said. His eyes furrowed into a deep, burning glare. "We are trying to help you with a problem, like we have for years." I didn't know what to say. It felt as if my body was stuck. Was this sleep paralysis? Was it a dream? "Do you not like us anymore?" Before I could find the courage to stammer anything out, his sisters came into the shot. "Because we don't like you. We never liked you." Their words burned, while my throat felt like it was held in place with barbed wire. Dandy moved forward. "Maybe she's right. Maybe you are a loser." They all began to snicker, until it eventually devolved into laughter. They shot out snide remarks, comments about my hair, face, and anything they could latch onto. They even bit into my dad's death. "He probably did it on purpose. Who would want to have a son like you?" Rosie said. "I bet he faked his death to get away from you," Blue Bonnie said. "Or maybe he did it himself out of disappointment." Before Dandy could finish what he was going to say, I shut the TV off. I was a hot mess of tears, snot, and fear. Balled up on my bed, I couldn't bring myself to move until morning came. It was a Saturday, and Mom was at work still. She was at the hospital's best surgeon, meaning there were quite a few weekends where she'd be gone for half the day. I wanted to get up out of bed to get breakfast, but I was still in shock after the incident the night prior. Was it a dream? Was it just my imagination? No, it couldn't have been. I felt everything. All those words, insults, and crude remarks. I felt them all. After much thought, I finally crawled out of bed and went downstairs. The sky had cleared since yesterday, with a bright, beautiful hue of blue and yellow beaming down for all to enjoy. After eating a healthy bowl of cereal, I returned to my room and decided to see if I could get some gaming in. I usually game during the weekends anyway, as my mom didn't let me play during school days. After a couple hours on the console, a familiar, yet mellow voice snapped my attention back to the TV. "Hey, friend." It was Dandy again. In the past, that voice would be a source of comfort. Now, it frightened me. I stood still, my head not daring to look back at the character who had become just as oppressive as my teacher. "Look at me, please." Dandy's voice wasn't violent this time. It had the same warm aura it had before the previous night. He sounded apologetic. I slowly looked over my shoulder. They were all there this time. Dandy, Bonnie Blue, Daisy, and Rosie. But they weren't standing. They were sitting on the hill. The background had returned to its entrancing bright blue color, and the grass looked healthy again. Everything had returned to normal, apart from the characters. Their faces now expressed a look of regret, a deep regret. "We're sorry, friend. We didn't mean to lash out like that," Bonnie Blue said, her eyes sporting a much brighter, kinder look. "It isn't you. It's us," Daisy said, her leafy hands clasped together in her lap. "We know you still like us. Really, we do," Rosie exclaimed. Dandy then took his turn to look at me, his character near the leftmost part of the frame. "We had an issue like you once. Miss Wilkins would treat us badly. She hated every kid she saw in that school. But for us, she hated us the most." I moved from my chair to stand right in front of the TV. My ears, eyes, and mind completely intertwined with the screen in front of me. It was unbelievable. "She said that we were troubled children who deserved to be alone," Daisy said. "We had no parents of our own, so we relied on her," Dandy said. "One day, Miss Wilkins said that she had enough with our behavior. She dragged us into the drawing room, locked us in, and left us there," Bonnie Blue proclaimed. Dandy looked up from his lap, his eyes a constant of sadness and misery. "We never left," he said. "We don't want the same for you," Rosie announced. "You made us happy, so we want you to be happy. We just got scared that you might move on the same path," Dandy said. I smiled at the TV, beaming happiness through their kind words. It was still a show at the end of the day, so I thought that this was their way of teaching courtesy and openness. "But we think it's time for us to say goodbye." My smile quickly dissipated into a slightly open mouth, my eyes wide with surprise. "You're getting old now, big and strong, just like your dad," Daisy exclaimed, her smile replacing mine. "We've taught you all we can, friend," Rosie said. I grasped the TV, words slowly bubbling into my throat of pleas for them to stay. "We always cared about you, even when you were with us back there," Bonnie Blue said. They all stood up and took each other's hands, and smiled the widest smiles I'd ever seen them showcase. My head was pressed up against the glass panel separating me from them, my eyes a waterfall of emotion and distress. I begged for them to not leave. "Thank you for tuning in with us, friend," they all said. Slowly but surely the screen faded to black, and in big white letters the words, "The End," covered the TV. Then it cut to static. All that remained was me, weeping and shattered. Years later, on my 16th birthday, after a big party with my closest friends, of whom I had many at that point, my mom called me into the living room. I thought that maybe there was another present waiting for me, so I eagerly waltzed into the room with an immense pep in my step. But my mom did not share my enthusiasm. She looked sullen and tense. "Sit down, please," she said, her voice controlled and centered, yet anxious. I complied, my own appearance visibly moving downwards into a look of paralleled seriousness. "I know that it's your big day, but we need to talk about something I've been meaning to tell you for a while." What proceeded to be said to me shook the core of my world forever. My mom told me that, well, it was true that my dad had died in a botched robbery. He wasn't truly my real dad, and that she wasn't my real mom. I had lost my original family a year after I was born in a car accident on the freeway, after a truck had lost control and slammed into the side of their car. They died on impact. I was lucky, as I had been at daycare, which they were coming to pick me up from. I had no extended family, so I was put in the foster care program and adopted by a woman named Miss Wilkins, who was a boarding school teacher in her past. According to Mom, she was an extremely cruel woman who would regularly beat her adopted children for the littlest of reasons, ranging from breathing too loud to having a cough. One day, however, she went too far when 4 of her children, after supposedly protecting me from a vicious beating, were locked in a room for a week. They didn't come back out. The other kids, including myself, were not let out of the house after that to avoid any of us telling another person what she had done to them. Eventually, the neighbors noticed how we were never leaving and called the police. Miss Wilkins was sentenced to life in prison. I was stunned, unable to move, as though I was locked in place by my feet. Take as much time as you need to process this. I'm right here, my mother said. As my mind began to make sense of it all, I started having sparks fire off in my brain. Miss Wilkins. I could have swore I knew that name from somewhere. Wilkins, Wilkins, Wilkins. And then it hit me like a boulder rolling down a hill. Miss Wilkins. The teacher from the show. I rushed out of the living room, up to my bedroom, and threw my computer open with almost lightning fast speed. I looked up the case, typing everything I could in, praying I could find something. 4 of the 5 searches popped up generic results for other heinous foster parents. But then on my 5th search, I found it. Boarding school teacher charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder after locking children in room. I scrolled through the article, and everything aligned with what my mom said. There was no mention of my name anywhere, but the presence of them defending another kid was in the article. Along with it, photos of the drawings they made while locked inside were posted into the article itself. All pictures of them as flowers. At the bottom it listed the names of the deceased children. My heart sank, and my jaw followed its motion. Rosalina Matthews, Bonnabelle Lee, Daisy McCullen, Daniel Morello. I had no words. I had no movement. It felt as though the world itself had spun upside down, and I was bearing the brunt of it. Snapping out of my haze, I looked up the cartoon. I searched for what felt like hours. Nothing. Not a single mention of any show titled Dandy's Wondrous Adventures. It made no sense. What the hell was I watching then? Did I imagine it? Was I going through some sort of trauma-induced hallucination? It shattered what little grip on reality I had left at that moment. Their names, the show, the antagonist of that one rainy day. It all neatly funneled into this one case that I had apparently been involved with when I was just a toddler. And yet, it only added more complexities and more emotions. Fear, confusion, sadness, empathy, and finally, courage. I'm 28 now, and I have been an animator for over 8 years. Recently, I pitched the idea for Dandy's Wondrous Adventures to the board, and just yesterday, it was approved. I did it for them. Whether or not the show I watched was real, this one will be, and I wanted to help people just like me. Just like them. I've never told anyone this story, and I never planned to, until today. As of writing this, I received an envelope at my door from an anonymous letter. All it says on the front of the envelope is, "From your friends." Inside the envelope was a crumpled old, worn piece of paper. It looked as though it had been set out in the sun for years. On one side of the paper was a drawing, as though it was made by a kid. Or rather, a group of kids, as the styles are all different. It looked fresh, completely out of place with the worn-down canvas that had been used. On the drawing is them, the characters. They all adorn beautiful white wings and halos above their heads, while a small, pretty purple butterfly guides them towards the sun. All of them are hand in hand, just like the last time I saw them. On the back, In 4 corners of the paper, in yellow, indigo, red, and white, was the same phrase, again and again, yet the meaning and significance of the phrase remained constant. Thank you. In the middle, a heart presented itself, with it colored in quadrants, the same colors used for the messages. Thank you too, friends. I found a listing online. Furnished basement room for rent. Private entrance. $400 a month. No pets, no questions. It was sketchy, but I was desperate. I'd just lost my job and my savings were circling the drain. The landlord was a tall, thin man who didn't smile. He handed me a key, told me the rules. Stay in my room after 9 p.m. Don't go upstairs. Never look through the keyhole. I laughed. He didn't. People think they want to know. They don't. I should have walked away. Instead, I moved in. The first night was uneventful, except for the sound of footsteps above me. Constant pacing, all night. Fast, then slow, then faster again, like someone running in circles. On the 3rd night, I woke up to scraping. Not footsteps, nails dragging across the ceiling. I went upstairs despite the rules. The hallway was pitch black, every door shut except one at the far end. Open a crack, soft, wet breathing echoed from it. I turned back. The next morning the landlord stood at my door. "You went up," he said, not angry, sad. "I didn't go in," I told him. "Doesn't matter. It saw you." That night, the pacing turned into thumping, something slamming against the floor above. I stuffed towels under my door, turned the TV up, and prayed for daylight. At 3:12 a.m. the power died. Silence. Then knocking. Not on the front door, on my bedroom door. 3 slow knocks. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. Then a voice, soft and gurgling. "Let me in. I want to see who you are." I stayed frozen until morning. When the sun rose, the door was wide open. The landlord was gone. His car, his things, all of it. I called the police. They searched the house. Only one thing was strange, they said. There's no upstairs. The blueprints showed a 1-story home. No 2nd floor, no staircase. They thought I was crazy. But last night, I found the keyhole he warned me about. In the hallway, hidden behind a false panel, my hands were shaking. I looked. All I saw was an eye, looking back. Not human, too wide, all pupil. Then it whispered, "Found you." Now I hear footsteps again, only this time, they're below me. I don't know why I'm writing this. I'm not a forum guy, but I'm alone out here and I have to tell someone, anyone, just to get it out of my own head. So if I do go crazy, at least there's a record of it. I torched my life about a month ago. Job, apartment, relationship, the whole thing. I'm an architect. Or I was. Had a full-blown burnout. The kind that leaves you feeling hollowed out, you know? I just needed quiet. Needed to start over. I found this listing online. A house going for practically nothing. The catch was its location. The middle of nowhere, in a derelict 60s housing development that went bust. The town's name is Ethelberg. Sounds perfect. A place where the world couldn't find me. When I got here, it was even deader than I'd imagined. A ghost town of asphalt and weeds. Perfectly laid out streets that led nowhere. Rusted streetlights standing like skeletal sentinels. All the houses were identical. These sad little copy-pasted boxes, all of them empty and rotting, except mine. Mine was clean. Too clean. Like someone had been here a week ago and scrubbed the place down. The first few days were bliss. The silence. I'd forgotten what real silence was. Not city quiet, which is just a low hum. This was a deep, heavy quiet that felt like it was pressing on my eardrums. I started unpacking slowly, starting to feel human again. That's when the little things started. The first thing, it was a picture frame, an old photo of my parents. I'd put it onto the mantelpiece over the brick fireplace. One evening, I'm walking to the kitchen to get a drink. I stop, I pick up the frame and I move it, maybe 4 inches to the left. The thing is, I don't remember deciding to do it. My hand just did it. Like an autopilot thing, you know? Like when you're driving and you suddenly realize you don't remember the last 5 miles. But after I did it, after the frame was in its new spot, I felt this wave of calm, relief. Like an itch I didn't know I had was finally scratched. I figured, okay, whatever. Stress, nerves, it's a new place. I'm just settling in. A few nights later I woke up, not because of a noise, I just woke up. Eyes wide open in the pitch black. I wasn't in my bed, I was standing in the kitchen. The linoleum was ice cold under my feet. It took me a second to figure out where I was. I hadn't turned on the light. The only light was the pale moonlight filtering through the window over the sink. And I saw what I'd done. Every can of food I owned, I'd taken every single one out of the pantry. Tuna, corn, beans, soup, all of it. And I'd stacked them, not just in a pile. I'd built a perfect, symmetrical pyramid on the countertop. It was flawless. I have no memory of doing this. None. The last thing I remember is reading in bed and turning off the light. And the scariest part, the part that's really messing with my head, is that my first reaction wasn't fear. It was satisfaction. I looked at that pyramid of cans in the dark and some quiet, calm part of my brain just went, there, that's better. The panic didn't hit until I was back in bed shivering. Am I sleepwalking? I've never sleepwalked in my life, but maybe stress can trigger it. A new environment. I kept trying to find a logical reason. I had to, because the alternative was just not possible. But it kept happening. It's still happening. I'm not just sleepwalking anymore. I find myself doing things during the day. I'll be in the middle of something, and I'll just zone out. I'll come to, and I'll find I've spent the last hour organizing the books on my shelves. Not by author, not by title, by the exact shade of their color, from lightest to darkest. I found myself on my hands and knees in the bathroom, scrubbing the grout between the tiles with a toothbrush until it was pristine white. I don't remember starting. I just wake up in the middle of it, my back aching, with that same weird, creepy feeling of a job well done. I'm becoming obsessive. That's the only rational explanation. The isolation is getting to me, triggering some latent OCD I never knew I had. My whole day is consumed by it now. Everything has to be perfect, symmetrical. If a coaster is off-center on the coffee table, it's not just annoying, it feels wrong. Physically wrong. I get this knot in my stomach, this rising anxiety that doesn't go away until I fix it. The problem is, it's working. The burnout, the anxiety, the reason I came here in the first place, it's gone. It's been replaced by this obsession with order. It's like my brain has traded one illness for another, and the new one is so much quieter, so much calmer. I tried to fight it. I swear I did. 3 days ago, I decided, screw this. I'm not a slave to this. I deliberately messed up the living room. I left a coffee cup on the floor. I tossed a book onto the sofa instead of putting it back on the shelf. I tried to just live in it, to be a normal, messy human being. I thought I was going to die. It started with a headache, a dull throb behind my eyes. Then a noise started, a low, deep hum. So low it was more of a feeling than a sound. It was like the house was vibrating. It made my teeth ache. I lay on my bed for hours, curled up in a ball, sweating. The pressure in my head building and building. It felt like my skull was going to crack open. I couldn't take it. Around dawn, I gave up. I got up, my head pounding, and I cleaned the living room. I put the cup in the sink. I put the book back on the shelf, in its correct color-coded spots. I straightened the rug. The second I finished, the instant the room was back in perfect order, it stopped. The headache vanished. The humming cut out. Just silence. And that wave of calm washed over me again. It's not just in my head. It can't be. OCD doesn't give you a physical vibrating hum in your house. It doesn't stop the second you align your books. This is something else. This house, this place, it's not just a building. It's a system, and it has rules. And I'm learning that breaking them has consequences. And then tonight happened. The thing that made me write this. I was alone in the bathroom, washing my face. I looked up at my reflection in the mirror, and I saw my hand. My right hand. It started to lift. I didn't tell it to. I tried to stop it. I swear to God I focused all my will on telling my arm to stay down. But it was like it wasn't mine anymore. It was like watching someone else's arm attached to my shoulder. It moved slowly, deliberately. I watched, frozen in horror, as my own index finger touched my forehead, and it started to draw. An invisible pattern on my own skin, a spiral with straight lines coming from it, like a stylized sun. I could feel the light pressure of my own nail. I was staring at my own eyes in the mirror, wide with terror, and I couldn't do a single thing to stop it. I was a prisoner in my own body. Probably lasted 10 seconds. Felt like an hour. Then it stopped. My arm dropped to my side. I had control again. I shakily raised my other hand to my forehead. There was nothing there. No mark, no scratch. But I know what happened. I saw it. I felt it. It's not just about the things in the house anymore. It's not about arranging books or cans. It's starting arranging me. I should leave. I know that. A sane person would be packing a bag right now and driving until the sun came up. But I can't. The thought of leaving this house, of leaving anything out of place, it fills me with a kind of dread that's worse than the fear. The thought of the headache, of the humming. And there's something else. The real reason I'm still here. Since this started, since I've been following these rituals, I've been productive. I'm an architect. I design things. I hadn't been able to draw a straight line for 6 months. My creativity was gone, burned out. The other night, after one of the arranging episodes, I sat down at my drafting table and I started to draw. It just flowed out of me. The lines were perfect. The concepts were clear, brilliant. In a few hours I'd designed a structure more elegant and complex than anything I'd managed in my entire career. It was effortless. I wasn't even thinking. I was just the hand holding the pencil. I looked at the finished drawing and I felt that same familiar feeling, that deep, profound satisfaction, the feeling of perfect order. I think I understand now. The house isn't haunting me. It doesn't want to hurt me. It's fixing me. It's taking all the messy, chaotic human parts of me, the anxiety, the depression, the unpredictable spark of creativity, and it's cleaning them up. It's sanding them down. It's putting them in order. It's emptying me of the chaos and filling me with purpose, with structure. And that's the part that terrifies me more than anything else. A part of me wants to let it, A part of me is so tired of the mess. Dried sweat, rotten food, fermented trash, cigarette smoke, dust. The mixture of odors overwhelmed my nose. I had to take a step back, gagging. Once I filled my lungs with fresh air from the outside, I took a step in. "I'm home," I called. I left my sneakers by the foyer. Mom's boots were there, gathered among the shoes of siblings long gone. I peeked through the hall and into the living room. It was a mess. Not even the dark could hide the collage of trash, clothes, and empty meal boxes. There was a tricycle next to the couch, tiny and colorful, though children hadn't inhabited this place in almost a decade. Mom had covered the windows with aluminum foil and newspaper. No light bulbs, no lamps. She said light gave her headaches. A lantern was needed to navigate the apartment, or a smartphone. I found Mom sulking in her bedroom, curled into a ball and covered by duvets. "What took you so long?" Mom's voice was high-pitched and with a well-developed vocal fry. It resembled the creakiness of a rusty door hinge. I lowered my phone light. "I told you I went to Emma's bachelorette." "You didn't tell me a thing. I stayed here to starve." A sigh got stuck in my throat. God forbid I let it out in front of Mom. Or worse, what if I sighed and then explained to her I brought her a weekend worth of pizza and ready meals? With my money at that. Would I survive that? "Are you hungry?" I asked. "Of course I am." It gave me an excuse to leave for another room and encounter yet another frustration. All over the kitchen laid the aftermath of my weekend off. Pizza boxes and plastic containers were scattered across the counter. One of them remained inside the microwave half-eaten. There were no offerings left for Mom, as she'd eaten them all. "I'll go to the store to buy you something," I called. "Will you abandon me again?" She accented every syllable with spite. "I'll be back in an hour." If I had used a bike, the trip to the convenience store would have been 20 minutes. That also meant less time filling my lungs with clean summer air. As I walked, I ruminated on how wonderful and how terrible the sense of smell was. We cannot close our noses like we close our eyes. How inconvenient is that? If I wanted to stop smelling, I also had to stop breathing. There's another way, though. If we smell something for long enough, no matter how pleasant or disgusting, the brain mutes the scent. It took me a lifetime to grow accustomed to the smell of Mom's apartment, and only a weekend off to find it unbearable again. As I entered the supermarket, I quickly glanced at the yard section. They sold garden furniture and flowers and grilling equipment. I grew up thinking no one ever bought those. The gas tanks reminded me of a fun fact. Methane does not have a smell naturally. The characteristic rotten eggs odor gets added to it for safety reasons. That way, an individual can detect a gas leak before the whole building goes kaboom. My phone vibrated in my pocket. It was Emma. "Hey," I answered, searching through the ready meals. "Ready to go?" KaiserDeucalion answered on the other side. I moved the phone from one ear to the other. Although it was impossible for Mom to be around, I looked over my shoulder. "I can't do it," I said. KaiserDeucalion took a deep breath. "Terya, listen. You need to get out of there. Now." I grabbed some meatballs and potatoes. That would do. "I can't. Mom needs someone to take care of her." "What are you even saying?" When upset, KaiserDeucalion spoke slowly and accented every word, just like Mom. "I'll be fine. It's Mom. She's an odd person, but she's not evil." "Are you listening to yourself?" He screeched on the other side of the line. It peaked the microphone. "I don't appreciate you yelling at me." I was on the shopping line. Only 2 people stood in front of me. but this was a minuscule town. Everyone knew everyone's faces. What if they heard Kalevi losing it over the phone? And what do you want me to do? At least Kalevi lowered his voice a little. You're speaking nonsense. She ate Nina. She didn't, I scoffed, then lowered my voice to a whisper. Nina ran away with her boyfriend. You saw it. You saw it happen. What are you talking about? I envisioned Kalevi pulling his hairs out. It was a nightmare. Seek help, I mean it. I placed the ready meal and an energy drink on the treadmill. And Mom needs help and compassion. That's the only way she can get better. You're not helping her. You're feeding her. The products reached the hands of the cashier, assigned to end this senseless call. I need to go back home. Talk to you later. I hung up with Kalevi mid-sentence. I packed my purchases and walked back home. Him screaming caught me off guard. It hurt a little. We had a great bachelorette together. Unlike Mom's house, Kalevi's was clean and sleek, with plenty of sunlight and even one of those little robot vacuums rolling around. I was happy to see him doing good despite everything. I was happy to see him, period. None of the other siblings gave us that grace. They left home to disappear. Kalevi said. They didn't leave. She ate them all. But he didn't feel like talking about Mom, much less in front of his wife. She believed he was an orphan. I shook off the memories of our weekend together. I left them at the door along with the prospect of fresh air. One deep breath and I was ready to go back home. As I microwaved the meal, I realized I'd forgotten to buy something for myself. Too late to go back to the store, however. I went to sleep hungry. A bad idea. Hunger always brought nightmares. Hungry Mom always brought nightmares. In darkness I awoke, my body unresponsive and my mind hazy. It happened so often and yet I never got used to it. Panic kicked in as usual. No matter how much I begged in my head, not even a finger would move. Even my eyes stayed glued on the same spot. I was trapped in my own body. Some light from the midnight sun bled through the window, usually a blessing. The light now delineated Mom's terrible form. She watched from the ceiling, her eyes glistening in the darkness, her floppy belly, product of almost a dozen childbirths, drooped over my immobile body. Her saggy tits dangled atop my head. Both elbows pointed towards the floor unnaturally. They were backwards. She resembled a spider. Slowly, Mom crawled down the wall, closer to the headboard. The drywall cracked as she buried her nails and toes onto it. Soon I felt her sparse hair tickling my forehead. I tried to scream, but my mouth remained shut. My lungs wouldn't breathe faster. My eyes refused to shed tears. My whole body remained still, like the corpse I'd soon become. Nina never had a boyfriend. I once saw her kissing another girl at the lake, and I saw how Mom crawled to her bed that night. Mom looked like a crocodile wearing a human suit, her arms and legs bent uncomfortably, at impossible angles. She opened her mouth wide, impossibly so. I heard the crack as her jawline popped out of its sockets. I saw how she sucked onto Nina's scalp like ice cream, then nibbled it. She crawled further into Nina's bed as she swallowed her head, then her neck, then her shoulders. She pushed forward, her breasts, her hips, her thighs. Only Nina's ankles and feet dangled out of her mouth. Mom gargled, struggling to consume the last bits of Nina. Her whole body contracted as she swallowed what was left of my older sister. I was next. I felt Mom's breath next to my ear, warm and humid. It stank of cigarettes and acid. She gently pushed my face to the side. You let me starve. She punctured a hole in my neck, the one that never healed. I always said it was a birthmark. Immobile, helpless, stupid, With no other option, I waited until she fed herself. In my head I promised, never again. Never again I'll let this happen. Never again I'll leave Mom to starve. She needs me. Despite its fresh paint and polished mosaics, the house felt lived in from the moment I stepped inside. It smelled of plaster dust, sharp and clean, but beneath it clung something older, warmth soaked into the wood, as though the walls remembered meals and laughter. Odd for a place so recently renovated. A fact the realtor had repeated almost to the point of insistence. I told myself I needed that renewal. The move wasn't about square footage or mortgage rates so much as distance. From the old job, the hostile boss, the endless small office wars. The new position promised steadiness. A manager who listened, colleagues who minded their own work. A clean start, and this house was meant to be the reward. The kitchen drew me first, counters stiff beneath my hands, hinges creaking as if relearning motion, the fridge humming in steady breath. Morning light cut through the high window and fractured on the island, spreading across the floor in the shape of a 7-pointed star. I stood there that first morning, coffee cooling in my hand, and thought, it's a lucky house. Everywhere I walked, the house seemed to move with me. The third stair lifted its note like a small bell each time I passed. Drafts curved faithfully toward the living room. Doors leaned shut with the softness of pages closing. Rooms guided me always inward, until I found myself where the house seemed to want me. The living room. There, comforts gathered in full, cushions slumped warm from the sun, a rug that hushed each step, ceiling beams converging overhead like carved beads. The room wasn't quite square, but softened, 7-sided, as if shaped more by intent than design. At twilight the beams looked ornamental, suspended like charms. Even the basement carried that stillness. Its door, freshly painted and oiled, caught the sun as I passed, glowing for a moment before dimming again, as though the house drew its breath inward. I never went down until that power failed one evening. Flashlight in hand, I turned the knob. It yielded easily. The air was cool, mineral, faintly sweet, like my grandparents' wine cellar. Moonlight spilled through the narrow window and fell in neat, careful lines. The floor was too smooth for a basement. The concrete sanded down as though someone had gone to lengths to erase its roughness. The breaker box gleamed against the far wall, its switches aligned like teeth. I thought of messaging the realtor later, to thank her for such careful refurbishment. It was rare to find a place where even the hidden rooms had been treated with such care. I didn't properly meet my neighbors until the third week. I'd seen their houses on my walks, whimsical variations on a core theme, one rising with clean brick lines, another softened by ivy, another brightened with shutters and a garden spilling slightly onto the sidewalk. I thought, now and then, that I glimpsed someone through a window or heard a voice carrying across a lawn, but I could never be sure. But that evening they arrived together, like a delegation, each balancing something in their hands. Bottles of wine with supermarket ribbons, casserole dishes still steaming under foil, a wicker basket lined with a gingham cloth, and heavy with bread. They filled the living room with little effort, arranging themselves on the sofa and chairs as if they'd been here countless times before. Their warmth was immediate, their smiles wide and practiced. In minutes the house was alive with the clink of glasses, the soft scrape of cutlery on bone china, and voices tumbling into laughter. The food was wonderful, shockingly so. I helped myself to second, third, even fourth servings of lasagna, and tried not to sound overeager as I praised the couple who had brought it. They only exchanged a knowing glance, smiling like proud hosts, though it was my house. At one point the drawer in the kitchen island jammed as I reached for extra cutlery. I tugged uselessly until one of the men chuckled and brushed past. "Let me," he said. A moment later I heard his steps on the basement stairs. He reappeared almost instantly with a screwdriver in hand, triumphant. "Managed to find it quick enough," he laughed, as if the tool had been waiting for him. Later, one of the women excused herself to use the toilet. She stopped halfway down the hall, asking which door it was. "Just the next one on your left," I said. "Ah," she replied, nodding with certainty, as though I had only confirmed what she already knew. Curious, I asked, "Did you know the people who lived here before me?" For a heartbeat, the room seemed to pause. Then one of them nodded, smiling as he set his glass down. "Oh yes," he said. "We knew them all." Another added with a chuckle that was just a little too smooth. "We know this house very well indeed." By the time the plates were scraped clean and the last drops of wine drunk, I was flushed with warmth, not only from the alcohol, but from the strange sense of inclusion, of being woven seamlessly into their circle. At the door they thanked me profusely, as though I'd hosted them, pressing my hand or patting my shoulder before vanishing into the night, with their empty dishes. I locked the door behind them with a kind of satisfaction I hadn't felt in years. The house glowed with the after-image of company, the faint perfume of bread and wine, the hum of laughter still clinging to the walls. For the first time, I thought, perhaps I could belong here. I doused the lights room by room in a slow, meditative rhythm, the old floorboards creaking beneath my steps, until only my bedroom glowed faintly upstairs. Later, with the window cracked open, I sipped the last half glass of wine and let the cool night air wash over me. The houses across the street were still lit, squares of gold burning against the dark, yet no shadows moved behind those curtains. No silhouettes passed in front of lamps. The facade stared back at me, silent and blank, glowing only to insist they were alive. I told myself the neighbors must simply be tired after the long dinner. The thought soothed me. I lay down, listening as the house settled around me, boards easing, pipes sighing, and just as sleep began to take me, I heard it. Something deeper, muffled, rising from beneath the floorboards, a sound almost too faint to catch, like the house itself had sighed. The next morning, sunlight slipped through the blinds in its usual pale strips. I showered, dressed, made coffee, ordinary rituals, grounding me in the start of another workday. But when I stepped outside, briefcase in hand, I noticed the street was as empty as the night before. The same houses stood in their neat variations, lights still humming in windows, but not a single person stirred. No slamming of car doors, no joggers, no children waiting for the bus. Even the air seemed to hush itself. Was it always this quiet in the mornings? I lingered longer than I should have, scanning for the slightest sign of life, until finally I muttered that it was none of my business and walked on. Work passed on eventfully, but in a good way. A respectful, peaceful work environment, where everyone just sat down, got their work done without fuss, where exchanges in the break room felt like breaths of fresh air, rather than heavy with tireless gossip and backhanded compliments. Yet when I returned home at dusk, I kept noticing how quiet it all was. The houses lit like stage props, but no cast to play their parts. I unlocked my door and stepped inside, feeling a strange relief to be swallowed again by my own silence. It was peaceful here, wasn't it? Quieter than anywhere I had lived before. This was the kind of life, the kind of neighborhood I'd always aspired to live in. But as I moved about the evening, reheating my leftover casserole, thumbing through a new book, readying for bed, the quiet never really settled in. I kept catching myself looking out at my neighbor's window, hoping for some sign, any at all, of movement, but it never came. A peculiar sort of liminality where you felt alone, yet not. Something about the way the pipes kept knocking deep below the basement every half hour or so kept me ever so slightly on edge, too. That and the way the basement door glowed in the setting sun, in hazy hues of crimson melting into amber, like the threatening flare of some watchful, venomous creature, made me wary of it. But of course, the power went out again that very night. Hilarious. I grabbed my torch, reluctant but resigned. I sighed before flicking it on, and navigating my way down to the basement. In daylight, the house felt calm, almost protective, as if its walls had been storing quiet for years and were willing to share it with me. But at night, without the ambient, low light filtering through curtains, the silence seemed to sharpen. The hallways felt longer, the corners heavier, the ceilings higher. Every pane of glass reflected my own movements back at me, as though something else were watching just behind. And then there were the faint pinpricks I sometimes noticed only in the darkest corners. Tiny red motes, too dim to be dust, too steady to be tricks of my eyes. I told myself they were from the appliances, some unseen standby light or sensor. Still, once seen, they followed me, like scattered eyes half buried in shadow. I began to suspect that the piece I'd admired by day was only a mask, and that in the dark the house showed its truer face. The door swung open soundlessly as I opened it. A scent met me, cold and strong, carrying with it a scent that reminded me of neither mildew nor dust, but something much earthier, like disturbed ground. I descended, noticing the way the light of my torch seemed to shiver without command. Pipes and boxes, stacked furniture, the expected clutter of an old basement greeted me. I found the fuse box, flipped the breaker, and heard the house above me click and hum back to life. I was about to turn and leave, but something about the way the dust particles caught in my torch beam, as if tugged by a draft from deeper in the dark, drew my attention. I followed it a few steps past the reach of the singular bulb overhead, until my torchlight met a section of the wall where the stone looked different, rougher, and lower to the floor. Half hidden behind a shelving unit, I thought I had seen it opening. Narrow, almost nothing, just enough to let that strange air breathe through. I stood there longer than I should have, staring, listening. It felt like the house was holding its breath with me. I crouched, bringing my face closer to the gap, and pointing my torch into the crack. The draft slid cool across my face, carrying with it that same raw scent of turned earth. The space beyond was narrow, irregular, not a tunnel so much as a crack in the stone, but deep enough that I couldn't really see where it ended. I leaned in, squinting, waiting for the beam to catch on something solid. For a few seconds there was nothing. Only shadow piled on shadow, my own breath shallow in the confined space. I sighed, making a note to myself to find a way to seal it off when I had the time. But just as I began to withdraw my head, I thought I saw it, the faintest glimmer, 2 points suspended in the black, catching the light for a heartbeat before sinking back again. Not bright, nor obvious, but enough to give the unmistakable impression of something looking back. I froze. I looked again. A pair of eyes, yearning, patient, like a child waiting for a piece of candy. Unsure what to do, I wordlessly stood up and headed back up, too afraid to react. I slammed the basement door behind me and stood there in the hall, chest heaving, the silence of the house pressing close around me. Upstairs, the lights glowed steadily again, calm and ordinary, as though nothing had happened at all. Sleep never came. I lay awake in the upstairs bedroom, staring at the ceiling while the clock ticked steadily on the dresser. Every creak of the settling house, every whisper of wind at the shutters set my nerves on edge. When at last the windows began to gray with dawn, it felt less like the start of a new day and more like a reprieve. Thin, temporary. The neighborhood outside was the same as before. Lawns trimmed, curtains drawn, driveways empty. The house simply sat still and shone with their quiet lights. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe everyone simply had places to be earlier than I did. Regardless, walking to the car, I couldn't help but feel the weight of 100 eyes, all on scene behind those curtained windows. Work did not go well. I sat at my desk fighting to keep upright, fumbling simple tasks, letting emails pile without answer. By midday, my supervisor frowned and then sighed. "You're no good to us half asleep. Go home. Get some rest." I didn't argue, but I didn't really want to go home either. I tried going to a nearby cafe, 2 blocks over from my office. It was there that my mind finally got some reprieve. The chatter of strangers, the soft hiss of the espresso machine, the familiar clink of porcelain, all of it wrapped me in a comfort I hadn't realized I needed. I ordered another coffee, then another, trying to stretch the afternoon out as long as possible. I watched the rain beat against the window, people passing by with their umbrellas, anything to keep my thoughts away from the crack in my basement. But exhaustion is a patient hunter. By the third refill, my hands shook with fatigue, and my vision blurred at the edges. I realized, miserably, that I couldn't outrun sleep forever. When I finally pushed myself up from the table and stepped back into the damp air, the only place left to go was home. Back in the house, I lay on my sofa, restlessly. The basement kept creeping its way back into my mind. What had I really seen? Surely nothing. Just a trick of the light. Nerves wound tightly by the outage. And yet... I sighed, getting up and walking towards the basement door again. I paced back and forth a few times, before finally committing. Hesitantly, I turned the knob and descended once more. The air was cool, still. The shelves stood steadily, undisturbed. I crouched at the same place, torch in hand, and found the gap utterly ordinary. A thin seam in the stone, no deeper than a foot. Nothing stirred. Nothing stared back. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Everything was normal again. Perfectly, disappointingly normal. Just as I had hoped. That evening, as I was finally getting comfortable again, there was a knock at the door. The same group as before stood on the porch. The women with their practiced smiles, the men carrying covered dishes. I let them in, though something about their presence felt different this time, as if a thread had pulled taut. They settled in the living room again, chatting lightly. Their voices hushed, careful. The food was good, better than I'd expected, but the atmosphere clung close, like damp air. Between mouthfuls, I found myself blurting, "So, what do you all do? For work, I mean. I've noticed the mornings are always quiet." The question landed heavier than I intended. For a beat too long, no one answered. Then one of the men chuckled, though it sounded forced. "We keep busy," he said. Another nodded quickly, adding, "Odd schedules, you know how it is." They moved the conversation along before I could press further. Soon after, they excused themselves, leaving behind the remains of the meal and a faint unease that lingered long after the door shut. I walked them to the porch, waved as they split off toward their homes, then on impulse, hurried to the window. From behind the curtain I watched one of the couples, a man in his heavy coat, a woman clutching his arm. They walked without a word, their steps almost too even, too measured. At their door, they didn't glance around, didn't fumble with keys, just slipped inside as if the house had opened up to them. I waited, watching the windows for some sign of light or movement. None came. Instead, through a narrow pane near the ground, I saw them descend the stairs. A door opened, a dim glow flickered once, and then they were gone, swallowed by their basement. They never came back up. Sleep became a strained effort from that night onwards. I kept getting this urge to sit up and peek out at my neighbors' homes. Even when I did commit to sleep, I would constantly startle awake to some faint creaking and rumbling deep in the bowels of the house. And though I told myself it was the house settling, the sound had a way of crawling into my chest and sitting there. Every morning, I was gray with exhaustion, my usual coffee just barely keeping me awake. Work suffered. Several times I nearly nodded off at my desk. Once during a meeting, my supervisor suggested I take some time off, just a week to clear your head. I agreed, though I knew no week would be enough. At home, I found myself glued to the windows. I watched the houses like a man waiting for a signal, desperate for proof of life. The lights came on at dusk, glowed steadily until dawn, but not once did I see a curtain twitch or a door open. No one came out for work, no deliveries were ever made, no children played in the yards. Nothing. It was as if the whole street were a set piece, staged for my benefit, while the real activity lay hidden somewhere. Perhaps underground. At night, the noises grew bolder. Low thuds, faint clatters, sometimes even the impression of a voice carried through the vents. Each time I would sit up in bed, heart hammering, staring toward the basement door at the end of the hall. I wanted to go down, to fling it open and see once and for all what waited there, but the thought of facing it froze me in place. Instead, I lay awake until dawn, watching the ceiling, counting every sound, knowing I wouldn't sleep, knowing I couldn't. The days began to blur together. I told myself I was only taking time off to rest, but I hardly left the house. Curtains drawn, lights dimmed. I kept my silent vigil. The neighbor's windows stared back at me like blind eyes, never once blinking. I tried to reason it out. Maybe everyone here worked nights. Maybe it was some kind of community agreement. Quiet mornings, quiet evenings, nobody making a fuss. But even in saying it, I could hear the falseness. I knew what I had seen, or rather, what I hadn't. I knew the sounds beneath my house weren't just figments of my imagination. It was in the stillness of one early afternoon that something inside me finally cracked. I had pulled the curtains tight against the light, and in the dimness I noticed it again, that faint, glowing 7-pointed star from the light of the upper window. I'd always thought it charming. Once. Now, it looked like an eye, sharp-edged and cruel, glaring down into the room, glaring at me. The living room, too, felt different, the way the crooked walls leaned in on me, threateningly, conspiring to press the room shut. The ceiling beams that once caught light like beads on a string pressed down heavily, the joints knotting together in sharp, unnatural angles. Less a pattern, but a snare, a geometry that tried to bind me inside it, closing tighter the longer I stared. And then I saw them again in the dimness, the red specks, tiny pinpricks, barely visible in the darkened corners. One above the archway, another tucked near the ceiling vent, another staring from the hallway like a burning insect. I held my breath. Suddenly, certain I was not alone, I rose, slow as if my movements were being watched, and turned toward the nearest light. It was no trick of exhaustion this time. Leaning closer, I saw nestled in the tangle of a small potted plant, the faint glassy bulge of a lens. I knew it then. I was being watched. They were watching me. The thought struck so sudden I was already moving, stumbling out the door and across the street. My heart thudded like it would split my ribs. I half expected a curtain to twitch, a shout to stop me, but nothing stirred. The crooked, shuttered house loomed. I set my hand on the knob. It turned too easily. The lock had clicked, yes, but shallowly, like a toy made only to sound real. The door swung inward at the faintest push. Inside, the air was cool and stale, as though sealed for years. The living room was tidy, too tidy. A half-read magazine curled yellow on the table, cushions plumped, curtains half open. It felt staged, preserved, not lived in. The silence here was heavier than in my own house, not absent of sound, but absence of life. Every object seemed set slightly apart from itself. My breathing rasped too loud as my gaze fixed on the plain wooden door at the end of the hall. The basement. I told myself I'd only look, only open it and see, but my hand was already on the knob, already turning. The hinges moaned as I pulled it back. A damp draft curled up from below. I crouched at the top of the stairs and peered down. The light didn't reach far, just the first few steps. Then shadow. A smell of earth rose up, faintly metallic, and steadying myself against the frame, I began to descend. The steps creaked under my weight, each one louder than the rest. I half expected the neighbors to come rushing in, demanding to know what I was doing in their house. But no one came. The air grew colder the farther down I went, the draft sharper against my skin. The bathroom was ordinary, too ordinary. A washing machine sat in the corner, boxes stacked neatly against the wall, the faint smell of detergent clinging to the stillness. For a moment, I almost laughed at myself. Had I really imagined everything? Of course I hadn't. I narrowed my eyes, searching. For what, I wasn't sure. And then my sight caught the far wall. It was there again, the same uneven gap I had in my own basement, the one that I had never dared to inspect too closely. A rough seam where the stone and concrete didn't quite meet, as though the house had been set atop foundations that belonged to something older. Something the builders had merely covered rather than disturbed. I crouched down, pulse jittering against my throat. The gap was wider here, easily large enough to slip a hand through. A breath of cold air pulsed from within, damp and insistent, carrying with it the faintest murmur so faint I couldn't be sure if it was a sound at all, or merely the suggestion of it, shaped by the stone. I should have turned back. Instead, I pressed my palms against the jagged edges, and the wall shifted. Not much, just enough. Plaster sloughed away in sodden flakes, and beyond it lay a blackness so absolute it seemed to drink the light from the basement. I don't know what drove me then, exhaustion, obsession, or some older compulsion seeping out through the crack. Perhaps only the need for finality, the need to force the silence to speak. Whatever it was, I pushed myself forward, scraping through until my shoulders cleared, then my hips, then the soles of my shoes, and I was inside. The air was clammy, mineral heavy, pressing against my lungs. My flashlight shivered over raw stone, catching on lines that didn't look accidental, rather smooth as if worn down by endless repetition. This was a passage. A tunnel sloped downward at once, a crude incline spiraling into earth. My shoes scraped loose gravel that hissed downslope ahead of me. I hesitated, but the silence behind me felt heavier than what waited below. So I descended. The air changed as I went. Cooler, yes, but laden too, as if with centuries of dust ground too fine to ever settle. Each breath tasted metallic, faintly briny, as though seawater had long ago seeped into the rock and lingered still. A sound began to emerge. Not voices, not exactly. More like the collected breath of many people whispering just at the threshold of hearing. Not rising or falling, but merging into a single tide pull of sound. I froze, straining to distinguish words. None came, only the endless susurrus, like waves sucking at shingle, patient and eternal. Every few steps I looked back. The pale rectangle of the basement was shrinking, already no more than a warped glimmer. My stomach clenched. If that wall sealed itself again, if it had ever been a wall at all, then no one would ever know I was down here. Still, I kept walking. I followed the whispering. The passage twisted illogically, curving left, plunging downward, rising again. My sense of distance unraveled. I could not tell whether I had gone 50 feet or 500. The air was cooler still, carrying the musk of confinement, a scent like bodies packed too close together in the dark, though none were there. Then at the precipice of nausea and misdirection, I noticed it, a hairline crack in the tunnel wall, faintly familiar. I leaned closer, pressing my eye against it, and my heart lurched. On the other side of the thin veil of earth was a room I knew too well. The bare concrete floor, the slant of the steps, the jumble of paint cans in the corner. My basement. The whispers swelled as if pleased by my recognition. For a mad instant, I felt like they were urging me onward, coaxing me deeper into the labyrinth that stitched neighbor to neighbor, home to home, until perhaps the whole street was webbed together in a single buried artery. Following the noises, I eventually squeezed through a narrow cleft in the stone, the rough edges rasping my shoulders and peeling cloth from my sleeves, finding myself in a vast chamber. The air hit me like damp wool, heavy, wet, and sour with the layered stench of decay. The ceiling hung so low I had to stoop, its surface bristling with roots and beads of black condensation that flattened and burst with slow, deliberate ticks. Candles jammed into fissures spat and wept down their stubs, their glow smeared and multiplied in the sweat of the stone. Shadows leaned unnaturally long, folding and overlapping until they seemed to bend around some hidden core, as though the walls themselves recoiled from illumination. On the earthen floor lay 6 bodies, each arranged with care along the prongs of a vast figure, gouged into the soil. Death had marked each differently. One collapsed into an articulated cage of bone, still wearing the husk of a funeral suit. Another shivered to a leathern skin that clung tight as drumhide. Another bloated with the greenish swell of half-preserved flesh. A slick of fat glistened at the jaw of one, hardened to yellow wax where it touched the dirt. The mingled odors of sweet corruption, dry mildew, and old earth rolled together into something nauseating but almost reverent, like incense turned sour. The 7th space was gaped empty, its soil churned with fresh scarring, as though impatient hands had redrawn the lines again and again, sharpening the groove to accept what must soon complete it. Then I looked up. The walls were crowded with photographs, whole families smiling stiffly on front porches, children's portraits, candid shots from kitchens and backyards. Beneath them, yellowed leases, school certificates. The utility bills were pinned in meticulous rows. One cluster of images showed a man and woman whose features matched 2 of the bodies on the ground. Another cluster matched the others. And then, farther along, I saw my own face, my parents, my siblings, my resume, Copies of letters I'd written years ago. Camera feeds flickered above it all. My living room, my bedroom, my basement stairs. The pattern was undeniable. These were the former residents of my house. I shuddered to think what that meant for me. Around the chamber's edge the neighbors stood in a ring, their faces half lost in the glow, lips working in a ceaseless chant. The sound was not speech, so much as grinding cadence. Breath drawn ragged, consonants bitten short, syllables collapsing into one another until they became a shingle of sound that scraped their ear raw. I pressed myself against the damp, sticky wall, hardly daring to breathe. Their voices rose and fell in uneven cadence, half prayer, half conversation, like a crowd rehearsing lines from different plays. He suspects. No matter, tonight he belongs to our Lord. Then, cutting through the babble, came a tone I knew at once. Calm, polished, practiced. The realtor, the same voice that had once praised crown molding and promised a house with character. Smooth, unshakable, the voice of someone who never failed to close a deal. His place has been waiting, she said, her words rounded and precise. The walls already know his name. Our Lord already knows his name. They resisted too, murmured a man, almost sheepish. They fought, said another. They wept, sighed a third, almost fond. But all children sleep in the end, as will the seventh, the realtor replied, rising above them. And when the seventh sleeps, the circle will be complete. Our Lord will breathe through his lungs. Our Lord will see through his eyes. A low murmur rippled through the circle, threads of hunger, relief, longing tangled together. He is close. He is ready. He will open the way. Silence fell, sudden and crushing, as though the air itself had been sucked from the chamber. Only the faint hiss of a candle remained. My hand slipped against a loose stone. It clattered to the floor, small, ordinary, but in that silence I exploded like a gunshot. The murmurs died. No one moved. "Did you hear that?" a voice whispered. The silence deepened, shivering, brittle. Then, all at once, every head in the circle turned, not one after another, all together, too fast, too clean, like marionettes jerked on the same string. Dozens of blank eyes, glinting in candlelight, fixed on the dark where I crouched. For a heartbeat, the whole room held its breath. Then the realtor's voice, soft as velvet, closing like a coffin lid. He is here. Adrenaline seized me like a hand on my spine. I lurched upright and bolted, some skinning my arms as I tore down the passage. Behind me came the shuffle of shoes on earth. Not frantic, not clumsy, but steady. Too steady. Dozens of feet striking in perfect unison, every step slamming the chamber like a drum beat inside my skull. Then the voices followed, slipping between the rhythm of their march like oil through cloth. "Don't run," one said, hollow and even. "We don't want you hurting yourself." "Everything will be okay," crooned another, the syllables thick and honey slow. The tunnel pressed in tighter, my vision strobing at the edges. I dropped to my knees, palms skidding on damp stone, groping for the slit of light I swore had been there. My basement, my way out. Behind me the footsteps never faltered, filling the space, filling me. Their march in my blood, now one deafening rhythm, a heartbeat not my own. I shoved a shoulder into the gap, bone grinding against rock. The stone tore at my clothes, bit into my skin. For a moment I was wedged, ribs caught, lungs clenching, the earth holding me fast. The voices drifted closer, weaving between each other like a lullaby. "Come back. You don't have to be afraid. I clawed forward, skin peeling, breath shredding in my throat. My hips caught next, and I had to twist, spine screaming, until the stone finally released me with a soundless escape. I spilled through at last, sprawling across the cold slab of my basement floor. The sting of torn flesh sharpened the air. Behind me the voices did not raise or falter. They seeped through the crack as though the wall itself were speaking, steady as a prayer. I stumbled up from the basement, clawing for balance, crashing through the kitchen and down the hall. Every breath was a rasp, every step dragging a streak of grit and blood across the floorboards. The door loomed before me, simple, familiar, absurd in its ordinariness. The frosted glass glowed faintly, a pale imitation of daylight, safety, escape, life. I seized the knob with both hands, slick with sweat and blood. It turned, yes, it turned like it always had. But when I pulled, the house answered. Clack. Not the dull, human sound of a deadbolt. No, this was sharper, metallic, hungry. A sound like teeth closing around bone. The seams along the frame shuddered. The wood moaned, fibers tightening like sinew, as if the whole house clenched at once to hold me inside. No, no, no. My own voice came back at me, ragged and unrecognizable. I rushed back to the basement door and threw the bolt, then dragged a shelf into place, books and tools crashing to the floor in a rain of useless clatter. For a moment, silence, only my pulse in my ears. Then, the sound of the knob turning, softly, patiently, a creak, then a slow knock. 3 measured raps. Murmurs from behind the wood, sweet and stale. Don't lock us out. We all belong here together. Panic clawed higher in my throat. I staggered through the hall, into the kitchen, grabbing at the back door. The knob twisted beneath my palm, but the same click followed, the wood tightening as if bracing itself to hold me in. A shape caught my eye, motion at the window. I turned. Across the yard, my neighbor was stepping from his porch, stiff and deliberate, eyes fixed on me. Then another and another. They crossed the lawn without a sound, gathering along my house. They pressed themselves to the windows, every one of them, palms spread flat, faces leaned close, cheek to pane. Their eyes stared through at me, unblinking, catching the faint light and strange reflections that looked too bright, too wet. A dozen mouths moved at once, muffled by the glass, whispering things I couldn't make out, but all of them smiling, all of them watching. The whispers overlapped, swelled, some voices turning sharp, almost scolding. Stop it, stop it. Our Lord won't be happy with you. Others curled into a cloying sing-song. Don't worry, sweetheart. You're safe here. We'll take care of you. The house vibrated with it, the glass humming faintly as their breath fogged the panes. Smiles stretched too wide, too steady, splitting into snarls and croons. I stumbled back, heart hammering, staring at the impossible wall of faces around me. Every window on the first floor was filled. I was sealed inside, trapped in my own house, their voices clawing at me from all directions. Panic seized me. My eyes shot upward. The stairs, the bedroom. I bolted, 2 steps at a time, my body lurching forward as if chased by the noise swelling below. I burst into my room, chest heaving, and grabbed at the curtain. Outside, my car parked at the curb. My only chance. For a moment I froze, the chanting rising beneath me, swelling into something that wasn't words anymore, just a pressure in my skull. Then I drove my heel into the glass. It shattered around me in an explosion of cold shards. the afternoon air slicing my face. Without another thought, I hurled myself forward, down onto the pavement. The pain was immediate, white hot, snapping through my leg like fire. My ankle folded under me with a sickening crack. I screamed, or thought I did. The sound drowned in the roar of blood in my ears. I rolled onto my side, vision warping, breath hitching against the shock. The night smelled of iron and dust. My face wet where glass had sliced it. Move, move. My car loomed just yards away, unreal and shining under the streetlight. I clawed across the lawn, dragging my useless legs, grass slick beneath my palms. Every shift of my weight sent agony screaming up my body, but the chanting from the house was louder now, echoing out through the broken window, their voices a chorus spilling into the night. Come back. You're safe with us. Don't run. He's waiting for you. I hit the curb, fumbling at my pocket. Keys slick with blood. Somehow I got them into the lock. Somehow I turned. The handle gave, and I dragged myself inside, collapsing against the steering wheel, gasping, the horn blaring once in a long, muffled note. The house behind me pulsed with voices, calling, pleading, demanding. Then the sound changed, no longer steady, no longer coaxing. It broke apart. Ragged sobs, hiccuping wails, voices tearing themselves raw. Some keen like children, others moaned low and guttural, as though their throats were splitting under the strain. And their mouths? God, their mouths. Lips quivering, stretching too wide, some grinning, some crumpled into masks of grief, every face vibrating with need. The voices overlapped until words were nothing but noise, then reassembled, jagged and broken. Our Lord needs you. Our Lord needs your body. What will our Lord do without you? Some shrieked it high and thin, others crooned it like nursery songs, syllables slurring through their sobs. It was a chorus of grief, of hunger, of worship, a sound that didn't belong in human throats. The nearest neighbor pressed her face against the windshield, teeth bared in a rictus that was half a smile, half a sob. Her breath fogged the glass in frantic bursts, and she dragged her tongue across it, leaving a wet smear that ran down like tears. Don't leave us. Don't leave him. Don't leave. Their wailing rattled the street, a dirge swelling until it shook the engine itself. I twisted the key. Once, twice. My ankle throbbed like fire, the pain snapping my vision white, but I forced it again. The engine coughed, sputtered, then roared. As I slammed the pedal, the car lurched forward, wheels thudding over bodies that broke apart too easily, like brittle effigies stuffed with wet leaves. In the rearview mirror, they collapsed to their knees, clawing at the pavement, arms outstretched, their cries echoing after me. Not anger, not threat, just a howling, endless grief. I didn't stop driving until the houses thinned, until the highway signs gave way to the smear of city lights. Every throb of my ankle was a reminder that I wasn't dreaming. I pushed until the tank hit red and found a cheap motel off the interstate, the kind with buzzing neon and a clerk who didn't bother to look up. For 3 nights I barely slept, curtains drawn tight, TV humming low. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the glass, the mouths, the way their palms pressed against me like the house itself was breathing. I lived off vending machine snacks and the emergency cash I'd crammed in my glove box months ago and forgotten. On the 4th morning, I couldn't stand it anymore. My leg was swollen purple, every nerve screaming, and I knew I had to tell someone, anyone. The police station was fluorescent and humming, antiseptic in a way that almost calmed me. I stood at the counter, swaying on my good foot, and when the officer asked what was wrong, the words tumbled out. There were people. They were at my house. They wouldn't let me leave. They knew my name. They said things about a lord. I think they wanted to sacrifice me to it. My voice broke. I gripped the counter, knuckles white, trying to steady my breath. The officer gave me that look, the careful, measured one they must practice for drunks and lunatics. And then my gaze shifted just for a moment to the badge on his chest, and I froze. The badge gleamed under the light, sharper than it should, every line too clear. I'd seen them before. Hell, maybe this one had always been like that, but looking at it now, it seemed wrong. Too perfect. Too deliberate, each point cutting the air like a blade. Was it? My throat closed. I forced the words out. Was it always a 7-pointed star? I stared up at the entrance to the old hospital, drinking in its features. Cracks spider-webbed along the bricks and vines had claimed most of the exterior. It was an oddity against the encroaching forest, a relic of a time long since past. It felt wrong for it to be there, out of place, which only worked to pique my interest even further. Well, are we going to stand here all day, or are we checking this thing out? Kyle asked, lightly slapping me on the back. Let's go. Don't want to lose too much daylight, Maddie interjected, tugging my arm. As you wish. Ladies first, I replied, extending a hand to the door. Maddie rewarded me with a glare. The interior of the hospital was in an even worse state than the outside. Lights had been smashed out, graffiti coated the walls. The pink insulation hung from the ceiling above. As an avid urbex enthusiast, I was reveling in it. Something about being in a place that humans didn't belong always sent a rush of exhilaration surging through my veins. I lived for the thrill. But after what happened that day, my passion for urban exploring has been snuffed out. We were taking photos of abandoned medical equipment when Kyle brought it up. Hey guys, he spoke in a whisper, despite the fact we were alone. Yeah? I replied, sensing the tremor in his voice. Does it feel like we're being followed? I don't know. It might just be me, but something tells me that we're not the only ones here. Stop. You're trying to prank me, and it's not going to work this time. How gullible do you think I am? Maddie retorted, crossing her arms. Maddie, I promise I'm not joking. Her expression faltered when she realized the severity of Kyle's tone. You're really not? Jake, is he being serious? I sighed. When Maddie got freaked out, it wasn't a good time for anyone. Things had been going smoothly up until that point, and I didn't want to ruin a good thing. Tell you what, Kyle, if we check out a couple more rooms and your sixth sense is still going haywire, we can leave. Sound good? Despite their nods of approval, I could feel the shift in the atmosphere. The tension was thicker, solid as if I could reach out and touch it. Knowing what I know now, I wish we would have left the moment Kyle said something. We continued our search with no further protest from either party. We photographed our findings in silence, that pervasive unease still omnipresent. I kept trying to find something to say, but I couldn't arrange the words properly in my head. After a while, it was Maddie who broke the silence. So, who's down to find the morgue? She said as a devilish grin inched across her lips. Kyle and I shot each other a glance. Neither of us wanted to go, but we didn't really have a choice. If we refused, Maddie would call us cowards until the day we died. Sure, let's do it, Kyle said. He tried to sound confident, but he and I both knew the truth. All right, but after that, we're leaving. My friends each nodded, and with that, we set off to find the hospital's morgue. It only took us about 10 minutes. As we walked, I tried to discern if I could feel the eyes watching our every move like Kyle had described. At one point, I thought I did feel it, an intense, overwhelming sensation that we weren't alone. I found myself throwing glances behind us every so often, but I didn't voice my concerns. A decision that I regret to this day. Before I knew it, I found myself descending the stairs to the basement. Our flashlight beams danced along the staircase as we went, shedding light into the inky depths below. Once we reached the bottom, there was a long hallway with a set of double doors at the end. Spooky, isn't it? Maddie whispered as we continued. Yeah, feels ominous, I said as a shiver rippled through me. The air was colder down there, lending to the creepy ambience. We paused once we reached the doors. Okay, who wants to go first? Maddie asked, surveying our expressions. I think you should. You suggested it, Kyle retorted, wearing a grin. Yep, as I said before, ladies first. I joined in, earning me another glare. Fine, but if I die, I'm going to come back just to take you with me. Maddie pushed open the doors and led the charge, Kyle and I following behind her. Standing in that room sent a chill down my spine. Kyle turned to me, that taunting smirk returning to his lips, and he whispered into my ear, Let's prank Maddie. You distract her. Meanwhile, I'll climb into one of the freezer racks and make a bunch of noise in there. I bet she'll scream loud enough to wake the dead. I smiled at him. Maddie was never going to forgive us for this. One problem, I muttered. How are you going to close yourself in? I'll figure it out, just... Nice try, I can hear you. Maddie glowered at us like we were the spawns of Satan. My face flushed with color, and sweat beaded atop my brow. Yeah, we weren't actually going to go through with it. Just an idea, Kyle said, rubbing the back of his neck. She wasn't buying it. Bang. A sudden rattling sound erupted from one of the mortuary chambers that Kyle had centered his plot around. It started off quiet, small enough to be dismissed as nothing more than a groan of old metal, but it soon escalated to a loud clanging. We stared at each other, wide-eyed, our faces pale as ghosts. The sound had grown into a deafening pounding. Something was being slammed hard against the inside of the door. It was clear that Kyle's earlier premonition had been spot on. We were not alone in that hospital. We stood, frozen in shock, left to helplessly watch as the door buckled under the weight of the blows. Over and over and over again. The banging increasingly got louder. To my utter horror, the door gave way. For a moment it was silent, the dented metal creaking, barely clinging to its hinges. Then something began crawling out of the unit, something sinister. A pair of feet emerged from the darkness. The skin was a dark purple, and stitching around the ankles was barely holding together. A dirty, blood-stained hospital gown followed, then a twin set of patchwork arms. Finally, the thing's head shot out of the dark as it hoisted itself out of the freezer rack. The face will haunt me for the rest of my life. Stitches pieced its mottled skin together. Roughly hewn flesh, sallow and wrong. Its smile was crooked, too many teeth fighting for space in that twisted grin, and its eyes, they were completely black, devoid of life, devoid of a soul. Kyle suddenly grabbed my arm hard. He ran without a word, Maddie in tow. That gave me the resolve I needed to follow them. The three of us bolted down the hallway, desperate to get away from whatever we had awoken. My heart jackhammered in my chest as I realized that we were being chased. The sound of bare feet slapping against the tile fueled my legs to work harder than they ever had before. Once we reached the stairs, I bounded up them 3 at a time, bolting for the exit the second I reached the top. The thing had been gaining on us in the basement, but once we reached the main landing, I couldn't hear those wet, awkward clops pursuing us any longer. Even so, I didn't let that stop me. I kept running, never once looking back, until I burst out the front doors, unlocked my car, and threw myself into the driver's seat. Only then did I allow myself to catch my breath. A second later, Kyle threw open the passenger side door, dove in, and slammed down the lock. He turned to me, his face pale and soaked in sweat, still trying to catch his breath. He managed to croak out the words that still haunt me to this day. "Jake, where's Maddie?" My heart plummeted into my chest. She wasn't there. Should we go back?" I asked, a cold dread blanketing me at the thought. The two of us sat there staring out the windshield, praying that somehow our friend would explode out of those doors and join us, but that didn't happen. We sat there for longer than I'd like to admit, completely silent, desperately grasping for a solution. Eventually, we called the cops. The police searched the entire hospital and combed the surrounding woods, but they didn't find any trace of Maddie or the man who had chased us. Aside from the text agreeing to meet that day, there was no evidence that Maddie had even been there in the first place. It was as if she simply poofed out of existence. But Kyle and I knew what really happened. We had abandoned her down there with that monstrosity. We'd put our own safety over hers. We were the reason that she went missing, and we had to live with that. Kyle and I drifted apart in the weeks that followed. Maddie still hadn't been found, and I think the weight of what we'd been through was too heavy for us to come to terms with. When I'd look at Kyle, the crushing reminder of what we'd done, or more aptly, what we'd failed to do, would come flooding back. It eventually reached a point where we would only sporadically check in on one another. That is, until he sent me a strange text one afternoon. "Hey man, I need to talk to you. Not over the phone, face to face. Meet me by the pond in the park at 8 tonight." The message caught me off guard. Whatever it was that Kyle needed to tell me, it sounded urgent. As I would come to find out, it was. I found Kyle sitting on a park bench by the pond. It wasn't completely dark yet, but the sun was dipping below the horizon. As I claimed my spot beside him, I noted that he was staring off into the distance. His hair was disheveled, and it appeared as if he hadn't slept in days. "Kyle, are you okay? You look like you've been through the ringer." He turned to me, his bloodshot eyes connecting with mine. "Jake, I'm not okay. I don't think I'll ever be okay again. Man, I can't take it." He was getting choked up and tears began to well in the corners of his eyes. "No, you can't think like that. Everything's going to be all right. If this is about Maddie, she'll..." Kyle turned to me, the stone-cold look in his gaze deterring me from finishing my sentence. "You haven't been seeing her, have you? So it's only me. I'm screwed, man. It's over. She's going to come for me. Then she'll use me to get you and..." I grabbed Kyle's shoulders and shook him. He was raving like a lunatic, an asylum patient off his meds. "Snap out of it. What are you rambling about? Seeing Maddie? What does that mean?" Kyle looked at me with a cold stare. His wild hair fluttered in the wind as an ominous breeze swept through. "This is going to sound insane, but Maddie has been visiting me. Or what's left of her. Her mouth is stitched shut. Her hair is soaked in blood, and now she's wearing one of those hospital gowns. It got her. She's not alive anymore, Jake. The thing from the hospital, it's using her to get me. And once it does, You'll be next. I couldn't formulate a response. I stared at him, mouth agape, turning over his words in my mind. Could what he had just told me even be possible? That's it. That's all I needed to tell you. Well, and I guess I wanted to say goodbye. I doubt I'll make it much longer. Jake, I'm so scared. Tears openly streamed down his face, and my first instinct was to pull him into a hug. He sobbed while I tried to console him, failing to subdue the tremors that racked his frame. Look, it's going to work out. Trust me. You are not going to die. I'll think of a way out of this. We both knew that my words were hollow, yet it felt better than saying nothing at all. Kyle pulled away and wiped his eyes, that foreign look when I'd first seen him returning to his face. Jake, I really hope you're right, for both of our sakes. I called Kyle's mom that night and voiced my concerns. Her son was spiraling, and whether it was due to some entity gunning for his soul or some kind of vivid hallucination, I was determined to get him some help. But my efforts were all in vain. Kyle's body was found 2 days later. He'd eaten a slug from a 12-gauge. The neighbors claimed that they heard screaming, hysterical wails, like Kyle was trying to get away from someone or something, and then they reported hearing multiple gunshots, followed by an unnerving silence. No one saw anyone enter or exit the home, leaving all of the witnesses perplexed. The news painted him like a man with a rampant mental condition, a loon who let his untreated delusions frighten him into making the worst decision possible. But I know that what Kyle saw was real, because lately, I've been seeing her too. She appeared for the first time the night that Kyle died, standing below a street lamp across from my window. His description of her had been deadly accurate. Maddie's eyes were stitched shut, and her arms hung limply by her sides. Her hair glistened with something dark, and the hospital gown she wore had yellow stains blotched across the front. But her smile, there was something sinister behind it, something evil pulling the strings, and I'm afraid that I'm going to find out what that thing is firsthand. 3 days have passed since then. I've started seeing Kyle too. The two of them had been moving progressively closer with each passing day. Last night, they were in my room. They just stared at me, smirking, taunting me. Maddie with her unseeing eyes and grin with too many teeth. Kyle with what was left of his reconstructed face. Flesh and bone melded together to form something vaguely human. Now I realized they came to deliver a message. My doomsday clock is ticking down, and I only have a few hours left. Because when I awoke this morning, splattered across my bedroom wall in a deep crimson, were the words, "Tonight, your soul belongs to me." Last year, my friends and I decided to do a 3-day hike on the Washita Trail. Ben, Sean, and I had done multi-day hikes together on different parts of the roughly 210-mile trail before, and were hoping to knock out another section before the summer was over. The section we decided to hike this time had a public camping area at the base of the trailhead that led to the Washita Trail proper, which we had decided to take advantage of. We had parked Ben's car at the ranger station near our endpoint, and carpooled in mine to the camp. When we arrived, the sun had started to set, but the place was bustling. Kids were riding bikes around the footpath, and families were sitting around grills, enjoying the scenery. Places like this weren't really my cup of tea. I preferred more secluded, quiet areas to set up camp. But something about the communal atmosphere, gave rise to a sense of nostalgia for the times my family took me camping at places like this. By the time we set up our tents, night had fallen, and the crackling of dozens of campfires filled the air. We ate a quick supper of roasted hot dogs and a few beers before heading to bed. The next morning, I awoke to distant shouts echoing through the campsite. I sat up onto my elbows and listened, trying to make out what was being said. Before I could determine what was being yelled, I was startled by a quick slapping at the front of my tent. Worming my way out of my sleeping bag, I unzipped my tent flap and poked my head outside, shivering at the cold morning air. I saw Ben and Sean in front of their tents, pulling out their hiking boots. "Get your clothes on, man," Ben said as he saw me. "What's going on?" "A kid's missing. Probably wandered off last night," answered Sean, cinching his bootlaces tight and standing up. I turned back into the tent and started getting dressed. My heart sank as I heard the shouts become more abundant as more campers joined in on calling out the child's name. "Sarah! Sarah! Sarah!" I hoped that she was just in the shower room or had woken up early to go to the playground nearby, but I couldn't help but think of the countless stories I'd heard of kids being abducted or disappearing into the woods, only for their bodies to be found miles away, or not at all. Ben and Sean were already a few campsites down from ours and calling out to the wood line when I came out of my tent. I hurriedly tied my boots and joined them. "Do we know what she looks like?" I asked. "Brown-haired, blue-eyed, 8-year-old girl named Sarah," came a voice from behind us. I turned to see a college-aged guy walking towards us ahead of another guy and a girl, who were around the same age and wearing packs. "Any idea which way she went?" Sean asked. "No. Her dad said she was asleep in her tent when she went to bed around 11 last night, and was gone when they woke up about 30 minutes ago. Said her shoes and flashlight were missing." "I'm guessing they've already checked the bathrooms?" I asked, looking towards the brick structure at the center of the campground. "Yeah, we checked," said the girl. "No luck." "Listen, we're going to head to the trailhead to look while the rangers get the main search organized. I asked them and they gave us the go-ahead. Do you guys want to help out?" the first guy asked. "For sure," Ben said, looking to me and Sean as we nodded in agreement. "We'll grab our packs and meet you there in 5. We made it back to our site and threw some essentials in our packs. I realized that I had left my water bottle in my car, but Sean, being the prepper that he is, gave me a spare. Once packed, we strapped on our packs and headed towards the trailhead, leaving our camp set up since it was clear our trip had been delayed. The shouts had tapered off as people began to gather around a park ranger at the center of the camp area. Walking towards the trailhead, we heard sobs coming from a campsite just off the path. A park ranger was sitting beside a woman, who could only be Sarah's mother, crying into a pink pillow in the shape of a unicorn, while a deputy stood attempting to speak to the girl's frantic father. We glanced at each other as we moved past the heartbreaking scene. The expressions on each of our faces were of sorrow-tinted determination. James, Kristen, and Paul were the names of our new companions. They were each outdoorsy types like we were, and were just as well equipped. We met at the trailhead just outside of the camp area, and gathered around the large wooden map, and formulated a plan. There were several off-shooting trails which snaked through the valley. Main Street was the 8-mile circular trail, which returned to the trailhead and connected to the Washita Trail at the top. Baker's Falls was a cutback trail which led to a waterfall 4 miles from the trailhead, and Vista Trail led up the mountain 5 miles to the north. We decided that it would be best to split into groups of 2 in order to hit each trail while staying as safe as possible. Paul and Kristen volunteered to take the Vista Trail. Sean and James decided to take Baker's Falls, leaving Ben and I to take Main Street. It was agreed that we would meet at the trailhead in 7 hours, giving us time to be thorough with our searches, and be back before nightfall. We knew cell service would be spotty, if not altogether non-existent. but we exchanged numbers on the off chance we needed to contact each other, and ensured we each had the ranger's station numbers. When we set off, Paul and Kristen headed north at the split and began their arduous trek up the side of the mountain, while the rest of us hiked east towards Baker Falls. We didn't talk much, aside from occasionally calling out for Sarah. We were afraid that by making too much noise, we might miss hearing her, and didn't want to distract each other and miss any sign of her. Just before noon, we arrived at the split for Baker's Falls. Sean and James headed down the mountain, while Ben and I continued on Main Street. It was a nice day given the circumstances. If it were any other time, I would have been greatly enjoying myself, taking in the cool air and absorbing the majestic scenery, but for obvious reasons, I didn't pay any of that much mind. After a while, James and Sean's echoing calls faded away as we made our way towards the intersection with the main trail. We took our time, listening intently between each call-out. The trail began to turn north up the mountain, and at a sharper angle, slowing us down quite a bit. It was fairly taxing, and I found myself calling out less as I began to run out of breath. It had been a while since I had last hiked with a pack. I noticed Ben starting to struggle as well, so I suggested we take a break. After all, we had been going non-stop for several miles at this point. We found a shaded spot next to an outcropping of rocks just off of the trail, took off our packs, and pulled out some snacks. We sat silently eating and listening between deafening bites of granola. At first, it sounded like a bird. In the distance behind us, a ways off the trail, I heard a shrill cry. I stopped chewing and tapped Ben. "Listen, you hear that?" After a moment, it echoed again, a muffled cry that was almost certainly that of a child. We both jumped to our feet and called out, "Sarah?" The cry responded, "She's up there." Ben cried as we both made our way around the outcropping, leaving our packs where they sat. "Sarah, keep making noise. We're coming," I yelled. The cries became clearer as we trudged our way up the mountain off the trail, slipping on loose rocks and sticks. We were getting close. Ahead of us, we saw what appeared to be an opening on a small plateau through the trees. The vegetation began to thin out, and the ground became saturated with flat, rough, gray stones, which were much different than those that we had seen so far. As we made our way to the opening, it became evident that the crying was that of a little girl. The trees gave way to a large glade of gray stones. No trees or plants in sight. "Sarah, where are you?" Ben called, straining to catch his breath. "Down here," a small voice squeaked from somewhere in the glade. In the middle of the opening was a small rise in the stones. Once we were about 15 feet away, I saw that it was the raised lip of a large hole about 7 feet across and blacker than night. A short way down. "Jesus, Sarah, are you in there?" I called down into the abyss. "Yes," she replied through her sobs. Her voice echoed up towards us. She was a long way down. "Are you hurt?" I can't stand up," she cried. "Ben, did you put any rope in your pack before we left?" "No. Did you?" "No." "Sarah, are you bleeding?" "I don't think so," she said weakly. "It's too dangerous to try and climb down there. These rocks could come loose and cave the whole thing in," said Ben, testing the edge of the pit. I pulled my phone from my pocket and unlocked the screen, but found there was no service. Ben did the same and shook his head. "Ben, get back to the trail and get help. I'll stay here with her." "All right, I'll be back," he said before running back into the trees. "Just hang tight, Sarah. We're getting you some help." Silence fell over the glade as Ben's footfalls faded into the distance. "Sarah?" Her sobbing had stopped and several seconds passed before she made another sound. "Please come and get me." Her voice was weak and pleading. "It's really dark in here." I turned my phone light on and held it into the opening. It illuminated a few feet down, but no further. I still couldn't see her. I promise we're going to get you out. It's not safe to come for you right now. I don't have the tools and I don't want you to get hurt any more than you already are. I knew she must have been scared, and I felt horrible that she had to stay in that hole a second longer. I thought about dropping my phone to her for light or to play a game, but it might break and be of no use to either of us. I thought about my pack and hated myself for leaving it at the trail. I had a headlamp in the front pocket, and some paracord I could lower it down to her with. Sarah, I have a flashlight and some snacks in my backpack on the trail. I'm going to go and... Don't leave me, she screamed. It was a loud, tormented, almost angry scream. Okay, I won't go anywhere. Silence returned to the glade. Looking at the opening and the rocks surrounding it, I noticed something odd. The rim of the pit was nearly a perfect circle. It definitely wasn't a natural formation. The rocks appeared almost as though they had been deliberately stacked. Sarah, how did you get in there? I fell. Did you fall from up here, or is there another way in somewhere? There was no response for a moment. I slipped and fell from up there. There was no sign of collapse on any side of the pit. I thought that maybe it was a stable structure after all. I can't climb out. My leg hurts really bad, she groaned. Can you please come down here with me? I'm really scared. I really considered it. Even if the structure was stable enough to hold my weight without collapsing, the hole was too wide for me to brace against the sides, and it would take a skilled rock climber to safely climb down with as small as the cracks and ridges of the walls were. I really wish I could, but it wouldn't be safe for either of us. There was no response. Are you thirsty? I asked, remembering the water bottle I had clipped to my belt. Yes. I unclipped the bottle and held it at the side of the opening. Sarah, can you see me? Uh-huh. Good. I need you to move as far as you can against the wall. I'm going to drop this bottle down to you, okay? Okay. I listened for movement but heard nothing. Sarah, can you move against the wall? I did. I paused for a moment. Sarah, are you sure? This is kind of heavy and I don't... I moved, she screamed. Jesus. All right. I mumbled as I dropped the bottle into the inky blackness. I waited for a thump and a cry or it to clatter against the floor, but no noise came. Did you get it? She didn't respond. Sarah, did you get the water bottle? Still no response. Ah, crap. I knocked her out, I mumbled. Sarah? I got it, she said, breaking the silence. I breathed a sigh of relief. Don't scare me like that, I laughed as I pulled out my phone. Still no service. It had been nearly an hour and a half since Ben left. I did a quick calculation and estimated that it would be at least another hour before he returned with help. I sat next to the edge for a while, letting a sense of relief and accomplishment wash over me. We had done a really good thing here, and I was more than happy to sacrifice a hiking trip to help find this girl. I sat for a while longer, waiting for the sound of the cavalry rushing up the hillside, but was met with a blood-curdling scream from the pit. Sarah, what is it? Peter, there's something in here with me. Another scream. What is it? Sarah, what is it? I don't know. Please come down here. Please, please. Sarah, I'm gonna drop my phone down to you. Use the light and see what it is, okay? She continued screaming. I pulled my boot off and removed my sock, turned the light on my phone, and slid it inside, layering the sock on it for more cushion. I'm dropping the phone. Try and grab it. I yelled over her screams as I let the phone fall. I watched as the dim glow of the light through the sock disappeared into the darkness. A few moments later, the screaming stopped. Sarah, did you get the light? What was it? Again, nothing. Sarah, answer me, please. I got it, she said calmly. Is the light on? I don't see anything. There was a long pause. It broke. Okay, that's fine. But you're alright now? Please come down here, Peter, she said in a whimper. I'm really sorry, but I told you it's not safe. I froze. Sarah? How do you know my name? There was no answer for a while. Answer me, Sarah. How do you know my name? It's on your bottle, silly. She giggled. That's not my bottle. A friend let me borrow it. There was no way she could have known my name. At the very least, my full first name. I didn't think Ben had called me by name in the short time he was there, and even if he did, he calls me Pete. Come down here, she said in a raspy whisper. No. Come down here. I stood and started to back away from the pit. Down here, help, help me. The voice screamed, changing pitches. I stumbled back and fell onto the rocks as I heard what sounded like bones scraping against stone from within the pit. Down here, help, help. The voice no longer resembled that of a child's, no longer that of a human. I stood and ran. I ran as fast as I could down the side of the mountain as unearthly screams bellowed from behind me. I fell again, this time rolling forwards, striking my hip against a stump, sending a wave of dull pain through my body. I stood and ran as best I could to the way I had come. I wasn't sure where I came out on the trail, but I knew which way the trailhead was. I ran until I couldn't hear the screams and kept running until I met a ranger coming up the mountain towards me at a jog. No, don't go up there, I shouted breathlessly. Calm down, you're safe. Are you hurt? He asked. I'll be alright, but you can't go up there. That's not Sarah. I don't... It's alright. Sarah's safe. Your partner's found her halfway up Vista Trail. He took me by the shoulders and started guiding me down the mountain. Where's Ben? Did he make it down? Yeah, Ben and the rest of your crew are down at the campsite waiting for you. Y'all did a good job. Really appreciate your help. We walked for a while before I was able to calm myself. What is that glade up there? That pit? What's in it? He sighed and gave me a quick glance. Nothing that you gotta worry about, he said with an uneasy smile. We made it back to the camping area, and I met up with Ben and Sean, who both understandably had a few questions. However, I didn't have time to answer them since the rangers were shutting down the area and we had to leave. We packed up our things and loaded my car just as they were closing the gates. On the way back to Ben's car, I told them what happened at the glade. Ben said the ranger freaked out when he told him what he had found, and told me to stay at the campsite until he came back with me. Apparently, when Kristen and Paul found Sarah, she told them her mom was calling her from the woods when she went to the bathroom that night, so she followed her voice up the trail but got lost. Sean thinks to this day that we're pulling some wild prank on him, but Ben and I know what we heard, what we saw. I haven't gone hiking since, and I don't think I will for a while. Have you spent years of your life with someone just to find out none of it was real? I had met Andrew when I was 22, working as a bartender for a crappy hole-in-the-wall bar. He was an incredibly outgoing individual that effortlessly brightened the day of anyone who was within 15 feet of him. He had made the lonely closing shift of a dead Tuesday enjoyable, and after I got off work we met up for coffee and waffles at a nearby diner. The chemistry we had was unlike anything I had ever experienced before, and it wasn't long before we began dating. Andrew became my rock that I could always rely on to keep me grounded when the rest of the world was caught up in a squall of chaos. He embraced my love of B-horror movies, and I accepted his enthusiasm for the outdoors after weeks of convincing on his part. Andrew was the life of the party, and while there were times that I just wanted to stay in and binge slasher movies, he would tease me for being a homebody and drag me out of the house to meet up with one of his never-ending swaths of social circles for bowling, laser tag, house parties, or his absolute favorite, the late-night hike through the forest that stood behind the crappy bar I had worked at when we met. It had been a major milestone for me when I quit the bar 6 months after Andrew and I met. With his support and encouragement, I started my own business in a niche field that I was actually passionate about. While the money isn't best, I love the work I do, and even the worst days are still better than having to mop up bodily waste from someone who had too much to drink. At a 40th anniversary showing of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, Andrew proposed to me during the Damn It Janet scene. His collection of friends who had grown on me fast and became my friends as well, hooted and cheered for us and took out for celebratory drinks after the show. Since that chance encounter 2 years previously, my life had become my own personal heaven. The work I did now was fulfilling. I had an amazing new group of friends, and I was now engaged to the best man I had ever met. Hey, I found the perfect place we should go for a nice picnic and hike, Andrew told me as I was grabbing the last load of laundry from the ancient dryer in Andrew's basement. I was hoping that we could just stay in for the day, Andy. Since I moved in, it feels like we have been going non-stop, I replied, tired but not annoyed at the suggestion. After his proposal, I moved into Andrew's 2-bedroom house. It was quaint, but there always seemed to be another little project that needed to be tackled. With both of our work schedules, there never seemed to be enough time in the day to fix all of the little quirks the house had. "Oh, come on, Christy," he said, wrapping his arms around me and giving the side of my neck a kiss. "Wouldn't it be nice to actually enjoy the 3-day weekend we have to actually get out and have some personal time together?" I moaned as his soft lips and blonde facial hair brushed against the side of my neck. "Alright, I guess it would be nice to spend time together, just the two of us." Despite moving in together, we hardly had any time to ourselves. The mass of friends were constantly inviting us over and out to celebrate the engagement and to offer help with planning the wedding. It had left us little time to ourselves, and the chance to be alone in nature would be nice. The place we are going to has a nice little spring with a few nooks and crannies out of sight from the main trails, Andrew informed me as he hurriedly threw supplies into his hiking bag. The mischievous look on his face made my face redden. "Andy, you naughty boy," I said before playfully swatting at his butt. He returned the gesture with a pinch of my own butt before tossing the bag over his shoulder and nearly dragging me to the car. During the 3-hour drive to the national park that we would be hiking through, I had dozed off. As we finally arrived, Andrew woke me with an excited expression. "Here we are, miles and miles of trails, a chance to really connect with nature." He beamed with a smile that brought one to my own face. "Where did you even hear about this place?" I asked, shaking the last of sleep from my eyes before sitting forward. "Sam and Frankie were telling us about it the last time we went bowling. Don't you remember?" "Not really. With all of the friends we have and ideas tossed around, it's hard to keep track of everything." "Lucky for you, I have a steel cage for a mind," he responded, lightly tapping his temple with a finger. "More like a rusty bear trap," I teased as I mocked a rusty trap closing with my hands. We shared a laugh before he parked and we set out for our hike. Andrew had planned a long trek that would bring us back to the car a little before dark. I was glad I had worn an old outfit that I wouldn't have to worry about getting covered in mud. When I asked about who would be doing the driving back home after we hiked all day, and he eased my worry with the promise of a stay at a motel we had passed 20 minutes before we arrived. A place I would have seen had I not fallen asleep. With satisfaction at his call ahead and carefully laid plans, we set off into the forest for our day of just the two of us. "Isn't that the same outfit you wore when we met?" Andrew asked, his eyes feasting up and down on my body. Yeah, I thought I'd just throw on some old clothes, since you wanted to go on an intense hike, I replied, snapping my fingers to get his attention. We both laughed as we ventured further down the trails. An odd thing I noticed while we hiked was the strange absence of other people while we hiked. I thought you wanted time together, not with a horde of others, Andrew said as we stopped at the top of a cliff with an old picnic table for people to rest before beginning their descent towards the spring. Of course I want time without a ton of other people. I just think it's strange that we haven't seen anyone else while we have been here. I mean, it is a holiday weekend. You would think we would have passed by some other wilderness enthusiast or gun-ho parents dragging their kids along to get away from technology for once in their life. This is a pretty big place. We probably have passed by others, but just didn't notice them, Andrew said as he sat his bag down on the table and stretched his arms. I smiled as he took off his shirt and stretched his taut form. I took a few steps towards him and gave him a peck before I spoke again. Take a picture with me, I said, leaning against him and fishing my phone from my pocket. As he wrapped an arm around me, I lifted the phone up and took a picture of us. As I went to take another, a large buck jumped out from behind a nearby tree, startling us both. In slow motion, I watched as my phone leapt from my hands and down the cliffside to the unwelcoming arms below. With a faint crack from below, I could feel my heart drop to my stomach. I dropped my phone. That stupid deer made me drop my phone. Dang it, I could kill that thing, I yelled out in frustration. Whoa there, I think you might have broken a commandment there, Andrew said, placing a hand on my shoulder. I'm glad you think this is a joke, Andrew. I'm not trying to make a joke of it. I'm sure you will be able to recover any photos that are on your phone. Plus, it was old anyways. I'm pretty sure you have had the same phone since we met. I know you've been wanting to upgrade for a while, but haven't really had a chance, he said as diplomatically as he could. We made our way down to where we were sure the phone had fallen, and luckily we were able to find it. The phone had dived straight into the soft embrace of rocks and branches, and the shattered screen was more than enough evidence of how useless it would be. Andrew pulled a plastic bag that had once contained trail mix, and placed the destroyed phone inside before stashing it away in his hiking bag. First thing tomorrow, we will go and get you a brand new phone, the best one they got, even if it means I gotta sell a kidney to get it for you, Andrew said, trying to cheer me up, obviously aware of my disappointment at losing my collection of memories of our life together that had been gathered on my phone. We continued on towards the springs, crossing over an old wooden bridge that creaked and groaned with every step as we crossed over it. The entirety of the short time we spent crossing it, my whole body was on edge at the overwhelming sensation of the bridge threatening to collapse at any moment. With the momentary hazard past, we found our way to a pleasant spring resting beside a cliffside. The gurgle of water leaking out and falling down onto the rocks below created a serene background besides the rustling wind and crunching of leaves and twigs as we approached it. Leaning forward, Andrew cupped his hand and brought a handful of spring water towards his mouth before sipping at it. Are you sure you should be drinking that? I asked, thinking about what things could be contained in that water. You drink spring water that's bottled with millions of microplastics in it. At least this is straight from the source, Andrew said as he splashed his face with the spring water. You know, there is a little overhang here that we could... Andrew trailed off as he made a gesture with his hands. I'm not really feeling up to it. I'm still irritated about dropping my phone and don't think I'm in the right headspace for that, I said, noticing a momentary flash of rage across Andrew's face before it shifted to an understanding look of disappointment. Well, you should at least try this water. He gestured to the water as he spoke before glancing absently in the distance. I tried a small sip of the water and the taste was heavy with a strange metallic taste. Just before I was about to comment, Andrew was already stepping off towards the trail. When we approached another bridge, I insisted that Andrew lead the way as it spanked across a rather steep decline. After he proved the structural integrity of it, I began crossing for myself. Just as I made it halfway through, a horrid crack from the wood echoed through the air. As I fell through the bridge, my hand stretched out to catch myself. The nails of my left hand dug into the wood before being ripped out as my weight jerked my body below. In the briefest of moments, I looked out towards Andrew. A malicious smile greeted me as I tumbled towards the earth below and was embraced by darkness. As I regained consciousness, I was greeted with the sight of a stag's skull wrapping its long tongue around the bleeding fingers of my left hand. I screamed out in terror, only to be greeted with Andrew's worried face gracefully holding my bandaged left hand. "Thank God you're okay," Andrew said, slowly setting my hand down and helping me sit forward. My clothes caked in dirt and a long tear down the right side of my jeans with scrapes and cuts, leading to the missing shoe on my right foot. I tried to reply, but he hushed me to conserve my energy. He told me he was going to climb back up and try to call for help as he didn't have any signal where we were. I tried to beg him to help me back up, but he was already walking away before I could form the words. I raised my undamaged hand to my head and was greeted with a sharp pain on the side of my head and a small wet patch of blood. Panic racing throughout my body, I forced myself to my feet. It felt like hours since Andrew had gone off for help, and it was now well into the night. I stumbled my way through the overgrowth and began my slow ascent up the hillside back towards the trail. Upon finally reaching the trail, surrounded in the darkness of night, I looked around for any trace of Andrew, only to be greeted by silence. The sound of wind or wildlife were missing, and the only audible noise was my labored breathing and rapid heartbeat drumming in my ears. Dragging my way back to the spring, I greedily drank from the water, ignoring the odd aftertaste. Glancing at a small pool of water at my feet, the shadowy reflection I saw was a skeletal form of myself. I turned away as tears filled my eyes. Pain rippled through my body as I shambled through the dark, my head swimming as my vision blurred. "Christy, where are you?" Andrew yelled out in the distance before he rounded a corner, coming into view. Calling out for me in Andrew's voice was an 8-foot monster, legs bent backwards connected to a skeletal torso, draped in baggy flesh that stretched and shifted to attempt to mimic the human form. The swollen and bulbous head had 2 antlers poked out as the mouth of broken teeth clattered together in an attempt to form a smile. As the thing hunched over to greet me, I was stunned into silent horror as the beast with Andrew's voice reached out to me. "You had me so worried," the familiar voice struggled to say through gnarled teeth as charred hands wrapped around my wrists. I yanked my hands back as adrenaline scattered my body away from the demented form. I ran away, heart pounding, panic and tears blurring my vision almost as much as the leaves and branches that smacked my face as I escaped in a direction that I hoped would lead to freedom. Atop the cliffside, where I had dropped my phone, I paused long enough to catch my breath. Leaning against the picnic table was an old metal trekking pole with electrical tape wrapped around the worn-out handle. I grabbed the ancient hiking stick and leaned against it before starting back out of the forest when Andrew pulled himself over the cliffside. Without thinking, I brought the brass mud tip of the pole down onto Andrew's amorphous face, knocking a chunk of fleshy clay off in the process. Andrew dropped to his knees with flakes of ash rising from his body. The blob of his head formed into a grainy recreation of the face I had stared into for countless hours since we met at the bar all those years ago. "I love you," spoken to me in a voice similar to that of an animal, mimicking the words of a person. Smoke rose from the missing chunk in his head before his body fell into a confusing blend of shapes that I couldn't decipher. Tears streaming from my eyes, I turned away from my fiancé and fled from the forest around me, As I shuffled past the edge of the forest, I was greeted with the familiar sight of the bar I had met Andrew at so long ago. A small group of people smoking outside noticed me immediately and rushed over to me as I collapsed. The last of the adrenaline spent as safety from my living nightmare finally embraced me. I had been missing for 10 years. On the magical night I had met Andrew and thought I had begun an amazing life with my soulmate, I had, in reality, closed the bar after an empty night and walked directly into the forest behind the bar in a trance-like state. When my car was found the following morning by the bar owner, she called my phone to see if I was having car troubles the night before. When I didn't answer, she checked the security footage to find me walking off into the forest. Her concern heightened as the grainy video displayed a strange shadow figure at the edge of the trees, seemingly luring me towards it. For 6 months they searched the forest only to find my damaged phone and my lost shoe. The worst was assumed, and my missing persons poster had circulated the state, but after all these years, I was assumed dead. Miraculously, I had somehow survived, vastly malnourished at 70 pounds. Patches of hair missing. Several poorly healed scars littered my body, the worst of which were the scars around my wrists and ankles that reminded me too much of rope burn scars. The implications as terrifying as the monstrous forms Andrew had taken. There had never been an Andrew. I try to tell myself that every day, but I still have all of these amazing memories of someone who truly loved me, and all of the memories we created together with friends. When I have explained the memories I have of the time since I left the bar all those years ago, I have been told it was my mind trying to protect itself, creating an imaginary world where everything was perfect to shield me from the hell I was actually living. Even as those memories begin to fade and I accept the reality that there never was an Andrew, I still miss him. I loved Andrew. He was my soulmate. When I wake up drenched in sweat from the night terrors of that final hike, one thought still lingers. What would have happened had I continued the fantasy with Andrew? Would I have ever escaped? Or would I still be lost in the forest? For the past week, something's been off with my mom. She's still doing all the usual things, making her black coffee first thing in the morning, tending the roses in the backyard that she refuses to let die, even though it's August and the heat's brutal. She still calls me sweetheart, still leaves post-its with gentle reminders to eat, hydrate, sleep. But she won't look me in the eyes anymore. Not for more than a second or two. I caught her watching me last night from the hallway mirror. I was sitting on the couch, scrolling on my phone, and I just felt it. That kind of prickling heat behind your neck like someone's watching. I looked up and there she was standing stiffly behind the corner, peering in like she was studying something. Or someone. When our eyes met, she froze. Then she forced a smile. "You okay, honey?" I nodded. She disappeared down the hallway like nothing happened. But I know she was watching. This morning she left a slice of toast on the kitchen table for me, same as always. But there was no butter, no jelly, not even a napkin. It was just dry. I asked her if everything was all right. She hesitated. Of course, why wouldn't it be? I shrugged. You just seem distant lately. She looked at me for a long time. Her fingers were tight around the coffee mug. Then she said slowly, "Sometimes people change. And sometimes they think no one will notice." I tried to laugh it off, but my chest felt hollow. I didn't eat the toast. It's not just the weird glances or the strange things she says. She started locking her bedroom door at night. She never used to do that, and I swear one night I heard her whispering behind it, like prayers or warnings. This morning I woke up and found her in the living room, going through old photo albums. She didn't even flinch when I walked in. "Looking for something?" I asked. She stared down at a photo of us from years ago. Me, at least. I think it's me smiling in front of a birthday cake, frosting on my chin. Her eyes flicked up to my face, then back to the photo. Her hands were trembling. "You used to have a mole," she whispered. I blinked. "What?" "On your left cheek," she said, tapping the photo. "Where is it?" I touched my cheek. I guess it faded. Her lips pressed into a tight line. Moles don't fade. I couldn't think of anything to say. Just stood there like an idiot. Tonight she left a knife under her pillow. I saw it when I walked past her room. The door was cracked open and she was pretending to sleep, but I saw her fingers curled tight around the blanket, like she was bracing for something. I think she's afraid of me. And the thing is, I've been having dreams. Dreams of things that don't make sense. I hear echoes. I see a forest. Wet leaves. I even smell smoke. And the face, my face, staring at me with wide, terrified eyes as I reached out for him, as I stepped into my skin. I start to question myself. What am I? Am I really who I am? Then one night I go to the bathroom and look in the mirror and see all the imperfections, all the mistakes. When I see it, I see what my mom sees. I'm not her son, and Mom knows it. As you've probably gleaned from the title of this post, I'm an urban explorer. My specialty is finding and investigating structures that, for lack of any better description, just don't make sense. Sometimes it's something small, like a house that's slightly wider on the inside than the outside. That's quite common, and often goes unnoticed. Maybe a door gets minutely wider as you open it, then returns to its original dimensions when it gets closed. Then there's the big stuff. The stuff I'm actually interested in. Rooms that shouldn't exist, impossibly high ceilings, that sort of thing. I don't normally post anything here. I tend to just read all your spooky stories and personal experiences, which makes me feel like my experiences aren't that unusual to be having. As bizarre as that sounds. I wanted my first post here to be a document of all the weird encounters I've had with strange places over the years. This post will still be that, but if I'm going to talk about all that, I also need to go into the events of the last month, which ultimately led to all my friends taking a step back from urban exploration altogether. So, a bit of background. I live in the UK, in Manchester. Like all cities, it has nice parts and not so nice parts. As much as I love the city, sometimes it feels like there isn't much to do. At least, nothing that interests us. So every few weeks, me and my group of friends hop on a train and go somewhere else. We pack bags full of camping equipment, torches, high-vis vests, plenty of rope, and anything else we think we might need. We scope out a spot, which normally involves checking social media for people talking about how they had an unusual experience near an abandoned building after dark, or how a family pet disappeared near a decommissioned train tunnel, stuff like that. Once we have a spot that's likely to be the kind of thing we're after, we figure out what we might need, what we are likely to encounter, etc. Most explorations are fairly routine. We stay the night nearby, watching the area to see if there are any guards or squatters. 9 times out of 10, there aren't. Then we make our entry. Typically, we open the door or poke our heads in through a window first, just to see what we're dealing with. You never know when you're going to walk through the front door without a care in the world and fall down a bottomless pit. No, that hasn't happened yet. It very nearly happened to one of the guys last year, but we've been very cautious since then. Some of my favorite places include, I love the possibly endless train tunnel. It was a lot of fun. I won't say where it is. I don't want a bunch of people to go there and ruin the spot with graffiti and rubbish and syringes and the like. Actually, I just looked it up and apparently the police walled up both ends and sealed the tunnel a few months ago. A shame. Definitely my favorite place to visit. I hope no one ended up cluelessly wandering in. I was in there with another guy, and I remember very vividly the moment where we crossed over into the Twilight Zone, as my mate put it. He wasn't far off. When we were walking, we could feel the air gently moving through the tunnel, even though we couldn't see the other end in the darkness. We knew there was an opening that air was blowing through. There was the occasional scatter of a squirrel or rat or something, which freaked us out every time it happened, sending the pair of us into a brief laughing fit over how much we had jumped. And then, after walking for about 5 minutes, the subtle breeze stopped. When it happened, we both instantly realized and stood motionless. It was like both ends of the tunnel had closed. There were no more rats or squirrels, just the pair of us, alone in the quiet darkness. Naturally, we were grinning like giddy kids. My torch didn't work, nor did my mate's. We tried tugging the ropes secured around our waist to let our friends at the tunnel's entrance know that we were past the threshold, but they couldn't feel any tension in the rope from their end. We kept on walking. This tunnel wasn't very long, but you couldn't see the daylight at the end because the tunnel actually had a slight curve in it. In the past, before the anomaly formed, you'd walk through the tunnel and in 2 minutes, you would be out the other side. We walked for 20, the slight curve in the tunnel leading us around in a wide arch until we reckoned we were actually facing back the way we came. We stood there, theorizing how far the tunnel carried on curving around, debating whether to go further. We eventually decided not to. I didn't fancy walking for hours just to end up finding a dead end or something. When we reached the opening we had come from, the sounds of the world returned. Such an eerie feeling. Being outside time and space. That's absolutely not a proven theory, by the way. That's just what I'm going with. It's like once you step past the threshold, the world outside stops existing. Or maybe it's you that stops existing for a moment. These strange places always smell the same. It's always the same persistent metallic odor. Sometimes it gets so intense that your eyes start to burn. Sometimes it can help you to find a threshold. There was one house we went to a couple years ago. One of my friends knew someone who said their house suddenly had an extra floor. That was extremely exciting. It's not every day you get to pinpoint the exact day a building changed. Most of the time, we got to a place to find that the building had been that way for a while. But this one was fresh. Houses are particularly odd to visit. Sometimes it's just an extra room, so we have to wander through the entire house until we find a room that smells like metal, often with weird pictures on the walls and no windows. This house was different. A whole new floor had seemingly grown overnight, and the best part? It wasn't just one new floor. After exploring the house for probably a good 2 hours, our watches stopped working. We counted 16 additional floors in this 2-story house. The only reason we stopped climbing the endless staircase was because our buddies outside ran out of rope. That's another thing. We never go into a property without a length of rope tied around us, fed back to 2 guys standing outside, mainly so the guys inside can find their way out. We typically carry a few 60 and 70 meter lengths of mountaineering rope each, giving us about 500 meters when tied end to end. At one point we carried closer to 700 or 800 meters, but at that point it got tough to transport. We all wake up in cold sweats from nightmares. where we found ourselves lost in an abandoned building with no windows or doors, breathlessly diving down endless hallways, crying out for anyone to find them. Not pleasant. I remember the place we went to that first made the rope a necessary precaution. There was a small patch of woodland somewhere on the west coast of Wales near a residential area. Again, no specifics. Not because I don't want to ruin the spot. This time, I straight up don't want people flocking there and getting themselves killed. We saw on social media, mainly Reddit, that a couple people's pets had gone missing around there. They thought a predatory animal might be in the woods, so they sent animal control to do a sweep, which didn't take long since it's an area of about 50 trees. It came up clean. That's what got our interest piqued. We showed up and started doing some surveillance. We had a theory that the anomaly was only manifesting during the night, which we had seen once or twice before at other locations. Probably something to do with the decreased visibility. We were right. We went in after dark and suddenly the wooded area of 50 trees turned into a dense forest seeming to go on for miles. Me and my buddy walked for 30 minutes before we stopped and headed back. Even with the rope tied around our waists, leading back to our friends at the edge of the woods, we still got lost. It was dark enough that we could barely see our ropes. We ended up circling around trees and each other's lines. We couldn't call out to the others either, since sound works differently once you are past the threshold. That means we couldn't hear them, and they couldn't hear us. After a while of awkwardly stumbling around in the dark, single file with my hand on his shoulder, pulling our ropes constantly to keep the tension, we made it out. That was the most frightened I have ever been when exploring a place. We don't do forests anymore. Some guy one of my friends used to hang out with always wanted to find out what caused the anomalies to form. We tended not to tell anyone about the anomalies, since the news and the police always cover up any instances, and we didn't want our friends or family getting taken in the night by G-men. That being said, some people came to know about them, this guy being one. He had a theory that a power plant he lived near was actually a secret underground hadron collider. That sounded awesome. So of course we checked it out. It turned out that the power plant was one of these strange places. We managed to dodge to surprisingly lax security and got in through a window to find that the geometry inside made absolutely no sense. There was no ceiling, first of all, just walls and doors that extended upwards into the darkness. A lot of rooms were either too big or far too small to make sense, and plenty of them were in weird places relative to the building's dimensions. By far the weirdest part was that this power plant was still in use. Workers still went in through the front door and came out hours later like regular plant workers, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the interior of their building looked like something fresh out of Stephen King's nightmares. I started believing that guy after seeing all that. I don't know about the Hadron Collider theory, but that building definitely has something to do with something. In terms of which of us came the closest to finding out why these weird structures exist, and how they keep forming, I reckon he got the closest. And then, last month, my mate and I went to check on him at his house. Apparently he hadn't been responding to texts or calls, which was strange since he never just dropped off the grid like that. Even if he was going on holiday or something, he would let someone know. When we got to his front door, it was slightly ajar. We got worried at that point, so we pushed it open. Inside was a vast expanse of darkness. No walls, no ceiling, just a flat floor extending inwards until the light from the outdoors dissipated far into the distance. A couple days later, we went in with our equipment and ropes. The area was far wider than the house's floor plan. I think we ended up walking the length of a football field, if not more. I was in his house a couple months before this. Now he was gone, along with all his possessions, his ugly carpet, his old armchair, his goldfish, Everything. Every trace of him gone. We optimistically thought that he might have come home from work to find his home like that and tried walking in. We thought that if we walked far enough and called out his name loud enough, that he might find his way back. We didn't want to grapple with the possibility that the anomaly formed while he was still inside, and that he just blinked out of existence along with his possessions. The police taped up the doors and boarded the windows, and a week later his house was knocked down. The anomaly was gone. Believe me, we tried to get back through the threshold, but it was gone. We stopped trying to find out the cause of the strange places after that. We just dropped our theories and left it alone. We don't go near the power plant. We don't even talk about it. This is the first time I'm mentioning it. My friends moved on from urban exploration for a while. They stepped up on their families and stable jobs, and they wouldn't risk any of it to explore another strange house or abandoned warehouse. That lasted all of a month. We still go out to abandoned buildings and train tunnels, as if in defiance of our fears. Yes, we have fears. Fears that we will wake up one day in a black void that was once our home. But for now, none of us are going to stop doing what we love. We just can't leave it alone. I actually tried to walk away from it all, but it's just too exhilarating. I get too much of a buzz from stepping past a threshold, that feeling of time standing still, sounds of the outside world being replaced with stone silence, like hands clasped over my ears. I live for that feeling, knowing that, to the rest of the world, for that brief moment, I simply don't exist. For context, my grandmother lives deep in the middle of nowhere. Her house is on a secluded peninsula, surrounded by a lake. The closest store is a 15-minute drive, and her neighbors, they only come up in the summer. In December, it's just her and, in this case, me. She and my grandmother were heading to Tennessee for a week and asked me to house sit and take care of the animals. I agreed. I was 17 at the time, and honestly, I thought I'd enjoy the peace and quiet. They packed up their things and left around 10 p.m. After they drove off, I got comfortable, turned on the TV, and settled in. Around midnight, I started getting sleepy and decided to head to bed. Let me explain the layout quickly. The house is all one level. No basement, no upstairs. You walk through the front door into the living room. The kitchen is to the left, and to the right on the other side of the living room is a hallway that leads to 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. My room was at the very end of the hall, and from the bed, I had a clear view of the living room. I turned off the lights, went to my room, and laid down. Chula, my grandma's black lab, hopped up beside me. She's the sweetest dog you will ever meet. Obsessively friendly. She loves people, never growls, and is always wagging her tail at strangers. She's just pure love in dog form. A few hours passed. I had just drifted off to sleep when I heard my grandmother's voice. "Leah, can you come help me?" My eyes shot open. I sat up slowly and called out, "Grandma?" No answer. "What do you need help with?" Silence. Then a few seconds later, I heard it again, louder this time. "Leah, I need help." I thought I was dreaming. I sat all the way up, staring at the door. A few seconds passed, then I heard a low, guttural growl. I turned to look at Chula. She had sat up straight, hair raised, staring into the hallway with her teeth bared. She growled low, deep in her throat, eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. I turned on the hallway light and peeked out. Nothing there. No movement. I walked over and looked out the window next to the bed since it faced the driveway. Her car wasn't there. I quickly shut the window and locked my bedroom door, heart pounding. This was an old house. Every step creaked. I should have heard something, but there was nothing but silence. I grabbed my phone and tried to call my grandma. It went straight to voicemail. I called my mom, trying to sound calm, but my voice was shaking. I asked her if Grandma had come back for some reason. She said no. Then the knocking started, but not at the front door. It was right on my bedroom door. Heavy, slow, deliberate. And here's what chilled me to my core. The voice was still coming from the living room. "Leah, please come help me." It didn't make sense. I could hear her calling from the other end of the house while the knocks were right outside my door. She kept calling me, each time more irritated. The calmness was gone. Now it was commanding, aggressive. "Leah, let me in. I need your help. Leah, open this door. Leah, now." It sounded like her, but distorted. Like something trying to copy her voice and getting it almost right. Chula stayed pressed to my side, growling steady and low, like she'd rip something apart if it got in. The shotgun was in the same room with me, locked in the gun safe in the corner. I knew the code if I needed it, but I didn't even move from the bed. I couldn't. I was frozen. Eventually the knocking stopped. The voice faded away. I must have fallen asleep somehow, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was pouring through the blinds. For a minute, I almost convinced myself I had imagined the whole thing, but when I checked my phone, the call logs were still there. I really had called my mom. I really had called my grandma. That part was real. I tried to push it out my head. Told myself it was some kind of sleep paralysis or dream. Around 11 p.m., I'd just gotten out of the hot tub in the garage. Now, here's the thing. The garage isn't attached to the house. It's about 20 feet down the driveway. A separate little building all on its own. You have to walk across the driveway to get to it. That night, I'd left the garage door wide open because, well, there's nobody else around for miles. I figured it was safe enough, and I wanted to air the place out a bit after the hot tub steam. Then I heard it. The motion sensor went off with that sharp, barking alert. A second later, something slammed really loud in the garage, like someone knocked over a metal shelf or kicked the wall. I hit the garage remote and shut the door fast, heart racing. Not long after, maybe 30 minutes after I got back in the house, there was a knock at the front door. I crept toward the door, standing just far enough away to not be seen through the frosted glass. I didn't move, didn't speak. That's when I heard her. "Please, let me in. I'm cold. I'm hungry." The voice was scratchy, like an older woman, soft but weirdly flat. I didn't answer at first. I just stood there frozen, heart pounding. After a few seconds, I said, loud enough to carry, "How did you get all the way out here?" Silence. Then more knocking, louder, quicker now. She spoke again more forcefully. "I said let me in. I need help." I backed away from the door, still trying to stay calm. "You can't just show up at people's houses. You need to leave." That's when the knocking changed. It wasn't knocking anymore. It was banging. Fast, heavy, aggressive. I ran to the room and punched in the code to the gun safe. Just as I grabbed the shotgun, she slammed the door again so hard it rattled in the frame. "Let me in right now." The knocking had stopped, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she hadn't left. I was straining to hear anything. Footsteps, whispering, even breathing, but the house was dead silent. Not even the wind. Then her voice came again. Not right at the door this time. Off to the side, almost like it was outside the window. "Leah, please, let me in." I didn't move. She tried again, louder, sharper. "You're being rude. Open the door." I sat down in the recliner in the living room, shotgun resting in my lap facing the door. Chula laid tense at my feet. I gripped the shotgun tightly, eyes locked on the door. She circled the house. I could hear her moving from one side to the other, knocking on the kitchen door, then the garage door, then back to the front. Her voice followed. Same exact words every time, like a broken record. I need your help, Leah. You're the only one here. She kept pacing around the outside of the house, banging on doors, tapping windows, muttering things I couldn't quite hear. That's when it hit me. She called me by my name. I hadn't told her. I hadn't spoken to anyone outside. No way she should have known. I thought, if she was supposed to be here, she'd use the keypad to get inside. She'd know the code. Nobody was supposed to be here. And yet, here she was. I sat in the living room holding the shotgun, watching the door, until the sky started to lighten and the birds began to sing. I never heard her leave. No footsteps, no car, no sound at all. When I stepped outside after sunrise to let the dog out, the ground was covered in a thin layer of snow, and it was untouched. No footprints, no tire marks, no trails leading to or from the doors. Nothing. Just cold, clean silence. Later that morning, I called my aunt and begged her to come stay with me. I didn't even try to explain. I just told her I couldn't be there alone another night. She showed up that evening, and I almost cried with relief. For the first time in 2 days, I felt like I could breathe. That night, I finally was able to get the sleep I desperately needed. I will never stay there alone again. Rest in peace, Chula. She passed from old age. The way my job started wasn't unique. It's a story you may have even heard before. I got my heart broken pretty bad and hit rock bottom. Drinking, drugs, sleeping, and unemployment would sum up my day-to-day. It got to the point that I had people coming over, friends and family of mine, and performing checkups on me with poor disguises. For example, it's been forever since we got food together, or why don't we go running like we used to? It annoyed me because I felt pitied, but honestly, it's a blessing to have people who care enough to. But I rarely took them up on it, and eventually they dropped the disguises. A painfully long, awkward intervention with all my friends, my parents, and my sister. Tears, yelling, pleading, all so painfully uncomfortable. In the end, I agreed, and I promised I would get out of the house, get a job, do something with myself other than waste away in my dingy apartment. I looked around, but the idea of working a cash register or some other monotonous 9-to-5 was unbearable. After some time, I came across an ad online. Explore the hidden echoes of Blackmouth Cave. Join us for a once-in-a-lifetime quiet nature experience through one of the park's most unique natural landmarks. This guided journey will take you along pristine riverbanks and into the cool, echoing depths of Blackmouth Cave, where time seems to stand still. Learn about the cave's fascinating history, its ancient rock formations, and the wildlife that calls it home. Tour includes professional, knowledgeable guides, all safety equipment provided, small group sizes for an intimate experience. Important: guests must maintain whisper-level voices during certain portions of the tour for wildlife preservation. Comfortable shoes recommended. Limited daily availability. Reserve your spot now. A tour guide? That was an idea. It would get me out of the house, and I like nature. I used to be very active before my spiraling. Why not? So I sent them an email to inquire about any open positions. They responded quickly. Very quickly. As in, within a few seconds. Definitely strange, but it was easy to brush off. The email was polite, almost warm, and invited me to come in within the week for an interview. The office was a trailer at the edge of the park. Door propped open, letting in the smell of pine and wet earth. Inside was a desk, 2 folding chairs, and a man who looked almost as nervous as I was. He shook my hand without smiling and motioned for me to sit. His eyes were glassy, not unfriendly, just unreadable. He asked me some pretty basic stuff. Have I ever done any similar work? How well did I know Blackmouth? How am I at following instructions? I really did my best to make myself look good, and apparently it worked. He offered me the job. I asked him about the pay, and he told me I'd be given a quarter share of the profits. A tour was about $30, and a group is usually around 3 to 10 people. That put me at $22.50 to $75 per tour. And if I was fast enough, I could get through 4, maybe 5 tours a day. It's a pretty broad range, but I calculated I could make between $112 and $375 per day. To put that into perspective, if I was able to get through enough people in a day, I'd be paid the equivalent of about $45 per hour. My boss went on. Now, you won't be taking the guests the whole way, he said. Halfway through, there's another guide who will take over. You just hand them off and head back for the next group. A quarter pay for half the work. Way too much to say no to. And so I didn't. My first day started earlier than I had woken up in months. The sky was still a deep navy when I pulled into the gravel lot. My breath fogged in the cold, the air smelling faintly of rain and cedar. The trailer door was open again, light spiraling out onto the dirt. Inside, the man from the interview was at the desk, head down over a folder. Without looking up, he slid an envelope across to me. I opened it. It was just a map of my route. He explained it to me, but he never looked me in the eyes. He spoke quickly, like he dreaded the entire conversation. Behind the route was a single sheet of paper with a typed list of names. 10 in all. Today's first group, it was a pretty diverse spread. Some couples, some young, some old. I jerked my head up as my boss dropped something heavy on the desk in front of me. A worn sackcloth bag tied with a string, like something out of a movie. He told me I'd need it. I loosened the string and peeked inside. Coins. Not the shiny kind you dump into a vending machine. These were dull, heavy discs with worn edges and a faint greenish patina. The faces stamped on them were unfamiliar. The lettering in some alphabet I didn't recognize. They're for the river, he said flatly. I thought he was joking. Some touristy tradition for good luck, but the way he said it, eyes still down, voice tight, made me think twice about asking. Don't lose them. I nodded, still unsure if this was a weird hazing ritual or if I'd signed on for something I didn't fully understand. Outside, the sky was bleeding into a pale gray, and I could hear voices gathering in the lot. My first group, chatting and laughing as they waited. I stuffed the map, the list, and the bag of coins into my pack and stepped out to meet them. I put on my best retail smile and greeted them like I was thrilled to be there. They smiled back, some with polite nods, others with that eager spark to risk it when they've got a camera ready and nowhere else to be. We started along the trail, the dirt path winding through tall pines that whispered in the breeze. Some were off to the left. A woodpecker worked away at a trunk. I spotted a flash of blue, a jay darting between branches, and pointed it out like it was part of the official program. I walked them through the first landmarks. Echo Point, a rock outcropping where sound bounced back in a strange, delayed way. The split oak, an ancient tree with a lightning scar splitting its trunk clean in two. The Devil's Step, a shallow stone shelf where the river narrowed into a fast white ribbon. I recited the facts from a script in a bright, practiced tone, throwing in the occasional chuckle, nodding like I'd told these same tidbits 1,000 times but still found them fascinating. I was quite proud of myself for the act I was putting on. On the surface, it was just another nature walk, but in my pack, I could feel the weight of that sackcloth bag thumping against my side with every step. And then, just as the sun was beginning to come back down, it was time for the main attraction. I led them down the last slope where the trees gave way to bare rock. The entrance to Blackmouth yawned ahead of us, low and wide, like a mouth set in a permanent sneer. Inside, the temperature dropped 10 degrees in an instant. My voice echoed faintly against the walls as I launched into the script about the cave's geology, how the limestone had been carved over millennia. We rounded a bend and the main attraction came into view. A wide, slow-moving river cutting right through the heart of the cave. Its surface was black and glossy, reflecting the dim yellow from the string of safety lamps bolted into the rock. The sound was steady but strangely muted, like the water was moving under a layer of glass. "This is the Blackmouth River," I told them, smiling like a proud host. "It runs underground for nearly 6 miles before resurfacing in a nearby valley. Local legend says no one has ever swam the full length and come out the other side." A couple of people laughed softly. The rest leaned over the railing to snap photos. We followed the narrow walkway that hugged the wall of the cave, the river sliding silently beside us. The lamps overhead gave off a weak yellow light, just enough to paint the wet rocks in streaks. Up ahead, the path widened into a stone platform jutting out from the water. This was where I was supposed to give the final part of the speech. The bit about the river's depth, the sediment, the wildlife, before turning everyone over to the other guide. I was halfway through my line about freshwater crabs when I saw him. He stood on the far side of the platform, where the light didn't quite reach. He was tall, and he wore a heavy coat with a wide-brimmed hat shadowing his face. Behind him, tethered to the stone, was a boat, if you could call it that. It wasn't like the park's rafts or canoes. This thing was narrow and low to the water. The woods so dark it almost looked black. An oar lay across the seats, the handle worn smooth, the blade stained as though it had been in the river for decades. I figured he was just going for that old-timey look, something for the tourists. Maybe he'd get them to pose for photos before the ride back. Still, the dripping hem of his coat caught my eye. It hung heavy, sodden, as if he'd just stepped out of the water instead of down from the trail. He raised one gloved hand, palm up. I remembered the sackcloth bag in my pack, the one my boss had told me was for the river. I slipped it from my shoulder and crossed the platform, forcing a friendly nod. "Guess you were taking them the rest of the way," I said. He didn't answer, just took the bag in a slow, deliberate motion before stepping back toward the boat. I was uneasy. The guy gave me the creeps, but my boss had warned me about this. This was normal. This was part of the job. I turned back to the group and gestured toward him like this was just another attraction. "All right, folks, this is where you'll head out with the river guide. He'll get you to the turnaround point and bring you back safe and sound." They didn't ask questions. Nobody hesitated. They filed toward him in neat pairs, stepping onto the platform with quiet, practiced movements, as if they'd already been told what to do. One by one they climbed into the boat. It rocked slightly with each step, but the water around it stayed perfectly still. No ripples, no sound. Halfway through loading, I glanced down at my list and froze. One of the names had a thick black line drawn through it. I didn't remember seeing that before. When I looked back up, there was one less person in line. I scanned the group. 10 names. But now only 9 faces. My mouth went dry. The ferryman's hat tilted up just enough for me to see the shadow of his jaw. Pale and sharp. His hand rested on the oar, still as stone. "Everything all right?" one of the guests asked, her voice startling me. I forced a smile. "Yeah, just making sure everyone's on board." The boat pushed off, gliding into the black water. The guests sat silent and straight-backed, their faces dimming until they were swallowed by the dark. I turned and began my walk back, glancing sporadically at the list of guests. 1 name crossed out, then 3, then 8, then 10. Every name. By the time I reached the bend in the cave, the paper was trembling in my hand. 10 names. Every one now slashed through with that same thick black line. I stopped and listened. The cave was dead silent. No water, no echoes, nothing. It was like someone had muted the world. Then, from somewhere deep in the darkness behind me, I heard the slow, deliberate sound of an oar dripping into water. 1 stroke, then another, getting closer. I didn't look back. I folded the list, shoved it into my pocket, and forced my legs to move until the dim daylight from the cave mouth came into view. The rest of the day blurred together. I kept running tours, trying to put on the same cheery face as before, but my stomach stayed knotted. None of the people from that first group ever came back down the trail. I told myself they'd taken a different exit, that maybe the other guide had his own drop-off point. But by closing time, the lot was nearly empty. No cars matching theirs. No chatter from hikers packing up for the day. 4 groups that day. 32 total guests, and not one of them had made their way back. The park felt hollow. Just the sound of the wind in the pines and the faint smell of river water sticking to me like glue. It made me uneasy. I headed back to the trailer to clock out. The door was propped open again, light spilling onto the dirt. My boss was inside at the desk, a stack of papers in front of him, pen scratching slowly across the top sheet. He didn't look up when I stepped in. "Hey," I said, keeping my tone light. "Weird question, but where do the groups go after I hand them over? I didn't see anyone come back." He didn't look up. "They finished the route." "Yeah, but I mean, does it loop back to the parking lot? I never saw them." A pause, just long enough to notice. "They don't come back this way. How was the river today?" I forced a small laugh. Like his answer had cleared it all up. "Fine, yeah. The river was fine." It wasn't, but I let myself believe it anyway. Maybe there really was another trail. Maybe there was a shuttle back to the lot I just hadn't seen. I signed out, muttered a "see you tomorrow," and stepped out into the cooling air. The sun was gone behind the trees, and the path to my car felt longer than usual. Every step carried that faint, damp smell from the cave, clinging stubbornly to my clothes. When I got home, the first thing I noticed was the smell. It was stronger than even my clothes. Coming from my kitchen. Inside the lights were off, but on my kitchen table sat a neat stack of coins. Dull, heavy coins with the now familiar faces and languages. I didn't move at first. Just stood there in the dark staring at the stack. Droplets clung to them, catching what little light leaked in from the street. A thin ring of moisture had already formed on the table around them, slowly spreading. 32 guests, 64 coins given to me that morning, and now 16 in my kitchen waiting for me. My quarter share for that day. The old man in the trailer had just been the middleman. That much was obvious now. Whoever, whatever, had left these in my kitchen was the one I really worked for, and judging by the smell rolling off the stack, thick and cold and heavy in the air, they'd already been in the river. What I am about to tell you will sound crazy, but I need your help, so please, read. 3 days ago, my parents and my older brother went to my cousin's wedding. Me and my brother are not very fond of parties or my extended family, but since he's the elder son, My parents always drag him along to family reunions. To endure these ordeals, he always takes his earbuds with him. Since we moved to the current home about 10 years ago, things always went missing out of the blue. A key, a toy car, the TV controller, and there was no point in looking for the missing objects. We could search all over the house and never find them. Nowadays, when something goes missing, my father will say, "Forget it, and it will find its way back to you." And every time, without failure, he was correct. Because after a couple days or weeks, sometimes entire months, the missing item would be found in an incredibly obvious location. Me and my family figured this was a normal occurrence, easily explained by healthy faults in our memories and so on. So we got used to it and lived normal lives. On that fateful day, my brother could not find his earbuds, so I said the words that our father had imprinted in our brains. "Forget it, and it will find its way back to you." He nodded in agreement and said, "Hopefully it will show up soon." My father and my mother were already waiting for him in the car. I said my farewells from the front door and they left. I wish they didn't. I had spent that entire day reading Blood Meridian. In fact, I carried the book with me to the front porch, and as I was going back, I left the book on the dining table, to the right of the hallway that leads to my room. I sat down on my office chair and booted up my PC. I spent the rest of the evening playing video games. It was around 9 p.m. when I heard it. Thump. Coming from the end of the hallway, the sound of a hardcover book hitting the wooden floor. I figured it was my book. I must have left it in some awkward position on the table. I got up and opened the door of my bedroom. Then I saw it. A person, a creature, something about half my size. Just finishing a small jump from the right of the hallway to the left, the book laid in the right. At the foot of the dining table, I was immediately paralyzed. I had just stood there, like a deer in front of headlights. A pitch-black hand with elongated, clawed fingers reached from the edge of the wall all the way to the other side of the hallway, grabbed the book, and quickly went into hiding. Slowly, the dark figure put its head out of the edge, and for a split second our eyes met. My heart was beating out of control. I was on the verge of puking as I hastily closed and locked my bedroom door. I heard footsteps approaching me. I broke down crying in a corner. It's been 3 days. No one is picking up on my calls. No one is answering my messages. My family has not returned. I hear inhuman sounds just outside my room. I see shadows moving, creeping in and out of what I hope is a familiar hallway. I'm too scared to look out the window. I'm thirsty and hungry. I'm not sure that this text will reach anyone, but I'm desperate. Please, find me. "She's buried under that tree," my grandfather whispered, pointing out the window to the front lawn. Oh boy, I thought, here we go again. For 90 years old, Grandpa was physically capable. He could move, do basic chores, and eke out a decent existence. His primary weakness was his mind. "Who's buried there?" I asked, humoring him as I adjusted the angle on his lift chair. "The girl with white hair and green skin." Green skin? I wondered. That's new. I fixed Grandpa's chair to the reclined position and made my way to the kitchen. "I'm gonna make us some sandwiches." "All right, sweetie." I left him there in front of the TV. This weekend was my monthly visit. My siblings and I switched weekends to make sure Grandpa wasn't alone. The location was inconvenient because he lived in the butt crack of nowhere. It was a good 2 hours to the nearest town. If you needed something other than general store items, you'd be driving for a while. After I finished the sandwiches, I slid one on a plate and placed it in Grandpa's lap. "Thanks, honey," he said and started chewing with yellow teeth. I sat down on the sofa, cracked open a murder mystery book. A golf tournament was playing on TV. I hated golf, but that was the only thing he liked, so I occasionally glanced out the window at the beautiful vista to keep myself from boredom. Grandpa's property was strange in that it was high up in the mountains. Appropriate for farming, but his specific land hadn't been built for that. He lived in a mobile home just beneath a hill. There were trees decorating the terrain, but the only one on his quarter-acre lawn was a pine my father had brought up years ago as a sapling. It was well over 12 feet now. "She's buried there," he mumbled, devouring a slice of ham on bread. Why does he keep saying that? I focused my gaze on the tree in the lawn. What an odd thing to hallucinate. 2 hours later, I was interrupted by a call from my brother, Stu. "Hey, Grace," he said, his voice as cheerful as ever. "How's Gramps?" "Coping," I said. Grandpa had fallen asleep in his chair, a half-eaten sandwich in his lap. "He's resting after a light lunch." "Good, he needs that." I turned to the couch, saved the spot in my murder mystery. My eyes fell on the lonely pine outside. "Stu, can I ask you something?" "Sure, sis." "Has Grandpa mentioned anything about a green girl buried under a tree?" Stu fell silent. "Stu? Give me a second." "You there?" "Yeah, just a minute." "When did he start mentioning it?" "This morning." "Don't let him talk about it." "Why not?" "Because he gets all worked up. When Jess and I were there last month, we found him digging a hole under the tree at 2 in the morning. He thinks someone lives down there. He belongs in a care home." I turned towards Grandpa, noted his frail shoulders, the muscles that had carried bales of hay and iron tools for years. Now his body was fading. "Grace, I'm still here. Make sure he doesn't talk about it." It was 5:15 when I cleared the plates from the dining table. "Thanks for cooking, sweetheart." "Of course, Grandpa. Need help getting to bed?" "No," he sighed, seemingly deep in thought. He pushed himself out of his seat, waddled down the hall. It took him so long to reach the other end of the trailer. "Grace?" He stopped at his bedroom door. "Yes?" "You do believe me about the girl under the tree?" "Yes, Grandpa." "Good. If anything happens, stay by my side. I'll protect you." "Huh?" With that, Grandpa cracked open his bedroom door and slipped inside. Thwack. My eyes shot open. It was dark, maybe 1 in the morning. Another sound. A hard metallic noise thundered in my ears. What was that? Then again. I stumbled out of bed, disoriented, face aching with exhaustion. I ripped open the blinds. A man was swinging a tool at the foot of the pine tree. "Grandpa?" I raced to his room. The bed was empty. Then the sound again. The metallic clangs grew louder. What's happening? I ran to the sofa, grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and stumbled outside. The moon was barely up. Cold air bit my skin as I pulled my shirt close, covering my body. Just ahead, Grandpa was hunched at the 12-foot pine, swinging a pickaxe. I was so stunned to see him lifting the massive tool. "Grandpa, what are you?" "She's coming, Grace. I have to set her free." "Grandpa, it's 3 in the morning. I have to get her out." I grabbed Grandpa's wrist, but he shoved me back. I landed on my posterior, my flashlight's beam illuminating his face, wide with terror. "Don't stop me, Grace. If I don't let her out, she'll take you too." Without another word, he slammed his tool into the earth. The next morning, Grandpa and I sat at the table chewing bacon and eggs. Neither of us had slept. Grandpa? He looked at me with weariness in his eyes. What happened last night? He let out a deep sigh, pulled out a worn shoebox from a cabinet. See this? He brought out a stack of black and white photos. This is your grandmother, Belle, and me a few years after we were married. And there, he tapped the face of an adorable boy, is your father. In the background of the picture, I noticed a young girl, maybe 4 years old, perched on a fence watching everyone with a miserable gaze. Who's that? The green girl. She's the one buried under that tree. She took your father and grandmother. Now, she's coming for me. Why? Because she's death. Death? Boom. The front door lurched with sudden impact. Grandpa and I swerved our gazes deep in fear and concentration. Didn't you think it was odd how Grandma died so young? And your father? The girl lived in the woods. She was there for each family member who passed on. My uncle, aunt. When I figured it out, I found her in the woods. Made sure she never came after us again. You killed a child? She's no child, Grace. She's evil, and she's coming for me. Boom. I ran to the couch, peered out the window to see a hunched figure wearing old pioneer clothes. They were bashing their fists against the door. Someone's out there. It's all right, Grace. She only wants me. The slamming grew more intense. I retraced my steps to the table. Why is she harassing our family? I don't know, Grace, but it's been like that ever since I was a boy. Whatever you do, don't make eye contact with her. Boom. The front door caved in under the pressure. I closed my eyes, then reopened them. A strange figure stood in the doorframe, about 4 feet tall, dressed in worn rags. Her skin was as green as a pine tree's leaves. Long white hair flowed down her back. She's here. The green girl shuffled toward us across the carpet. I watched in suspense, so scared I could barely breathe. My eyes searched for a weapon and found a letter opener. I reached for it. Stop, Grace. This has to happen. I gawked in horror as the green girl lurched up to Grandpa, let out a blood-chilling gasp. The sound of her breath stung my ears. Grandpa commanded, "Only me. That's the deal." The green girl grabbed his face with bone-thin hands and held her mouth over his. A sickening sound of rushing wind accompanied her widening mouth. Grandpa gave a frightened gasp, then collapsed. "Grandpa!" The green girl let out a sickening groan, limped back to the door. "Wait." The creature looked at me. "Why are you doing this?" The green girl pointed at the clock above the dining table, then pointed at herself, then me. For the next few seconds, I was too shocked to move. With a final groan, the green girl limped out the front door and was gone. It's been 2 days. I called the sheriff. They investigated everything. I've been asked so many questions. My siblings think I'm crazy. Stu's the only one who believes me. Why? He says that one night, while he was at Grandpa's, he heard a woman speaking in one of the rooms. It reminded him of a soothing voice he had once heard as a young boy, a voice that told him the exact date he would die. And that date wasn't far off. It started when I first heard the music. I'm not going to tell you how I came into possession of this particular music, nor am I going to tell you what it sounded like, or anything particular about it, because even knowing these things can have an effect. All you need to understand is that this particular music, when I heard it, forced me to walk in a straight line. I was at home at the time, in my London flat. I had started to listen to the song with my wireless headphones. As soon as the music started, I felt the itch to start moving. By then, it was already too late, but I kept listening, not yet aware of the mistake I was making. And then, just as the first track neared its end, I rose from the sofa, turned and faced the wall, and started walking. Have you ever seen an NPC in a video game walk into a wall? Or a speedrunner trying to clip through a wall to get to areas of the game map they're not supposed to? I had walked over to the wall and onto the armchair which kept me from the wall. After standing on the armchair, I just kept walking into the wall, knocking off a picture frame. The thing was, the music was fresh to my ears and still playing, so its effect was at its strongest. I was completely lucid of what I was doing, but that part of my brain that would signal for me to stop simply didn't exist anymore. The closest thing I could compare the feeling to is being in the throes of an addiction, whether it be drinking or gambling or whatever. You know what you're doing isn't good for you, that you have to stop, but there's just something not there. The will, the care factor. Did it hurt headbutting the picture frame of my recent university graduation photo off the wall? You bet. Did I care? Certainly. I wanted to stop with every fiber of my being, but I simply couldn't. I kept going, walking against the wall, feeling the coarse wallpaper rubbing against my brow and rubbing at the skin. I think I lost a few eyebrow hairs in the process. In under a minute, I reached the corner of the living room. There should have been nowhere else to go, but stopping simply wasn't an option. I had hoped, though I couldn't stop, and I was pretty sure I was having some kind of stroke by this point, that reaching the wall would ease the burden to keep moving in a straight line. Thing was, I was already off the line, and it hurt, worse than any migraine, or worse than any flop sweat indigestion. And still the music continued to play in my head. I was on to the second track, but its effect was still the same. Keep moving. Stay the line. I reached for the door handle. Found it locked, so I took a moment to unlatch it. Then the door opened and I stepped out onto the small balcony, and I kept walking. This was where I feared I might walk straight off the balcony. Below there was a car, which I had to rapidly consider as the least worst option to jump down onto. Besides the car, which was a simple four-seater, all that remained was a drop which would likely break my ankles. That was when I discovered some freedom to my situation. I didn't have to simply fling myself over the balcony. There was no stopping, but I had a tiny bit of my brain to work with to decide how I would get back to the true line. Instead of just up and overing myself over the balcony railing, I stopped, climbed over carefully, and then did my best to control my fall onto the car. I landed with a thump, landing squat, and the car's alarm started going off. It was midday, so the odds of people nearby seeing what I had just done was high. Did I want them to see me do it? What if they thought I was trying to do damage to the car on purpose? I moved down to the front of the car and slid on down the front windscreen on my butt. I was wearing slippers when I started playing the music. They looked like large, fluffy monster paws. I was also wearing baggy PJ bottoms, a loose-fitting gray t-shirt with short sleeves, and a navy bathrobe which was currently untied. My mobile phone was tucked into my right bathrobe pocket, and I had the headphones on my head. The only other item of note on my person were my glasses. I'm nearsighted. On the ground, I just kept walking, moving diagonally across the estate. Should I shout for help? I thought. The music was so loud it was making it harder to think, too. I thought about taking the headphones off, but the idea of doing so made me almost keel over and vomit. I passed two cars on the edge of a large estate building and approached a small garden area with a path which led through the middle part of another complex. I knew the true straight line would take me through the very thick green bushes ahead of me, but I found I could muster enough willpower to walk onto the concrete path. It was like a bargain with whatever it was about the music that was forcing me to keep on the line. I'll return to the line immediately after. Just let me walk around, I thought, and found I could do just that. I walked the path, stomping ahead in my big goofy monster slippers, and kept going. This took me through a garden area and then into a small car park. It seemed at first the natural progression was to leave the car park through the way the cars would exit on the right, but that, I quickly discovered, was way too far from the true line. So, like when I had walked to the corner of my living room, I had to walk to the corner of the car park too. Throughout all this, I tried to understand why it was I couldn't find the will to take my headphones off, or to stop walking altogether. It didn't help that it felt amazing to stay on the true line. Better than taking off socks after a long day. Better than the first sip of a freshly cracked open can. Better than Friday night at the end of the work week. And that was just the start of my love of true line. At the corner of the car park, there was a little hut-like structure. I walked to the edge of that, climbed over a metal railing, when I walked through a small tunnel to the other side of the estate building. This put me onto the pavement on the other side, and then I walked into the road. The sudden horrible screech of car tires met my ears. I turned and saw a rotund, middle-aged woman in her car. "What are you doing?" she yelled out, though most of what I could hear was still being drowned out by the music. "I can't stop," I yelled back. The answer didn't seem to be good enough for the woman. She got out of her car and started walking towards me. "Stop, come here," she yelled. Stop, I thought. The idea of stopping revolted me, but a part of me wanted to try. This woman was angry, sure, but what if I could get her to take the headphones off for me? Maybe that would give me back my right mind. But the closer she got to me, the more a nasty dread gripped me on the inside. Panic, unlike anything I had ever felt before, started to rise up within me. So much so that when the woman tried grabbing for my bathrobe, I let out a scream so loud I would have a sore throat for the rest of the day. I thrashed my arm back and stopped the woman in her tracks, perplexed by my reaction. I started to jog, staying true to the line. The woman didn't give chase, but instead, the last I saw of her, she had her phone held to her ear. Calling the police, I wondered. Or maybe her husband. I couldn't look back for long because I walked all the way down the road, crossed over to the other side of the street, and approached a large tree. "Please let me go round it," I pleaded inside my head. But I knew there was some wiggle room. As soon as I realized I could climb over the metal railing, thrash around the bush behind it, and then continue on, the fight in me to resist died out. I did just that, and moved beyond the tree. This took me into the driveway of another estate building at the furthest corner of the whole complex. It seemed like a dead end because there were no gaps left. Right ahead, there was just a house. I wanted to stop but couldn't find the will to do so. The 5th track from the music album. If you feel the need to get up from where you're sitting, that'll be because I just mentioned the music part was part of an album. Sorry. I'll not mention any more about the music if it can be helped. So I continued on, and found myself standing outside the house in front of me. The front door was just off to my right, the window into what might be the living room to my left. I had hardly any time at all to think about what I might do next. Every second I didn't move forward was like being trapped inside a hot car with the windows shut. 100-fold. I tried the door handle to the house. No luck. I knew I didn't have the strength to kick the door down, but what else could I do? I saw in my mind's eye the solution. All I needed to do was drive my head through the window to my left. The glass would break if I hit it hard enough, wouldn't it? Some part of me was excited to try, intrigued even. I couldn't move forward on the true line if I didn't drive my head through the window pane. "Please," I pleaded inside my head. "Please, no." There was an awful cramp in my neck as I forced my gaze to the ground. There was a small stone turtle ornament next to the doormat. I picked it up, and seeing as it was better than using my head, I smashed in the window with the stone turtle ornament. "Move in, move in, move in," my body and mind pleaded with me, but I had just enough lucidity and self-control to use what wits I had left to strike away the sharper bottom and side edges of the window pane, and then I chucked the stone turtle ornament inside and climbed through the window. And it was after landing and getting to my feet that I noticed I had stopped moving, and there, on the carpet among the broken glass, were my headphones. The faint, tinny sound of the music on a new track. Again, I'm sorry that you've likely been counting the number of tracks which have been playing. I suggest you don't leave your home for the next few days because you might seek true line whilst driving or walking down the street. Please don't risk it. For a moment I was filled with joy. The headphones were off. I was free. Because without the music playing directly into my eardrums, how could it have control over me? To make sure I was free, I stomped on the headphones, my right foot aching from the force it took to render the headphones completely obsolete. I was stiflingly hot in my bathrobe, sweating and breathing, huffing breaths. But in the silence of the house I had just broken into, I heard it. The music, playing inside my head. I'm sorry to tell you this. I really, really am. But the music is seriously catchy. I turned around to face Trueline and kept walking. It's been a while since it all started. I'm posting this using my phone whilst on the move. I'll try and explain more, but many obstacles lay ahead. Hey everyone. I know this is going to sound crazy, but I need to know if anyone has ever experienced anything like this. I live in a small farmhouse that I inherited from my grandmother 6 weeks ago when she passed away. It sits on a lot of a couple acres of land. When she passed away, I had just graduated from college. So instead of selling it, I decided I'd live in it and maintain it while I looked for a job in the area. The nearest town is around 30 minutes away from me, but I usually don't mind the seclusion. In fact, my closest neighbor is around 10 minutes away as the crow flies. The first day that I got here, I was over the moon about being the sole owner of my childhood home. The long dirt road to get you to the house was lined with dense forest, and once I finally reached the house, I realized that my grandmother had really let this place go. There were vines practically holding the shutters closed like the house was holding in a secret. I knew I was going to have a lot of work to do, but since I had a bit of savings, I could focus on getting the house back in order. When I unlocked the front door and went inside, I was met with an overpowering smell of lavender. It seemed that even though my grandmother let the outside of the house go, the inside was pristine. I set my luggage down and went into her bedroom. I spent the next week cleaning up the outside of the house. I found all kinds of things in the overgrown grass, like an old farmer's hat, gardening scissors, and coloring books that had been scribbled in. I hadn't ever seen any of these items before, but chalked it up to belonging to my cousins when they were kids. The first week of living there, nothing else really went on. It's this week, the second week, that strange things started happening. After a long day of finishing the yard work, I came inside and kicked my boots off. I made sure to lock the front door and deadbolt it, since living alone in the middle of the woods as a woman can get kind of scary. I made my way to the bathroom when I heard footsteps behind me. I whipped my head around, but I didn't see anything. I thought it was just the old house settling, so I continued to the bathroom and got into the shower. Now, I don't know if it's my mind playing tricks on me, but every time I dunked my head under the shower head, I thought I heard giggling right behind me. Once again, nothing there. I got out of the shower, dried myself off, and slipped into my pajamas. That's when I noticed something written in the steam on the mirror. Hello, smiley face. I was genuinely freaked out at this point, but knew that my younger family members had been here right after grandmother died, so I wrote it off that the writing was maybe lingering. That night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a loud knock at my door. I checked the time on my phone. 11:43 p.m. Like I said, my nearest neighbor is 10 minutes away, so I had no clue what someone was doing here late at night. Before my dad passed away, he instilled in me that the world is very dangerous. So the minute I turned 21, he paid for me to get a concealed carry license. I grabbed my pistol and tucked it into my waistband as I walked toward the front door. I could have just ignored it, but I didn't know if maybe it was the police or someone in trouble. I opened the door a bit and saw a rather small man. I'm 5'2" and he couldn't have been much taller than me, in a button-up polo with black slacks, and those shiny shoes that the pastor always wore. "Hello," he spoke up. "I'm Mr. Vister. I work for the night census." He had the biggest smile on his face, almost like he had won the lottery. "The night census?" I said suspiciously. "I've never heard of that." "Well, yes. We only knock on select doors. Think of it as a sort of government initiative for after dark population tracking." He ran his fingers through his gelled back, almost slimy black hair. "Who's all here? Has anyone been here since the last count?" Mr. Vister tried peeking around my shoulder, but I quickly shut him down. "I'm sorry, sir. What do you mean since the last count?" "We come by a couple times a night to get the exact number of people living in the household. When I came by earlier, I spoke to your gardener, and he let me know that he lived here as well as his son." He pulled up a clipboard out from behind his back. "But he didn't inform me that anyone else lived here. I'll just write it down real quick." I watched as he wrote, "Young female in her late 20s, presumably alone." Under where he had already written, "Gardener and his young son." There was obviously no one else here, so I was extremely startled. "I don't have a gardener." "I think you must have the wrong house. It's just me here." I didn't notice my slip-up until I said it. "I mean, my husband should be back any minute now. He had to run into town to get something." I tried to cover it up by lying, but he saw right through it. His smile grew wider, and he turned his head to the ground, still staring at me through his eyebrows. "We know you're here alone, Natalie." He chuckled, but not in a friendly way. It sounded like a dry rattling coming from his throat. I slammed the door shut and locked it. I could still hear his laughter outside, which turned into a sea of screaming. I ran to the bedroom to call someone, and, of course, no signal. I couldn't get to my car without him seeing me, so I had no idea what to do. I barricaded myself in my room, but I accidentally drifted off to sleep. I woke up again to a knock at the door. I looked at my phone, 3:36 a.m. I don't know if this Mr. Vister guy is some kind of prankster or lunatic. I wasn't going to let him scare me. I opened up the door and didn't let him get a word in. "Stop harassing me," I spat. "I have a gun. I don't know what you're trying to do, but you're trespassing. Go away." His smile softened into a look of confusion. "I'm sorry for disturbing you, ma'am, but I don't believe we've met." His lips curled into a smile again, and he held out his hand for me to shake. "I'm Mr. Vister, from the night census. We are—" I cut him off. "Yeah, I know who you are. You were just here." "Oh no, you must be mistaken. Me and my twin brother take turns checking houses." I was obviously confused at this point, so he pulled out his clipboard. "So you must be Natalie. I've got that you live in the bedroom towards the back of the house. Then the other occupants are the gardener, Silas, and his son, Thomas. I have here that they live in the bedroom that branches off of the family room." "No, I don't know who Silas or Thomas are, but they definitely don't live here." "What? No. I see them right back there on the couch." He stood on his tiptoes and waved to something behind me. As I turned around to see what he was waving at, Mr. Vister ran past me while giggling. I had no clue who this guy was, or why he wanted to be in my home. but I saw this as an opportunity to get out of there. I grabbed my keys from the bowl next to the door and ran to my car, leaving the front door wide open. I peeled out of there as quickly as possible to a small motel in town. That's where I am now. Do any of you know what's going on? Has anyone experienced anything like this? Any help would be appreciated. Please, help me. My stepmother hated me, despised me. She never said it, but hate exuded from her every expression. The scowl was immediate, a juxtaposition between disgust and hate. Strangers, even those most suspect of character, evoked nothing but kindness from her, but from me there was nothing but disdain. She hated me, and I hated her. My father had died a few years back. A sudden heart attack, a man seemingly healthy, but always a minute from death. My father drank and smoked, but was active and full of vigor. His death was both expected and unexpected. I knew his lifestyle was unhealthy and dangerous, but naively, I also believed he was genetically superior to the rest of the human race. He was destined to live well into his 90s with a shriveled liver and a stubborn determination to persist beyond the expectations of human physiology. To me, he was a superhero, flawed but celestial, a man who embodied greatness. He spoke his mind. He feared no one. He was the quintessential alpha male. Then he died, while crapping in the toilet, his pants down around his ankles, and his head buried in his own exposed crotch. When God humbles, he doesn't half-ass it. He doles out the humiliation in full measure. My dad loved Blue Hole Lake. He talked of it constantly. His family went there every year. His father and his father before him. Every August and every summer from the first time the lake was formed until my father ended the tradition. He never took me to the lake or the cabin he so fondly remembered. After he died, I vowed to return to the lake and reinstitute the long-neglected family tradition. Why didn't he take me? Why didn't he want to do with me what his father had done with him? Honestly, it hurt me. I put together the trip, the vacation request approved, a rare concession from my boss. I planned it for August. Well in keeping with family tradition, I honored every detail, every little nuanced description my dad willingly conveyed. I say willingly because there was a glaring omission in his fond recollections. He always stated that they stayed in the same cabin, but he never said what cabin it was, the number, or any description. He would stop and stare into his own mind, steadfastly removed from the present, cast into a painful memory, his strength visibly drained. August was hot and unforgiving. The dark water splashed and rolled towards the beach. It was inviting and intimidating. I had rented a one-room, musty cabin. I got there late on Monday evening. I was going to unpack and read myself to sleep. It was too late to have much time for swimming, but a force pushed me to do otherwise. There was a need, a compulsion to swim, an invitation to dive into the ambiance of nature. I changed into my swim trunks and headed down to the lake. There was about an hour or so until the beach was closed. It's closed at sunset, whenever or whatever that meant. I suspected sundown was less about the sun and more about the whims of an impatient park ranger ready to end the day. I walked slowly into the water. The warmth was uncomfortable. I expected a chill, but it felt more like dirty bath water, shocking and disappointing. The heat of the water was suffocating. There was an unremitting discomfort. The beach was empty and bare. I swam to the orange barrier, the line between safety and danger. Beyond the other side was an unimaginable depth, Or maybe just the recognition that this was the distance of no return, no coming back from the edge of eternity. I put my arms up and rested my back against the float, looking up towards the beach. The last of the patrons was leaving, drying off and packing up his belongings. I was the only one left. At the top of the beach I could see the parking lot, and beyond that, a patch of forest. A slender brunette in a two-piece yellow bathing suit strolled out of the forest. She carried nothing, no bag, no towel, nothing but a pompous swagger. The closer she got, the more her beauty came into focus. Everything about her was steeped in a previous era. Her bathing suit reminded me of the woman I saw in black and white movies. Her hair was of an elegant movie star, short and curled in the back. She entered the water with no reservations, boldly plunging up to her chest. She slowly turned her head to acknowledge my presence and held me in her gaze. I felt exposed and pinned down, unable to cast my eyes elsewhere. She seemed significantly closer to where I was than where she had originally entered the lake. It was a transition, as if in a dream, a recollection from one point in space to another point in space with absolutely no movement. Then she submerged under the surface and disappeared. She was under longer than any human possibly could be without suffocating. Minutes passed. Time dragged. I surveyed the lake, looking in a panoramic frenzy, feeling uncomfortably close to death. She was nowhere to be seen. I feared she had drowned, gotten wrapped up in a litter of sunken debris, or her foot caught in some unintentional trap. And then, right in front of me, she emerged from the water, her eyes pale blue, without iris or pupil, marbled with streaks of red. She smiled and etched in black. On 3 of her top incisors were the numbers 3, 1, 4. She held her smile in a long, bizarre pose. The water was too deep to stand, and yet she didn't attempt to tread water. She didn't thrash about. She simply floated, perfectly still, not even affected by the wake of a passing speedboat. She wasn't subject to the laws of nature. The water obeyed her. The warm water cooled rapidly. My teeth chattered uncontrollably, my trembling breath visible in the gray air. The sun was diving fast into the deep horizon. She slowly vanished, still flashing that hideous smile with that cryptic message scrawled across her teeth. Her icy hand grabbed my ankle and pulled me under. The plunge was unexpected. I was unprepared. Water rushed through my nostrils and mouth as I breathed in, foolishly trying to scream for help. I kicked and thrashed my arms upward, trying desperately to break free. I felt her release my ankle. I shot up through the depths, further down than I had anticipated. Dim light, beautiful twinkling points of grace beckoned through the water. Freedom was close at hand, but as my hand broke the surface, she grabbed my ankle and yanked me even deeper. I heard her cruel, muffled laughter. My lungs were on fire. It was as if I had swallowed hot, thick oil. Pressure coursed through my veins. I felt the pounding of my rapidly beating heart in the temples of my head. A dizzying array of stars swam before my eyes. I then saw her floating before me, her skin blue and tattered, eaten and rotted by the forces of nature. Death was consuming her, and yet, though barely visible, I saw her smiling. 314 flashed across my mind. I realized I was free from her grasp. I shot up to the surface. Oxygen extinguished the fire in my lungs. I coughed and heaved up filthy, bloody water. The coughing was uncontrollably, but so was the instinct for survival. I thrashed and coughed and coughed and thrashed. My arms were rubber, hands and feet number. I barely felt the water, but as soon as my foot touched the bottom, The sensation of sand stung my feet into action. I made my way to the shore in a clumsy combination of swimming and running, a dance of hysterics, the play between weakness and a determination to survive. I was a wounded gazelle with one last chance, a dash through the thorny shrub, but to no avail. I felt the familiar grip on my ankle. She dragged me back into the water. I turned to kick, the water shallow enough to allow free movement of my limbs. The heel of my foot glimpsed the side of her bicep. The skin was loose and sloughed off her arm. Her body had deteriorated to an even worse degree. She was a walking, waterlogged corpse. One of her eyes was missing and the other was decayed and collapsed. Chunks of flesh were gone, chewed or decayed. Her hair was no longer elegant. What was left of it was thin and stringy. Through all of it, though, she never ceased to smile. 314. I was now fully on my back. I tried to kick again, but at the moment I went to thrust my foot forward, my whole body went limp. I was paralyzed. I lay in the shallow water, looking into the darkening sky. The water was lapping against my ears and splashing into my eyes. I felt her climb on top of my legs, crawling her way slowly up my body. She lifted her abominable face from my chest, grasped her bony hands around my shoulders, and heaved herself forward. Her face was in my face, her one good eye dripping down her cheek. The stench was vomit-inducing. I swallowed, choked, and gasped for air. "Charlie," she whispered. Charlie. That was my father's name. Charlie. "I'm not Charlie." She grabbed my head and planted her dead lips on mine. Bile and decay filled my mouth. It wasn't a loving embrace. Her mouth held tight. Putrid water flowed from her inner being into my throat. I felt like I was trapped in a dentist's chair with dirty cotton stuck in my mouth, and rigid plastic stretching my lips wide. A vision played before my mind. A beautiful woman in a two-piece yellow bathing suit with elegant hair, talking to a man eerily similar to my father, but much younger. A child on the floor. An argument. The man choking the woman. Lifeless. The man leaving with the child. Cool air rushed across my body. I heard a splash and a scream. I could feel my arms and legs again. I crawled to my knees, stood up, and was about to run when I heard her whisper from behind me. "Son." I stopped and turned. My feet were still in the water. The warmth from earlier returned. Fear subsided, but sadness engulfed me. The woman was beautiful again, but she was no longer smiling. She seemed ashamed. The last light faded and her shadow dissolved into the merging line between sky and water. I had every intention of leaving that night, but I was exhausted. Sometimes fear plays itself out. You can only be haunted by ghosts for so long before it becomes routine, part of life. Besides, something had changed. That morning, I packed and got ready to leave. I had 3 days left on my reservation, but needless to say, I wasn't really in the mood to be by the lake. I did my last check of the cabin to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything. It's a ridiculous routine. I check under the bed, in the drawers, and even in the shower, in case I forgot some soap or shampoo. There was an empty carton of orange juice in the refrigerator. It wasn't mine, but I didn't want the next tenant to think it was me, as if they would go through the trouble to find out which guy had left trash in the refrigerator. As I walked out to the garbage can near the road, I noticed the cabin across the street. The little wooden sign staked out in front of the porch had etched in it the numbers 314. That was last August. Now a new August is fast approaching and I've made reservations. This time, I've invited my stepmother. I'm exhausted. Everything around me feels like it's collapsing. I can't climb these stairs anymore. I've been climbing for so long, yet there's no end in sight. My mind is unraveling. I'm writing this in case someone else is facing the same hell I am. It's 7 p.m. when I get home from work. I park my motorbike in the corner, clip my helmet onto it, and collect a parcel from the watchman. As I step toward the lift, the lights flicker and everything goes black. Power cut. All of a sudden, it starts pouring heavily with severe thunderstorms. I guess no lift tonight. I live on the 5th floor. Fine, I think. At least the climb will count as cardio. I start up the stairs, my footsteps echoing in the darkness. Before I began climbing, I saw an old man standing on the road completely drenched. The first flight of stairs felt normal, but as I rounded the landing to the next, the air grew thick and cold. I froze. I saw myself stepping out of the lift with a cardboard box labeled "office stuff." Ringing the doorbell with trembling fingers, I didn't move. I just stared, disbelieving. My phone vibrated in my pocket, a message from the office. Due to recession and rising costs, we regret to inform you that you have been terminated effective tomorrow. I watched the other me collapse against the door frame as my wife opened it, her face crumpling when she saw the box, the weight of 23 years of service, reduced to a single cardboard container. I deleted the message without reading it twice. My legs felt heavy as I continued climbing, the echo of my wife's disappointing sigh following me up. I quickened my pace, desperate to leave that memory behind, but the next level offered no refuge. The scene shifted violently. Another version of me stormed out of the lift, shouting into his phone. I've tried everything I can. I've applied for every job posting available. I'm a bloody gold medal winner, and have done my MBA and IIM, and the irony is, I'm not fit for the job. I'm not fit for the job. I watched myself throw the phone onto the ground. The screen shattered like my composure. My 7-year-old son opened the door, hope lighting up his face. "Papa's home." But I snapped at him, words sharp as broken glass. He ran inside, crying. I watched myself collapse in tears on the cold concrete, head in my hands. From somewhere nearby, I heard a mother berating her child. "Only 95%? What will people think?" The echo bounced off the walls, mixing with my son's muffled sobs from behind the door. I pressed my palms against my ears and climbed higher, but the sounds followed me. The smell of cheap whiskey hit me before I even saw what was next. A drunk version of me stumbled into view on the next landing, laughing with hollow madness as he crashed into walls. The stench filled the narrow corridor, my wife and son rushing out to lift him, her face a map of exhausted worry, his small hands trying to steady a father who'd forgotten how to stand. A dustbin sat nearby, overflowing with torn canvas and broken dreams. Paintings, all signed with my name in careful script. Years of weekend art classes, small exhibitions at local cafes, the quiet hope that maybe, someday, all reduced to garbage. My chest tightened. The talent that once felt like salvation now felt like another failure. I looked away and kept going, but I could still hear my son's confused whisper. Why did Papa throw away his pictures? I continued climbing, each step a greater effort than the last. I could hear the screaming before I reached the next floor. The sound hit me first. Screaming, pleading, the desperate echo of a marriage dying. My wife stormed out, suitcase in hand, tears streaming down her face. I chased her, grabbing at her arm, my voice breaking. Please, just give me one more chance. I'll get better. I promise I'll... But she slammed the lift door shut, and I was left pounding against cold metal. My son peered out from the doorway, 8 years old now, his eyes wide with the kind of terror that changes children forever. Pills rattled under my shoes. Antidepressants scattered across the floor like failed promises. I couldn't stop. The stairs stretched endlessly upward. I finally reached my own door, the 5th floor. I was met with silence, heavy, suffocating silence. I walked inside and found my son, 9 years old, sitting on the floor and crying. And then I saw myself, hanging, a bed sheet knotted around my neck, tethered to the ceiling fan that used to spin lazy circles on summer afternoons. On the table, a note in my handwriting. I'm sorry I couldn't be the father you deserved. My hands shook as I pulled a folded sheet of paper from my pocket, this very note I'm writing now, and placed it in front of my son. His tear-stained face looked up, and for a moment, our eyes met to cross impossible time. Then I opened the main door, and I saw it again. The ground floor. A man parking his motorbike, clipping his helmet, collecting a parcel from the watchman. The clock read 7 p.m. It began to rain heavily with severe thunderstorms. I saw a middle-aged man go near the lift and then walk towards the stairs. Before he began his climb, he looked at me like a strange old man on the street, drenched. The old man looked familiar, as if I saw him somewhere. Something about him reminded me of my son. I can't tell this story to anyone, but I need to get it off my chest. So I will write it here. Names have been changed. It all started in 1996. My parents had just bought our first home computer, one of those bulky machines that sat in the living room for the whole family to use. On the rare occasion that my parents weren't around, I would turn it on and scour the internet for things little children aren't supposed to mess with. One afternoon, my dad was at work and my mom ran to the shop, leaving me alone for just a few minutes. I typed www.death.com into the search bar. I often made up creepy website names. I was a curious child and I wanted to educate myself on the things adults were afraid to talk about. The website that popped up was a gloomy page, featuring the drawing of a skeleton in a black cape. It read, "Do you want to know when you will die?" It prompted me to enter my name and date of birth. I did, then clicked on submit. As soon as the new window opened, I instinctively closed my eyes. Did I really want to know when I would die? No, I didn't. Did I believe that a scary website could actually know the date of my death? No, I didn't, but you never know. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard Mom's keys turning in the lock. Mom would be furious if she knew what I was up to. She thought I only dealt in stuffed animals and Disney princesses. I grabbed the mouse and darted toward the little X in the top right corner of the window. In the process, I stole a quick, furtive glance. A tiny glance. But I saw it all right. August 21st, 2022 at 12:05 a.m. In the years that followed, I lived my life without ever thinking about that stupid website again. Did I, though? August 21st, 2022 at 12:05 a.m. August 21st. That date was burned into the back of my mind. It sat there like a relentless ticking clock I never dared to speak of. It only left me with 26 years, which doesn't sound too bad, but it really isn't that much when you think about it. Although I would never allow myself to acknowledge it, I rushed to achieve my goals because I secretly feared time was running out. I wrote like crazy throughout my 20s until I managed to publish a novel. It sold decently well. Seeing my creation on library shelves helped some of the anxiety subside. At least I had made my mark in the world. A small mark. I needed to keep going to make it bigger. I wrote another novel that I was convinced would become my masterpiece. It was rejected by every single editor. I had never felt so hopelessly crushed. One night, in the midst of a panic attack, I opened my laptop and went back to that website. I landed on a gray, empty page. All it said was, "This domain name is for sale." Relief rushed through me. This whole death prediction thing was a hoax from the early days of the internet, meant to attract traffic from credulous children like me. Obviously, afterwards, I developed a more relaxed disposition, but only for an extent. I still had a lot of work to do on my way to greatness, and I'd better not procrastinate. I married Tim on a bright summer day. From the moment I met him, I knew he was the one. Sweet, dependable, down to earth. As a tax accountant, he had a comfortable paycheck, great benefits, and a solid life insurance policy. Sure, he wasn't the most adventurous man in the world, but who cared? He believed in me and was happy to support me while I poured my time into my literary endeavors. August 20th, 2022 came around. You may ignore the passing of time all you want, tell yourself that a certain day is still far off, but that day will come. Yes, it will. I pretended that there was nothing special about August 20th, 2022. Still, I took some precautions. In the weeks prior, I'd put myself through a battery of medical checkups. Not that I had any symptoms. Indeed, the doctors confirmed that I was healthy as a horse. Even though August 20th was a Saturday night, I had no plans. I sat in front of the television and did not budge. Tom went upstairs at 10 p.m. He always went to bed early. I wished I could join him, but for some reason I absolutely had to finish binge-watching some meaningless Netflix show. August 21st, 2022 at 12:05 a.m. What if I die in my sleep? At 11:31 p.m., I started feeling a tingling in my nails. I wiggled my fingers. It went away. A few minutes later, it came back. As any sane person would do, I pulled out my iPhone and Googled it. None of the medical conditions associated with nail tingling could possibly apply to me. As I had already established beyond a reasonable doubt, there was nothing wrong with my body. The only condition that did match was anxiety disorder. It was 11:40 p.m. on August 20th, 2022, and I had to face it. I was really anxious to go on that website again. My fingers flew across the touch keypad, hoping to land on, "This domain is for sale." I crashed back into that old webpage from 1996. But this time, the caped skeleton was pointing at a real time clock. 11:44:01 p.m. 11:44:02 p.m. The room started spinning. The ground gave way beneath my feet. What kind of sick joke was this? That website was supposed to be down. How did it recognize me from 26 years ago? I don't use the same Google account. Google accounts didn't even exist in 1996. Wait, I wasn't being rational. What the screen was showing me was just a real-time clock. There was no actual piece of information tied to me. Most likely, the original creators of the website had brought back the domain name and decided to play a prank on anyone who had been on it back in the day. Sooner or later, someone would go on the website at an unfortunate time and get scared out of their mind. Why won't this tingling stop? I tossed my phone on the couch and went back to watching TV. I refused to be intimidated by such nonsense, but I could not understand anything the characters on the screen were saying. I glanced at my nails. They looked a bit dark. Had they always looked this way? Almost without thinking, my hand grabbed the phone again. I checked the time. 11:48:05 p.m. So what? I told myself. This is a night like any other night. It will pass and the sun will rise and the darkness will be forgotten. I shot up from the couch. What was that? The doorbell. Just the doorbell. Our house was pretty isolated, but every now and then, bored teenagers would bike out to the edge of town and ring random doorbells for kicks. I looked through the peephole. Just the dark, empty street. I unlocked the door. Maybe I could catch them, give them a good scolding. As I pushed the door open, a gust of icy wind slithered inside, engulfing me in cold, lonely despair. I slammed the door shut and backed away into the warmth of my home. The doorbell again. Go away, I shouted. I strained to hear anything outside. Nothing. No giggling, no footsteps, no bike wheels turning, just dead silence. August 21st, 2022, at 12:05 a.m. I looked through the peephole. I screamed, but the scream didn't come out. It turned inward, digging into my lungs. As I stood there breathless, my mouth agape like the corpse of a hanging man. Outside my door was the skeleton in a black cape, its unnatural grin and hollow eyes boring into me through the peephole. I scrambled back to the couch, snatched up my phone, dialed 911 and started jabbering. Help, someone's at my door, trying to get in. Help, they want to hurt me. Then I realized that the call hadn't gone through. I had no reception. 0 bars. In fact, the reception symbol was gone altogether. Suddenly the phone fell from my hands. I had finally noticed it. My nails, black, broken, rotten. August 21st, 2022 at 12:05 a.m. It was real. It was always real. I lunged at my phone. Thankfully, it was still intact. I opened the browser and went back to the website. 11:54:58 p.m. Doorbell again. My heart jumped into my throat. It tasted like blood. 11 minutes to go. I took a deep, trembling breath. I was a smart woman. There had to be something I could do to save myself. Every problem has a solution, doesn't it? I brought my phone closer to my face, scanning every inch of the web page, looking for a clue, a loophole, some guidance from the devil himself. There it was at the very bottom of the page, almost invisible. Contact. I slammed my phone down. A chat window popped up. Sleepy friend. Hi, Suzanne. It knew my name. At this point, I wasn't even surprised. Sleepy friend. Congratulations on your upcoming death. How can we help today? I don't want to die. How can we help today? I don't want to die. Please make it go away. Sleepy friend is typing. My eyes snapped to the timer. 11:58:31 p.m. Come on, I had no time to waste. Sleepy friend. We understand that you requested a personal death prediction on October 13th, 1996. We are proud to say our predictions are 100% accurate. I don't care. I don't want to die. We understand that you requested a personal death prediction on June 13th, 1996. It was a mistake. Sleepy friend is typing. 12 a.m. My limbs were curling up, tightening into a sort of rigor mortis. Sleepy friend. I see. Don't worry, Suzanne. All mortals make mistakes. We proudly implement a near unlimited satisfaction guarantee. My body relaxed a little bit. Maybe there was a way out of this nightmare. So I'm not gonna die? Is the monster going away? Sleepy friend is typing. 12:02, 10 a.m. Me. Am I safe or not? Sleepy friend. However, since our operator has already reached your address, and the scheduled pickup is less than 3 minutes away. It is against company policy to send him back without a retrieval. What does that mean? You said satisfaction guarantee. 12:03:02 a.m. We are happy to accommodate our customers in any way we can. You are welcome to enter the personal information of an alternative subject. First name, last name, date of birth. What do you mean? Our operator has already reached your address. It is against company policy to send him back without a retrieval. You are welcome to enter the personal information of an alternative subject. First name, last name, date of birth. I tried to swallow, but my saliva had thickened into gravel. He was content with his life. He had lived a good life. Would growing old and sick make him any happier? Probably not. Sure, he was a competent tax accountant. There were thousands others like him. Did the world need more tax filings from him specifically? Not really. 12:04:23 a.m. I, on the other hand, had important work to do. I was creative. I was unique. My new novel was coming along nicely. It just needed time to mature. Time. 12:04:51 a.m. I brutally silenced my thoughts. Like a machine, I typed hard and fast. Tim's first name, middle name, last name, date of birth. 12:05 a.m. I held my breath, eyes fixed on the front door, waiting for the horror to come through. Ding. I jumped. It wasn't the doorbell, just a notification. Sleepy Friend had responded. Thank you, Suzanne. The team wishes you a long and happy life. Sleepy Friend has exited the chat. That was it. The timer ticked on peacefully. 12:05:59 a.m. 12:06 a.m. 12:06:01 a.m. And I was still alive. I looked down at my nails. To my immense relief, they looked perfectly normal. The thought occurred to me that perhaps they had always looked normal. Maybe the fear, bottled up for 26 years, had made me hallucinate. With newly found courage, I walked to the front door and peered through the peephole. Only the empty streets. For the first time that night, I suddenly felt clear-minded. It was like I had just woken up from a bad dream into an ordinary, reassuring reality. It had all been an elaborate prank, and a very tasteless one at that. I don't know how they pulled it off, but after a good night's sleep, I would figure it out. Swoosh. As I turned around, the hairs at the back of my neck stood up. The caped figure was gliding down the stairs behind me. Its bony grin flashed in the dim light. My legs were two pillars of stone. I stood still as the figure breezed right past me. The front door swung open in its wake. The figure blended into the night. In the blink of an eye, the door was closed again. I picked up the phone and dialed 911. I did not bother checking the bedroom. I knew what I would find. I buried my husband Tim 3 years ago. He died of a heart attack. Surprising for a man in his 30s, but not so surprising considering both his father and uncle suffered from heart problems. He is sorely missed. As the wonderful provider that he was, he left me with enough money to support myself while I write full-time. I still haven't finished my masterpiece. I am so close, but something always holds me back. Some days I can't focus on my manuscript for more than a few seconds at a time. I keep thinking that I might be about to die, and the panic makes my brain go haywire. Other days, I simply stare at the wall, drenched in the weight of this never-ending existence. I think the uncertainty is killing me. Maybe if I knew what to expect, maybe then I would feel motivated again. I did check the website. It looks exactly as it did in 1996. Do you want to know when you will die? First name, last name, date of birth. Enter. Should I do it? First off, my house isn't that big. From the outside, you'd see a pretty average size 2-story house. It's not the biggest house on the block, but it's where me, my wife, and our dog call home. 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, and a basement. Occasionally I'll notice some strange noises coming from the basement, but I usually figure it's just some animal scratching on the walls outside or something. Lately, however, the noises have been getting louder and more frequent. It's gotten to the point where we can't ignore it anymore. Honestly, we don't usually go in the basement that much. It's mostly served as storage for all our crap. Going downstairs, you'd find stacks of boxes, kayaks, old furniture, stuff like that. Tonight we were sitting in the living room downstairs when we heard a loud thud from down in the basement. We paused the TV and looked at each other. "What was that?" she asked. "I don't know. Maybe something fell over," I responded. We got up and walked over to the basement door. She was too creeped out to go, so I stepped down while she kept guard upstairs. I can't really blame her. Seeing pitch black leading downstairs was enough to send shivers down my spine, but I got down there and turned on the light. The basement wasn't lit up entirely well. Some of the light bulbs obviously needed to be replaced, and it didn't cover nearly everything, so I had to resort to the flashlight on my phone as well. I was walking around, realizing how desperately we needed to organize and dust down here, when a shadow darted in front of me and knocked something over, far too quick for me to make anything out. "Jesus!" I exclaimed. "Are you okay?" she yelled down. "Yeah, I'm fine. I think there's an animal down here," I responded. "Are you serious? Get back up here and shut the door. I don't want you to get rabies or something," she said. Right after that, I heard a door click shut in front of me. I looked over to the far side of the wall. There were multiple stacks of boxes that blocked the majority of the wall, but behind that, I could barely make out the sight of paneling and some windows. I walked closer. There was definitely something here that wasn't the same concrete wall that was there before. Once I pushed some boxes out of the way, there was no mistaking it. This was the front of a house. A black door, one window on both sides, and white wooden paneling. "Come down here. You have to see this," I yelled up at her. We were both standing in front of this new discovery in absolute awe. After some initial shock, we were discussing how something like this could have possibly showed up, when we had never seen it before. "This is creepy as hell. We should go," she said to me. "Wait a sec. I'm gonna open the door," I replied. "Screw that. I want to leave now. Let's go stay at my parents'. I've listened to enough paranormal stories to know this can't be good. Plus, there might be a coyote or raccoon in here right now," she stammered. "Oh, please. I doubt there's anything supernatural here. This is where the concrete wall starts," I said, opening the door, just to suddenly realize how wrong I was. When the door was fully open and we looked inside, we saw a fully furnished living room. The best way I could describe the appearance of this room would be a 50s aesthetic. Not only that, it honestly looked warm and cozy inside. When we stepped inside, I can't explain just how comfortable we felt. This overwhelming sensation of belonging and security washed over us. If it wasn't for the fact that we both knew just how bizarre this was, we might have wanted to stay in there. That feeling we suddenly had was taken over by our grounded sense of reality. This was wrong, and we both knew it. This room shouldn't be here, but it doesn't end here. There's 2 separate hallways that look like they lead even further in. Not only that, I could see a door that was open and led even further down. There are more levels to this area. "Can we please leave? This doesn't feel safe at all. Please," she begged me. "What? Come on, we should explore this some more. It's not often that your house gets extra square footage," I said, being the enabler I was. She was reluctant, but I could tell she wanted to look around just as much as me. And we might have too. if we didn't hear something coming up from the stairs below. Something was sprinting towards us, barreling and crashing into the walls as they did. Right at that moment, I didn't want to take any chances with whatever might be lurking down here. I grabbed her arm, and we bolted right out of there and ran right upstairs back to our living room. I slammed the basement door behind me when I felt continuous bangs right behind me. They were quick, and they just might have caught us if my reaction wasn't faster. Thank God me and her were able to run out to our car and get out of there without having to face whatever that was. As I'm typing this out, we're in the guest room of her parents' house and we're both really shaken up. Does anyone know what we should do? I mean, we have to go back at some point. We can't just stay here forever. Has anyone ever experienced something like this? Because I'm genuinely at a loss here, hoping someone can help us get our house back. I just realized our dog is still there. My family doesn't age like other people. My grandmother was 98 when she passed, but she looked 65, maybe younger. My great-uncle is 102 and still chops his own firewood. We've always credited it to good genes, and our one sacred tradition, the renewal stew, served at every major family gathering. It was a rich, dark, savory stew that made you feel warm from the inside out, full of life. When Grandma Rose died, I was the one who inherited the old family farmhouse. Tucked away in her study, I finally found it, the original handwritten recipe book, bound in cracked leather. I felt a thrill like I was finally being let in on the secret. I opened it to the page for the renewal stew. It was mostly blank. There were no ingredients listed for the stew itself, only 2 cryptic notes in my great-great-grandmother's spidery script. For the broth, see the cellar instructions. For the seasoning, see the attic instructions. The cellar was damp and smelled of earth. Behind a stack of old canning jars, I found a loose stone in the wall. Pulling it revealed a dark, hidden chamber. Inside, arranged in neat rows, were a dozen large, unglazed clay pots filled with a dark, peaty soil. A thick, pale, gnarled root snaked out of the soil in each pot, looking disturbingly like a human hand. A dusty journal sat on a small table. The entries, dating back to the 1800s, describe the process. When a member of our family dies, they aren't buried or cremated. They are planted. Their bodies are prepared with a special mixture of herbs and laid to rest in these pots. Over the years, the soil and the body produce a life root. This root is harvested, boiled for 3 days, and becomes the broth for the renewal stew. I felt a wave of nausea. We weren't just eating stew. We were consuming the concentrated essence of our dead ancestors. Shaking, I went to the attic. In a locked trunk, I found a collection of small, ornate silver boxes, each engraved with the name of a living family member. I found my own, my name freshly engraved. Inside each box was a small, sharp obsidian knife. Another journal explained the final step. The seasoning. It wasn't a spice. At each gathering, every family member present must make a living contribution to the stew. A few drops of blood, a sliver of fingernail, a tear cried directly into the pot. This offering of the living is what awakens the ancestral broth. I slammed the book shut, my hands trembling. It was a grotesque, cannibalistic ritual. I vowed I would never participate. The next major gathering was for the autumn equinox. I made an excuse not to go, claiming I had the flu. I felt a sense of righteous defiance. A week later, my mother called, her voice thin and weak. Your Aunt Carol isn't doing well, she said. She's had a sudden decline. I drove to my aunt's house. The woman who opened the door was a stranger. She looked 80 years old, her skin thin and translucent like parchment, her hair patchy and white. But it was Aunt Carol. She was only 58. She looked at me, her eyes wide with a desperate, hungry light. "You didn't come," she rasped, her hand gripping my arm with surprising strength. Her fingernails were cracked and yellow. "The stew, it wasn't strong enough. It's always weaker when someone is missing." I finally understood. We don't have good genes. We have a curse. A rapid, horrifying decay that is constantly trying to claim us. The stew isn't a fountain of youth. It's the only thing that holds the rot at bay. We aren't living long lives. We are desperately, grotesquely staving off an accelerated death. The winter solstice is next month. My mother called again yesterday. She told me my great-uncle's hands are so stiff he can no longer hold an axe. She told me she found a new gray hair, and when she plucked it, a small patch of skin came with it. Then she asked if I would be coming home for the solstice. Her voice was casual, but the question hung in the air, heavy and raw. They need me. They need my contribution. I'm looking at the small silver box with my name on it. The little black knife sits inside, cool and sharp. I have a choice. I can go, participate in this stomach-churning ritual, and feed the curse to keep my family looking young and vibrant while I know the horrifying truth. Or I can stay here, clean and pure, and watch them all fall apart, knowing that the same rot is flowing through my own veins, waiting for its turn. This happened when I was about 14 years old. It still sits ingrained in my memory. We moved a few times in my life. My parents taught school, but eventually my father took a role in a country church in the rural U.S., a good, quiet community. Folks were nice enough and we settled in just fine. Our home was not far from the church facility itself, out in rural farmland. Our home was one of those typical country houses with a long driveway, at least 300 feet from the house to the road. My main chore/job was to take out all the trash and take out the trash bin to the roadside for the garbage pickup the next morning. I collect all the interior trash, get it into the bin, and get my shoes on to roll it up the driveway and up to the road. It was a clear night. The stars were out, and though there was some dim glow from the town we lived in, we could see them clearly enough. We had a nearby neighbor in the next land plot over, whose property was mostly cornfields and some woods lining the property up next to ours. This becomes relevant in a bit. I'm walking down the driveway, whistling a favorite tune, looking up at the stars, dragging the heavy trash bin full of garbage out towards the road. Things get darker as I head down the driveway, but I knew my way pretty well by then, the distant glow of the front porch light giving me a slight guide. Halfway up the driveway or so, I froze when I looked to the left. The silhouette of a white canine stood there, staring at me. At first I started to panic, thinking it was a wolf, but then I realized that didn't make sense, as there are no wolves where we live. I slowly started moving forward again, thinking it was no big deal. Then the thought dawned on me. There are coyotes out here, but white coyotes shouldn't exist around here. That seems odd. I decided to move at a faster pace. At that moment, the canine comes out of the woods and starts moving towards me, slowly at first. My heart leapt into my throat. It then speeds up into a trot beelining towards me. I'm really beginning to sweat as, though I've made it to the road, there's barely any light out there, and I don't have anything blunt I can use to defend myself if this thing is hostile. The animal gets close enough that I can see it's obviously just a dog, not a wolf or a coyote or anything scary. It comes up and just stops. No sniffing, no friendly actions towards me, but no hostility either. It just stands and stares at me. In the dim glow of the porch light, I see it has a black collar on, with a little tag shining on it. The tag is square in shape and has a name on it. Buck. The dog, I presume, is named Buck, eventually stops staring at me and slowly moves on beyond our driveway. It stops abruptly, takes a defensive stance, and starts growling in a low rumble. This is where I become unsettled. I looked at where the dog was staring and growling. Just across the road in the cornfield, I see a pair of glowing something. 2 dots. I can't tell if they're just eyes shining from maybe a bobcat or a deer or something else. The issue is, they were too high up off the ground to be a small animal, almost like something taller, standing there. Something felt very off about that moment, and just as I began to consider what those dots were, the dog lurched forward, barking and sprinting towards them. They disappeared into the cornfield, the tall corn plants rustling, with the dog darting in after. I'm slowly backing away, the crickets chirping like a harmony to this entire situation, when all of a sudden, the scariest howl I'd ever heard rang out. My fight-or-flight instinct kicked in, and I went into a all-out sprint for the house. Got inside and locked the storm door and front door immediately. I'm in a cold sweat and my dad asks what happened. I tell him what occurred outside and where the dog had come from, and he decides we'd go over and ask our neighbor if maybe it was their dog and I'd just witnessed it catching a deer or coyote or something it wanted. The next morning, we got up, had breakfast, then walked over to our neighbor's house to describe to him the events of last night. I tell him the description of the dog and say I saw a tag named Buck on it. He stands there, bites his lower lip, then asks if we're sure that's what we saw. I tell him I was certain. Black collar, square tag with the word Buck on it. He takes us to his backyard near his metal barn, to a small wooden cross with a black dog collar hanging on it, a square tag with the word Buck on it. Buck was my farm dog and best friend for 12 years. He died last year. My wife and I will never forget him. Son, I'm not sure that's what you saw, but that can't have been my dog. My heart both sank and started beating rapidly at the same time. What did I see last night? We lived at that home for another 2 years, without any further incidents, before eventually moving away to another place in southwest Missouri, where I lived until I moved out for college. I will never forget that night, and everywhere I've lived since has been well lit with short driveways, and no cornfields nearby. Good dog. I'm writing this down both for peace of mind, as well as to see if anyone can help me, or is out there having a similar experience to me. Obvious disclaimer for how outlandish this story will sound, and I expect the ridicule. But if nothing else, hopefully putting this into words other than keeping it to myself will bring me some closure. I work the night shift at a moderately sized city in the Midwest, Springfield, Missouri. The name of where I work isn't important, but for the location you can imagine a town that is lively during the day and quite dead at night, especially during the weekdays. It was during one of these weekdays that I went through my usual routine of clocking off around midnight, walking through the empty parking lot to my isolated car, and driving through the empty streets on my 15 to 20 minute drive home. I was stopped and watching a red light at one of my intersections, staring at it and wondering as usual why it was taking so long to turn despite me being the only person on the road. When my eyes eventually wandered down to my driver's side mirror, and the movement within it, I immediately recognized the shape of a human about 20 to 30 feet back. Initially not setting off alarm bells, as I figured it was one of the many homeless people we have in the area, but the movement indicated they were heading towards my vehicle. I'm already a paranoid person as is, so stories of late-night carjackings and kidnappings began racing through my head as I made sure the doors were locked and kept the peripheral of the light in my vision, waiting and hoping it would turn green. It became apparent soon that whatever was walking towards my vehicle was humanoid in shape, but not human. As it steadily came closer, I could make out what I would describe now as a gray man, without clothes and featureless except for a pair of large, almost cartoonish eyes, but where a person's forehead would be, placed on an oblong, almost pointed head. I had heard of people going into shock before this, and imagined what it felt like, and in the moment, I still couldn't be sure if that's truly what was happening, or if I was having a mental episode and this was the start of my breakdown. Fight or flight kicked in soon after this passing thought, and my eyes shot back up at the light, still red but with all sense of warning completely lost on me. I slammed my foot on the pedal and made an effort to shoot through the intersection, quickly glancing either side of my vehicle despite knowing I was still the only car here. As I passed directly through the intersection and moved on to the street ahead of me, I realized that the figure in my mirror was now running towards my car. I do not know how fast I was going at this point, as my eyes continued to dart between this thing and the road ahead of me, but assuming now that I was going maybe 50 miles per hour on this two-way street, it continued to keep up with me at pace, never faltering behind or catching up. My first instinct that had been in place this entire time was to continue to head home, but if this thing was keeping up with me, I realized I could not lead it back to where I live. I was now passing through neighborhoods and small side roads that would take me to God knows where, but once I hit the next main street, I would quickly take a right and head downtown. I know the area, and if anyone else would be out tonight, that's where they would be. I need the comfort of strangers, or the sight of anyone to help me get away from this, or make this thing go away. That's what I told myself. Once I hit the main streets, I made possibly the quickest right turn of my life and hoped the car wouldn't turn over with the sudden shift of weight. Ignoring whether or not I would have to deal with any oncoming traffic, as the seconds I would have thought this thing in my rearview mirror was worth the risk. As I feared, though, it continued to follow soon after, rounding the corner same as I, still fixated on reaching me. What was this thing even going to do? Does it have the strength to break into my car? It clearly isn't human. Maybe this thing is animalistic, and it's like a curious dog chasing a car. Once it reaches me, will that satiate its curiosity? More passing thoughts I had as I grew closer to the downtown square. Buildings and shopping centers growing taller and older, more dilapidated, more places to hide, tighter turns and narrow streets for me to get stopped in. Slowed down. Was this even a good idea? Someone ahead. Thank God I saw a person ahead. Homeless stray, a kid bar hopping, sightseeing. I could care less. I wanted to be near something other than that. I continued to speed towards them, eventually screeching to a halt as my passenger side window met their gaze. An older man stood on the sidewalk, tattered green army-style jacket, black beanie, casually smoking a cigarette as he stood still eyeing my vehicle. My mind was racing with a million thoughts. What do I even say to this guy? Is he going to think I'm crazy? Is he crazy? It's gone. The figure was no longer in my mirror. My eyes lingered on an empty street that arched over a hill, illuminated with dim lights and dotted with trees. I watched for a while, giving little care to the stranger directly outside my car, waiting to see anything. No movement. I returned my gaze to the man still stood on the sidewalk, obviously waiting for something to come of this car screeching to a halt beside him. He didn't seem to care. I didn't seem to think he would care or believe me either, and accelerated once again towards the center of town. More passing thoughts. He isn't safe. It's still out there. It was right behind you. You're a good person. Be a good person. Why is it so dark? I slammed on the brakes again, wanting to tell myself now that it was the Good Samaritan in me wanting to help that man. But it was fear that halted me. Lamp posts surrounding me now waning, gaining and losing light as if they were struggling to breathe. I looked again at the mirror, trying to locate the man that was now standing somewhere in the darkness behind me. The lights that had enveloped the hill behind me were gone, and I knew at this point it was hopeless for him. Whatever had been following me had now caught an innocent victim along its path, and yet I was selfishly relieved from the comfort of my vehicle, knowing that I had escaped that fate. My relief was soon shattered by a low, bass-filled gurgle coming from the direction of the darkness. I almost considered rolling down my window slightly to make out the sound more clearly, but my adrenaline took hold and I sped off from whatever was making that sickening noise. Whatever had become of that poor man, whatever it was doing, in my mind it occupied that thing long enough for me to use the opportunity and get home, get away from this nightmare. Leaving the downtown area didn't take long in my frantic state, and I eventually was able to convince myself through my paranoia and double take of every shadow that lined the streets that it was safe enough to make my way home. I carefully inspected the surroundings of my apartment from my vehicle before exiting, and quickly fled from the car and ran up the stairwell to my flat, expecting to hear the sound of that thing behind me chasing me or see it disappear from around a corner. Though I made it inside with no issues. I sat on my bed for what must have been hours replaying the events of the night through my head and questioning if I really was sane, but at some point the adrenaline dump left my system and I ended up passing out for the night. Which brings me to where I am now. I wish I could say that this was the end of things, but it is currently 4 p.m. and the sun has yet to rise. There are no clouds in the sky, no birds chirping or dogs barking, no neighbors arguing next door or kids running up and down the stairwell, nobody outside commuting to and from work or heading out for a family dinner. I've been watching since I woke up at around 9 a.m., already confused as to why there was nothing but pitch black coming from the curtains behind my window. I have tried calling family members, friends, messaging friends online, but I've heard nothing in response. Am I still asleep? Am I sane? Is this some kind of punishment for abandoning that man? Continuous passing thoughts that drown out the silence. The internet appears to still be working, which is how I'm posting this for anyone who happens to find and read it now. If anyone is out there, life online seems to have stopped like it has here. No messages or social media posts, or forums or news articles. Just static. Frozen. I tried eventually to lightly knock on some of the neighbors' doors to see if they're home, and with no luck. But now I don't dare go back outside. I can see them through my window as I peek through the blinds now. Below in the parking lot, 2 of them, standing outside of my car, inspecting it like a piece of alien machinery. They know I'm nearby. They know I'm alive. I don't know how long I can hide. They say if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. I don't love what I do. Not exactly. But I was born for it, and I'm very, very good at it. It's not a 9 to 5. There's no clocking in, no coffee breaks, no PTO. You don't apply for this kind of job. It finds you. And the first thing they tell you, the very first thing is never tell anyone what you do. Not your spouse, not your family, not your priest. Not even yourself if you can help it. But lately it's been getting harder to ignore. The weight of it, the screams of it. So here I am, telling you. I guess the easiest way to explain it is this. I clean up after things, unnatural things. You know when a family just disappears from their home? Car still in the driveway, dinner half eaten, no signs of struggle, just gone? That's when I get a call, or when some hikers go off trail and are found days later, faces stretched in terror, skin blistered like it aged 100 years overnight. That's me too. But I'm not law enforcement, not military, not some paranormal investigator with a podcast and a night vision camera. I don't ask questions. I don't take notes. I remove blood, evidence, sometimes entire houses. And I do it well. My tools are custom. They don't have names, just serial codes. I've got solvents that melt bone, vacuums that erase the residue of fear, gloves that never stain. And then there's the black book. It's always waiting on my kitchen table in the morning. No knock, no call, just there. Heavy, smells like dirt and ozone. Inside is always the same. A name, a location, and a set of rules. Follow the rules. That's what keeps you alive. Let me give you an example. A few months ago, I was sent to a house in Oregon. A cabin, deep woods, no roads on Google Maps. The black book said, Rule 1, do not look in the mirrors. Rule 2, remove the nursery wallpaper before dusk. Rule 3, if you hear crying from under the floorboards, leave immediately. I followed them. Mostly. I slipped. Glanced at a mirror by the front door just for a second. Saw something that wasn't me. It had my face, but the smile wasn't mine. The teeth weren't human. I covered it with a blanket and kept working. Didn't sleep for 3 days after that. But I got the job done. Place was gone by morning. Just dirt and fog where the cabin used to be. Sometimes it's worse. Sometimes they send me to places where the walls breathe, where clocks run backwards, where the wind whispers in dead languages. Last year there was a site, I can't say where, that required me to burn down a hotel that didn't technically exist. The black book said, each room you enter will add another memory you never had. Burn it before you forget who you are. Took me 5 hours. By the time I lit the final match, I was almost convinced I had a wife named Clara and a baby girl named June. I don't. I double-checked. I think. The worst job I ever had? A basement in Kansas. Concrete walls, chains, blood thick as syrup on the floor. Nothing in the black book but one sentence. It is still hungry. Do not feed it anything you love. I almost failed that one. Dropped my wallet without noticing. Had a photo of my sister in it. I left the house shaking. When I checked my wallet in the car, the photo was gone. In its place was a scrap of flesh. Still beating. Some days I wonder who they are. The ones who leave the book. The ones who know where the horrors are. The ones who created the rules. Are they protecting us, or just covering their tracks? Am I the good guy in all this, or just another cog in a much darker machine? I try not to ask. The black book doesn't like it when you ask. I tried once, left a note inside. Who are you? Next morning, I woke up with my own handwriting carved into my arm. Cleaner, clean thyself. I bled for hours. So why am I telling you this now? Well, because this morning, for the first time in over a decade, the black book didn't show up. Instead, there was an envelope, my name written in red, no return address, inside a photo of me, sleeping. And on the back, just one rule. Do not run. We already know where you'll go. I have a very special job, but I think I just became the next mess to clean up. And I don't think anyone's coming to save me. I didn't think one sip would change everything. It started at a gas station just outside Denver. I'd been driving cross-country to reset my life. New job, new city, no baggage. Just me, the road, and the radio. I stopped to stretch my legs and grab a drink. The cooler was half empty. Probably hadn't been restocked in a week. One bottle caught my eye. Black plastic, no label except a small red triangle printed on the cap. No brand name, no ingredients. Just that triangle. I should have known better. But it was cold and I was thirsty. I twisted the cap, and as soon as I raised it to my lips, I smelled it. Something off. Sweet, but too sweet. Like rotting fruit drowned in cough syrup. Still, I took a sip. The taste was wrong. Metallic, bitter almost, dusty. I gagged, spit it onto the floor, and dropped the bottle. The cashier looked at me like I'd thrown a grenade. "What the hell are you doing?" he snapped, rushing out from behind the counter. "Something's wrong with that drink," I said, wiping my mouth. He stared at the puddle, then at me, then at the bottle. And then he ran. I stood there stunned as the door jingled behind him. I waited a few seconds, called out. Nothing. Finally, I walked outside and saw his car peel out of the lot, tires screaming. That's when the fear crept in. That bottle wasn't just bad. It was meant to be bad. That night I didn't sleep. I kept thinking about that triangle. I searched the internet for hours. Reddit, weird forums, conspiracy threads, but nothing useful. Just dead ends and half-baked urban legends. The next morning, I hit the road again. By afternoon, a black SUV had been behind me for over 60 miles. Every turn I took, it took. Every exit, it followed. Finally, I pulled off into a crowded strip mall. The SUV parked 2 rows down. 3 men got out, all in black suits wearing mirrored sunglasses. No smiles, no talking, just scanning. I ditched my car and ran. That was 6 days ago. Since then I've been hiding in motels, moving every night. The black SUVs keep finding me. Sometimes they don't bother hiding. Sometimes they knock on the door pretending to be cops or hotel staff or delivery guys. I stopped answering. I stopped sleeping. I can barely eat. One night I found a thread on a dark web forum. Someone else mentioned the triangle. Said it's part of something called the selection. They didn't explain it, but they said this: drink it and die in peace. Spit it out, and you're prey. I replied, begged for answers. They sent me a private message. Every year they manufacture 1,000 unmarked bottles. They're placed at random locations across the US. Gas stations, vending machines, cafes. Most drink and die instantly. Quiet, clean, no mess, no questions. But if you reject the offering, they come. I don't know who they are. I've been stabbed once, chased 4 times, and drugged in a motel coffee this morning. I only drank half before I smelled the same syrupy scent. They're not trying to kill me quickly. They want fear. Exhaustion, panic. I think I ruined something sacred. I rejected their sacrament. And now they're enjoying the hunt. I haven't seen my reflection in 3 days. I'm afraid of what I'll see. How much I've changed. How hollow I've become. If you find a drink with a red triangle on the cap, don't sip it. Don't open it. Walk away. Because if you spit it out, you'll never stop running. And they never stop hunting. We moved into the old house after the miscarriage. My husband said a change would be good for me. Fresh air, quiet, place to heal. We didn't plan to find a baby. It was our second night there. We heard crying, soft, high-pitched, coming from the attic. My husband thought it was a cat, but when he pulled the cord to the attic door, the crying got louder. He found her swaddled in moldy blankets. No note, no explanation. Just her, nestled in the dust, barely alive. We called the police. They took her to the hospital. No missing child reports. No birth certificate. No DNA match. She's a ghost child, the nurse joked. The state was going to put her in the system. My husband wouldn't allow it. We were meant to find her. He said, maybe she's the reason we came here. We named her Lily, brought her home. The first night, the baby monitor whispered, not crying, whispers. She's back. We brought one. My husband thought it was a glitch. I knew better. Every night, Lily stared into the dark corners of the room and laughed at things I couldn't see. The monitor whispered in different voices, all of them dry and eager. Don't take her. She's ours. I wanted to leave. He wouldn't. He was obsessed with her. Wouldn't let me hold her anymore. Wouldn't let me in the nursery. She cries when you touch her, he said. She only wants me. One night I woke up alone, his side of the bed cold. I found the nursery door locked from the inside. Then the crying stopped. When I broke down the door, the crib was empty. He was gone. No sign of a struggle, no footprints. Just an old baby blanket soaked with something black and thick. It smelled like soil and rot. The monitor lay in the crib, still on. She's not yours, it whispered. She never was. But he is now. The police asked questions. Searched, found nothing. No signs he'd ever been there. No fingerprints, not even his clothes. They showed me the hospital records. There was never a baby registered under the name Lily. There was never a baby at all. I still hear her at night, not crying, laughing, from the attic. I'm not a writer. This isn't for a book or a blog. This is a warning, and if you're reading this, it means you might need it. And it starts on a stretch of road you don't take at night. The one that snakes through the old forest. Outsiders have been going missing on that stretch of road, and worse. I'm convinced the locals have something to do with it. But I know now. I know what happens to anyone that does not wave. I moved into this cozy little apartment a short while ago. I never planned on staying long. My professor asked me to study the area for scientifically interesting flora, botany PhD stuff. I'd done a few rounds in the area, but nothing struck me as interesting. The only place I hadn't been to yet was the forested road to the north. The locals seemed oddly eager for me to go there. A nice place to get lost in nature, they told me. Promised me I'd find all kinds of things worth studying. But their smiles felt too wide. Their insistence too strong. But I tricked myself into thinking it was just a small town thing. And I very well couldn't go back with half a report. So, at first light, I packed the car and drove up. I can't say I noticed anything unusual. The wind in the trees, birds were singing. A squirrel hopped from branch to branch. I didn't really know what I was expecting. I gathered my equipment and began a survey of the area, collecting specimens, taking photos, scribbling notes, etc. I had just finished my last collection when I noticed that the daylight was quickly vanishing. Had I really been out here that long? I glanced at my wrist, but my watch had clearly stopped. I took out my phone, but it was dead. I lied to myself. My watch has been on its way out for weeks. and my phone always drains quickly when I take pictures. Nothing felt right. I started walking back to my car. That's when I saw it. A sign. It was a weather-beaten wooden diamond. The paint a faded, sickly yellow that was peeling at the corners. It didn't stand out. If anything, it seemed to sink into the gloom, almost like it wasn't meant to be noticed. On it was a black silhouette with what appeared to be two small children, holding hands and waving. Beneath it, half hidden by grime, was a simple yet strange message. Waving children, please wave back. I began to smile at the absurdity of it. Who puts up a sign like that? But my amusement quickly faded. Not far behind this strange little sign were two small figures, standing at the edge of the tree line. Children. They looked like children, though dressed decades out of time. The forest had fallen eerily silent. "Hello?" I called out. There was no response. The children reached out and held each other's hands. With their free arms, they began to wave. The shadows were long and dark now, and I couldn't make out any real details. But their faces? I swear they weren't normal faces. Where there should be eyes were instead these deep, empty voids. I stepped forward. "Are you both okay? Are you hurt? Or lost?" My throat was dry and the words cracked as they came out. Their calm waves became more frantic, jerky, wrong even. Their heads snapped side to side, their movement a blur. I tried to run, but my body refused. My legs were slabs of stone, my chest crushing inwards. My mind screamed run. My heart pounded in my chest like a bird thrashing in its cage. Then they started forward. Each step rattled the air with this sickening hum, like a swarm of angry bees. Tree by agonizing tree they got closer, louder and louder. My skin prickled with icy cold sweat. The sign flashed in my mind. I had to wave. They were almost upon me. The humming had become a terrible roar. I forced my arm upwards, my joints stiff as if rusted shut. It felt too slow, too weak. I shut my eyes tight and waited for the end. But it didn't come. I dared a sliver of vision to see one of them, mid-lunge, mere feet away. Its face was a blur. My arm was raised, offering the meekest, most pathetic wave I have ever given. But it was enough. I felt the tension in the air snap. Both figures stilled, then softened. Using this opportunity, I stumbled back to the road, never taking my eyes off them, always waving. I got to my car and I fumbled for my keys and dropped them. Cursing, I blindly scrambled for them across the floor, all whilst forcing my hand to keep up that pitiful wave. The sun was almost gone. Finally, I unlocked the door, bolted inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it, as though the thin metal shell would protect me. My hand was restless. I jabbed the keys in the ignition and turned. Glancing back, both creatures had moved to face me, watching, not waving. The sun dipped below the horizon with a flash of brilliant green, just as the engine roared to life. My headlights beamed, contending the darkness. But they were there. Their heads snapped towards me. The voids where their eyes should be drank the light from my car. I hit the accelerator and the car lurched forward. In the rearview mirror I saw them. More figures slipping from the tree line. 2, then 4, then dozens. The road ahead was the same. A procession of these childlike figures emerging from the woods. I slammed on the horn, but the sound seemed to die in the oppressive quiet of the woods. My hand was still waving. Speeding, I drove 40 miles per hour, then 50, then 60. But everywhere I looked, they were there. Standing, watching, a never-ending line getting closer with every bend in the road. I hit the town line and braked hard. The car screeched to a halt. The children hadn't followed. Or perhaps they couldn't. My hand finally fell to my lap, limp and numb. I sobbed at the sight of the town lights. Relief that was short-lived. I drove past the diner. A waitress was frozen mid-pour, coffee spilling over the rim of a cup. The old man she was serving pressed his face against the glass. People on the street stopped as I passed, their eyes tracking me with something. Anger? No. Disappointment. I wasn't supposed to come back, and I understood. My suspicions were right from the start. I was chosen for something, and I denied it. So I drove straight through the night, stopping only when exhaustion forced me off the road. There was a brief time where I thought that I'd actually got away, but then the humming returned. It was faint at first, easy to mistake for the sounds of modern life. A car engine idling, a plane passing overhead, a dishwasher in the kitchen. But the humming grew. It became a buzz, and then the buzzing turned into a swarm inside my own skull, louder and louder. So I waved and it stopped. So now I can't stop waving. My arms ache and my joints throb. I'm terrified of what will happen if I stop. I don't know how long I've gone without sleep. I doubt I'll last much longer. So if you see a sign asking you to wave at children, don't think about it. Don't hesitate. For your sake, just wave. Please. Wave back. It was a warm summer night in the back county of South Carolina. I recently moved from the north, so I wasn't familiar with how to get around yet. I had just had dinner with my grandparents and cousins, and was in the middle of my 45-minute drive back to my apartment. I always keep my phone on a holder while driving, and only touch it when I'm skipping through music. It started with my GPS malfunctioning, ending my map and destination, and then suddenly going back to normal. I didn't think anything of it due to some spots having crappy cell service. I continued to drive down the road, bouncing my head to 2000s throwbacks and occasionally sipping my Red Bull. I have a habit of unconsciously checking the time when I go to check how fast I'm driving. That's when I noticed my clock was an hour behind. I immediately tapped my phone, which showed the time. 2 hours behind. I instantly grew confused. I thought I had just left after 6 p.m., and it was now nearly 8 p.m. Suddenly my GPS froze, and I desperately tried to fix the jam, all while driving down a dark road. The only light came from my headlights. Then my GPS turned back on. The GPS popped back on and began rerouting me. I thought nothing of it, since I had no idea where I was. I continued to drive, following the directions until I eventually reached a dark dirt road surrounded by trees. My stomach started to churn, and I grew extremely uneasy and fear struck my body. I frantically looked around for some way to make a U-turn, when my car slowed to a stop in the middle of the dirt road. Then, my car completely turned off, keys still in the ignition, Bluetooth disconnected, phone silent. The feeling in my stomach grew stronger. Every bone in my body was telling me, get out, now. I frantically looked around, trying to pinpoint where I could go, what I could do, how I could defend myself if needed. My car slowly started to fill with a foul, vomit-inducing stench, like flesh that was rotting from the inside out. I gagged and nearly threw up. The nerves, the stench, and the fear all building up as bile in my throat. I wanted to leave. Then I heard it, moaning, loud, guttural moaning, that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I quickly looked around, and at this point, I was preparing for the worst. The moaning continued until it sounded like it was right beside my car. As soon as I turned my head, I was staring at a dark, terrifying silhouette. The moonlight made it difficult to see at first until I noticed the shape. A deer. I had seen many deer in my life, but none of them had this shape. From what I could see, its neck was longer, thicker, its back was slightly sunken in. I saw its antlers, which extended straight up. What happened next made me sick. As if the deer wasn't terrifying enough, it slowly stood up. All of its animal-like features were gone, aside from the head. I whimpered at this point. I could feel my seat dampening and my jeans soaking. I had urinated myself. The entity stood up and walked past the front of my car. Like any other human before it, faded into the darkness of the forest. As soon as I could no longer see it, my car turned back on and the music continued, bumping Britney Spears through my bass. The feeling of dread and sickness began to pass, and running on pure adrenaline, I ripped my gear into reverse, drove off the road, hitting some bushes and sped back towards the entrance. I was panting. My hands were shaking and my pants were soaked, but I didn't care. The second I pulled out onto the main road, my GPS went back to its original route and resumed the drive. 37 minutes. I was 37 minutes away from home. I continued driving and I quickly dialed my boyfriend's number, not caring about my no hands rule. My boyfriend answered. "Hey, you on your way home?" I immediately began pouring out everything that happened. The car shutting off, the figure, the smell, everything. My boyfriend ended up staying on the call with me until I got home, and when I returned to our apartment, he ended up checking my engine, my oil, my tires, everything, trying to find an explanation. I knew he was worried beyond belief, and the fact that I peed myself only heightened his concern. My car was dinged up with some minor scratches, but everything seemed alright, and functioning. Later that night, after I had showered, changed into my favorite pajama set, and watched our favorite Twitch streamer, I pulled out my phone and began the GPS to my Nana and Papa's house. I probably spent an hour trying to find the dirt road I was on. The road where everything happened, but there was nothing. I even went into Street View and tapped along the entire route. No dirt road, no location that even remotely resembled the road I had driven down.